Chapter 1811. Ominous when Shiji brought Zhuowen back to the primal chaos divine temple. The divine master Do Hua personally welcomed them. After knowing that the master of the divine tomb had agreed to open up the primal battlefield, the smile on Do Hua's face became even wider, and he became even more enthusiastic toward Shiji. In the dark hall, there was a rather large altar. In front of the altar, Old Man Gu stood quietly with his hands behind his back. The blue flames kept floating in the altar, illuminating Old Man Gu's face. It looked extremely strange. Behind Old Man Gu, Zhuowen looked rather nervous. He silently looked at Old Man Gu's back. Beside Zhuowen stood Shiji, and the divine Master Do Hua also stood in front of the hall. Beside Zhuowen, there was a crystal coffin floating quietly. In the crystal coffin, a beautiful face lay peacefully, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. The hall was silent. The three of them looked at Old Man Gu. "Little friend, give me the 9-soul lotus root. I need to refine the 9-soul lotus root with the fire in my sea of consciousness. After that, I will reconstruct a physical body for your wife that is compatible with her soul," Old Man Gu suddenly said. Zhuowen nodded and handed the 9-soul lotus root to Old Man Gu without hesitation. Old Man Gu looked at the 9-soul lotus root with admiration in his eyes. After that, he directly threw the 9-soul lotus root into the blue flames on the altar. Old Man Gu refined the 9-soul lotus root for a total of 9 days. After that, Zhuowen realized that the 9-soul lotus root had the shape of a human skeleton after being refined. Obviously, Old Man Gu was preparing to refine the 9-soul lotus root into a human skeleton. When the skeleton was completely refined, Old Man Gu flicked his finger and took out various precious materials from his spirit ring. Zhuowen looked over and realized that most of the materials were warm medicinal herbs. Under Old Man Gu's control, the medicinal herbs turned into balls of medicinal liquid and gathered around the exposed skeleton. They began to squirm around the skeleton. Elder Gu refined it for another 18 days. The bones on the blue flames had long been replaced by a graceful body. However, the body was blood-red in color, as if there was no skin. It looked extremely strange. Suddenly, Elder Gu waved his sleeve, and the blue flames on the altar immediately dispersed, turning into 99 blue flames that surrounded the altar. "Zhuowen, you are someone close to this woman. The final step requires someone close to her to use your lifespan to form her skin and flesh, completing the final step of forming her body. Are you willing to sacrifice your lifespan to save her?" 99 blue flames lingered around the altar like 99 stars. Old Gu's eyes flickered as he stared at Zhuowen and asked indifferently. Shiji and Do Hua were both moved. Although their cultivation had reached the level of saints and their lifespans were as long as the heavens and earth, it did not mean that the lifespans of saints were endless. There was an end to it. Even the heavens and earth would dry up, let alone saints. Only with sufficient lifespan would one be able to break through to higher realms in the future. Lifespan was sometimes more important than cultivation. It was the foundation of a martial artist. Even for those close to them, very few people would sacrifice their lifespan to save the lives of those close to them. Moreover, Elder Gu had never said that he was absolutely certain that he could save Mu Qinxue. In Shiji and Do Hua's eyes, it was not worth it for Zhuowen to use his lifespan to form her skin and flesh. "It's fine if you're unwilling. I still have a method that can completely reconstruct the body. However, I can't guarantee that the body will be compatible with the woman's collapsing soul." Elder Gu glanced at Zhuowen indifferently and said with some mockery. Zhuowen gently stared at the woman in the crystal coffin beside him. He said, "You've done far too much for me all this time. It's time for me to do something for you." Zhuowen gently stroked the surface of the crystal coffin. The part he touched was the woman's beautiful face. Although there was a layer of crystal between them, Zhuowen's gentle actions seemed like he was really stroking the woman's face. After that, Zhuo slowly raised his head and tapped the space between his eyebrows with his right hand. He gathered his lifespan at the tip of his right hand and pointed it at the altar. Milky white lifespan suddenly erupted and surged into the body. However, what Zhuo did not see was that the eyelids of the woman in the crystal coffin twitched unnoticeably the moment he poured his lifespan into the body. It was as if she wanted to open her eyes as much as she could, but her eyelids were too heavy and she could not open them. Shiji and Dohua were rather moved as they looked at the young man who had offered his lifespan without hesitation. Elder Gu even exclaimed in surprise before nodding slightly. The 99 sparks in the surroundings represent 99 days. You must endure for 99 days. If you fail midway, this body will become a complete failure and all your previous efforts will be in vain, Elder Gu said indifferently. Shiji frowned slightly and said coldly, 99 days? That's too long. Even if Zhuo is an earthly immortal with a long lifespan, 99 days is still a bit of a stretch, right? Elder Gu's eyes flickered as he said, if this kid can endure for 99 days, I will take out a life vitality pill to replenish a portion of Zhuowen's lifespan. Shiji wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhuo. Senior Shiji, don't worry. I can endure for 99 days. I hope the three of you can wait outside the hall during these 99 days so that I won't be distracted. Shiji didn't say anything when he heard Zhuowen's words. Instead, he waved his sleeve and left the hall. Do Huan nodded at Elder Gu and also left the hall. Soon, only Zhuowen's lonely figure and the crystal coffin that floated beside him remained in the vast and empty hall. Qin Shui will be able to meet very soon. Zhuo lowered his head and quietly looked at the beautiful woman in the crystal coffin. The smile on the corner of his mouth became gentler, but his face became paler and paler. His skin also became more and more wrinkled. However, what Zhuo did notice was that at the corner of the woman's right eye, an extremely fine crystal teardrop silently slid down. The 99 days quickly passed. Shiji, Elder Gu, and Do Hua pushed open the door and slowly walked in. They saw that the 99 sparks around the altar in the center of the hall had completely disappeared. There was a graceful woman lying on top of the altar. This woman was covered in a thin white veil. Her eyes were slightly closed, and the aura coming from her body was extremely faint. There was a crystal coffin floating under the altar. There was also a woman silently lying inside the crystal coffin. If one looked carefully, this woman's appearance was exactly the same as the woman on the altar. Beside the crystal coffin, there was a slightly stooped figure silently standing there. He raised his head and silently stared at the woman on the altar, just like a stone statue. The moment Shiji saw this figure, his pupils couldn't help shrinking. He saw that this figure had white hair and his skin was completely wrinkled. He looked like an 80 to 90-year-old man. From the wrinkled face, one could vaguely see Zhuowen's shadow. Shiji took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Zhuo. He said in a deep voice, "Zhuo, are you all right?" Zhuo slowly turned his head and looked at Shiji. He shook his head and smiled, "I'm fine. It's just that I've exhausted too much of my lifespan." As he spoke, Zhuo turned his head to look at Elder Gu and said, "Elder, the body has been completely condensed. Shouldn't you save my wife now?" Elder Gu looked at Zhuo with a complicated gaze. He didn't think that this young man would be willing to sacrifice a large portion of his lifespan just to condense a body that was extremely compatible with his wife's soul. Elder Gu nodded and came to Zhuowen's side. He then took out an elixir from his spirit ring and handed it to Zhuo. "This is the vitality elixir. It can replenish a portion of your lifespan. Take it first." Zhuo clasped his hands together and unceremoniously consumed the vitality elixir. Soon after, he felt his entire body become warm. His originally shriveled skin began to become round again, and the bark-like wrinkles gradually disappeared. In a short while, Zhuo returned to his youthful appearance from an old man in his 70s or 80s. However, Zhuowen knew that this was only his outer appearance. He hadn't recovered much of his lifespan. Your lifespan has been depleted too much. If you want to completely recover, you can only rely on yourself in the future. Or rather, you can make another breakthrough and use the powerful energy you obtain to forcefully recover your lifespan, Elder Goose said with a complicated gaze. Zhuowen casually nodded and said in a deep voice, "Elder, please save my wife first." Elder Gu nodded. Soon after, he waved his sleeve and swept up the body that was floating on the altar before him. After a brief examination, a satisfied expression appeared in his eyes. "Open the coffin lid. Next, I need to completely merge your wife's soul with this body. Once it's merged with the body, the rest will be easy," Elder Goose said nonchalantly. Zhuowen did not hesitate. He clapped his right hand and immediately opened the coffin lid. Soon after, the woman in the crystal coffin trembled. It was as if she would be blown away by a gust of wind. Elder Gu's expression turned grave. Soon after, he took out a black hexahedral crystal from his spirit ring. He formed a seal with his right hand, and immediately Mu Chinchua's soul was absorbed by the black crystal. As the soul entered the black crystal, Zhuowen strangely discovered that the black crystal actually emitted a faint black light. However, the moment the black light lit up, a bone-chilling coldness spread out from the black light and spread throughout the hall. Zhuowen could not help but shiver. Elder Gu's expression changed slightly. His gaze became extremely grave and solemn. He stared at Zhuowen and said, "Before this woman was sealed in the crystal coffin, did you use the mysterious crystal ice soul to freeze her soul?" Chapter 1812. "Drunk, Senior, is there a problem?" Zhuowen asked rather nervously. Elder Gu frowned and sighed. "There is a problem, and it's a huge problem. Whether it's the body or the soul, it's all about the balance of yin and yang. Once the yin is over, it'll be weak. And once the yang is over, it'll be overflowing. That's the law of nature. The mysterious crystal ice soul is an item of extreme yin and extreme coldness. It's indeed very effective for you to use it to prevent this woman's soul from collapsing. But it's also caused an excess of coldness in her soul, causing her soul to be extremely weak. That's because this soul is just too weak. Even though I've fused this soul into this new body, I don't dare to casually save her. That's because this woman's soul could very easily disperse in her current state." Elder Gu shook his head and sighed. He glanced at Zhuowen and continued, "If I had opened this crystal coffin earlier to check on this woman's soul, I would never have accepted the promise of saving her. It's too difficult." Rumble. Zhuowen only felt countless thunderclaps in his head, and then he could not help but stumble back. His face was drained of blood, and his entire body trembled. He never thought that things would develop to such a state. "How confident are you if you were to save her, Senior?" Zhuowen asked reluctantly. Elder Gu said in a deep voice, "If this woman's yin and yang were not of balance, I'm 80% confident. Moreover, even if I failed, I could ensure that her soul wouldn't disperse. However, in the current situation, I'm afraid I'm only 10% confident. Moreover, if I fail, this woman's soul will only disperse." Zhuowen took a few steps back, and the sorrow in his eyes grew denser. He said with difficulty, "Is there no other way?" Elder Gu's eyes flickered, and he said, "This woman's soul is actually too weak because of the mysterious crystal ice soul. If you can restore the yin and yang in her soul, it might be possible, but..." At this point, Elder Gu hesitated. Zhuowen hurriedly asked, "But what?" "It's just that things that can balance the yin and yang in the depths of the soul are too rare. I've cultivated for countless years, but I've never seen anything that can balance the yin and yang in the depths of the soul," Old Man Gu said with an ashamed expression. Speaking of which, he had promised Zhuowen that he would treat Mu Chinchua. Now that he had suddenly said that he could not treat her, it was indeed damaging to his reputation. Zhuowen's face was pale. After a long silence, he looked at Elder Gu and said, "Senior, Please put my wife's soul into this body first." Old Man Gu nodded and did not say anything. Instead, he placed the black crystal between Mu Qin Shue's eyebrows. Then he formed a series of seals with his right hand. Immediately, the soul contained within the black crystal slowly entered her body. Moreover, as the soul fused with the body, the face of the body was no longer pale. Instead, it appeared to be a lot rosier. Zhuowen silently looked at the woman in front of him. The sorrow in his eyes became more and more intense. With a soft sigh, he closed the crystal coffin again and silently left the hall. "Zhuowen, your wife still has a chance to live. You can't give up so easily. If you can find something that can balance the yin and yang, then your wife can still be saved," Shiji said to Zhuowen's back as he could not bear to see him leave. Zhuowen's footsteps paused. He did not turn around. He only nodded and left the hall. In the dim loft, Zhuowen silently sat on a cushion. In front of him was a crystal coffin. At this moment, the crystal coffin had already been opened. Zhuowen silently stroked Mu Qinshue's flawless face. The sorrow in his eyes became more and more intense. "Qinshue, I'm useless. I can't cure you. I once swore that I could, but I couldn't do it in the end." Speaking to this point, the bitterness on Zhuowen's face became even more intense. Then he picked up the jug of wine by his feet and drank it all. "Do you know, when I found out that even Gugu was not confident in curing you, how much pain did I feel? I really hate myself for being so useless." Zhuowen hammered his chest over and over again. It was as if he wanted to completely release the bitterness in his heart through this method. Zhuowen drank mouthful after mouthful of wine without stopping. Gradually, a blush appeared on his cheeks. His eyes became blurred and blank. In the end, he lay on the crystal coffin's lid. At this moment, he was completely drunk. It was also the first time he was completely drunk since he started cultivating. However, he did not notice that when he was drunk, the beautiful woman in the crystal coffin shed a tear once again. Roar! In the primal chaos temple, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out. It was like the 9 heavens' profound thunder, rumbling and rousing countless warriors in the primal chaos temple. Whoosh! 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 Warriors flew out from their respective residences. They saw Tao Tai, who was carrying the central palace, walking over step by step. Then it suddenly jumped into the starry sky outside the primal chaos temple. Then Tao Tai suddenly opened its mouth, and a huge black hole appeared in its mouth. Then Tao Tai suddenly pointed its mouth at the area where the primal chaos temple was located. Does Tao Tai want to swallow the primal chaos temple? How can it swallow it? Seeing Tao Tai's actions, many warriors present had strange looks on their faces. The primal chaos temple was extremely large, and it was countless times bigger than Tao Tai. Tao Tai's actions clearly showed that it wanted to swallow the entire primal chaos temple. This made many warriors in the temple puzzled. Boom! 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 The black hole in Tao Tai's mouth continued to expand. In an instant, it covered the entire primal chaos temple. Then, Tao Tai suddenly swallowed, and with the help of the terrifying black hole, it directly swallowed the entire temple. Then, the Tao Tai suddenly dropped down like a meteor, falling toward the Middle Earth. Rumble! The Tao Tai landed in a rather desolate place in the Central Plains. This place was desolate and uninhabited. The moment the Tao Tai landed, a terrifying vibration began to spread out. Soon after, most of the Central Plains felt this terrifying vibration, causing many martial artists to panic. Tao Tai suddenly jumped out of the huge hole. Then he opened his mouth and spat out. The black hole appeared again, and the primal chaos temple slowly appeared in it. Back to the central region. Inside the primal chaos temple, there were many warriors from the Central Plains. Seeing the surrounding environment, they all revealed strange expressions. They really didn't know why Tao Tai had suddenly done this. Suddenly, more than 10 figures flew out of the central palace on Tao Tai's back. The two in front were the divine masters, Do Hua and Shiji. Behind Do Hua and Shiji were Old Gu and the four masters of the battlefield. Then there were He Wushang, Ji Wubing, and the other ancestors of the Holy Rune families. At this moment, Do Hua's eyes flickered with excitement. He turned around and cupped his fists to the people behind him. This time, we will have to trouble you to open up the primordial battlefield. Old Gu and I will be in charge of the shattered centipede abyss of the 6 perilous lands. I will be in charge of the Tyene battlefield. When the time comes, send a few people to the Tyene battlefield with me, the master of Tyene said in a low voice. I will be in charge of the sun battlefield. I will be in charge of the primordial battlefield. I will be in charge of the great void battlefield. The master of Tyene, the master of primordial, and the master of Tyene responded one by one. They also chose suitable candidates from the other celestial immortal patriarchs to go to their respective perilous lands. Brother Shur, I will leave the nether corpse extremist to you. Do Hua cupped his fists to Shiji. Shiji nodded. Then he took a deep look at Zhuowen's residence in the Chaos Temple and sighed softly. To ensure Zhuowen's safety, I will go to the nether corpse extremists alone. Do Hua said seriously, Brother Shur, don't worry. With me, Do Hua, here, no one will dare to hurt Zhuowen at all. If anyone dares to hurt Zhuowen, I will issue a celestial murdering order and chase them to the ends of the earth. The master of Tyene, He Wushang, and Wei Wuyin's faces immediately darkened. The celestial murdering order was not simple. Once it was used, the wanted person would become a fugitive. Even they did not dare to face the celestial murdering order. Shiji cupped his fists and turned into a long streak of light that shot towards the nether corpse extremists. After Shiji left, the master of Tyene, the master of Tyene, the master of primordial, and the master of Tyene all brought their chosen patriarchs and headed towards the 4 battlefields. Let's go too. I'm looking forward to the primordial battlefield this time. Do Hua's eyes burned with passion. He and Patriarch Gu also disappeared. After Do Hua and the others left, a tall figure stood quietly on a roof in the Chaos Temple. The primordial battlefield is about to open. Speaking of which, I'm looking forward to the primordial battlefield this time. The person yawned lazily. Then he summoned a green Qilin and silently left the range of the Chaos Temple. Even though the restrictions around the Chaos Temple were powerful, they were nothing in front of this person. Not long after this person left, a beautiful figure slowly landed on the roof where this person was. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions and hatred. She muttered in a low voice, Yang Yi, are you really so heartless? You used my relationship with the Patriarch to obtain the spinning thorn sacred symbol through despicable means. Do you think I wouldn't know it was you just because you covered your face back then? I sensed the aura of the spiral stab sacred rune on your body the moment I saw you. You can't hide from me. Swoosh! As soon as the woman finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind her. It was aimed at her back as if it was going to kill her. The woman's face changed drastically. She stomped her foot on the ground and dodged the attack like a ghost. However, the moment the woman dodged the piercing sound, a black vortex silently swept out like a needle and directly pierced through the woman's right thigh. Ah! The woman screamed and immediately fell to the ground. Her right thigh was covered in blood and she looked miserable. What a foolish woman! If you had pretended that you didn't know anything, you might have been able to keep your life. Unfortunately, you're too difficult to tame. It's troublesome to keep you alive. Chapter 1813. Beware of Yang Yi. The black-veiled woman stared coldly at Yang Yi and said, Yang Yi, I trusted you too much back then. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. This is the chaotic divine temple. I don't believe you dare to kill me. Yang Yi sneered and said, This place has been enveloped by the power of the spinning thorn saint rune. ordinary people can't detect it. Go ahead. Yang Yi showed no mercy. He pointed with his right hand, and the space around the black-veiled woman suddenly distorted and began to collapse. Yang Yi was too strong. Situ Nianue was no match for him. The moment the space distorted, blood mist burst out of her body. Her pretty face was pale and bloodless. Yang Yi, the spinning stab Saint Rune belongs to the spinning stab family. You're an outsider, so how much power can you unleash? Today, I'll use my blood to seal the power of your rune. Situ Nianue's beautiful eyes were full of resentment. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Then her hands kept forming seals. The essence blood turned into an imperceptible blood needle and shot towards the spinning thorn Saint Rune. Humph! Yang Yi snorted coldly and stretched out his right hand to grab the blood needle. He could feel that the blood needle wasn't ordinary. If it really touched the spinning thorn Saint Rune, it might really be troublesome. You won't succeed. Situ Nianue was like a moth darting into a flame. She appeared in front of the blood needle in an instant and immediately detonated her Yuan spirit. Rumble! The terrifying power of the Yuan spirit explosion spread out, causing Yang Yi's pupils to shrink. He didn't expect Situ Nianue to be so decisive and choose to detonate her Yuan spirit. Yang Yi had no choice but to take a few steps back. Immortal Yuan gushed out of his right hand, and he said, "Immortal art, infinite void!" Suddenly, the area where the Yuan spirit was detonated was isolated, forming an oval independent void. The explosion continued to erupt in this independent void. It was precisely because of this delay that Yang Yi missed the opportunity to intercept the blood needle. The blood needle plunged into the huge whirlpool barrier formed by the spiral stab holy runes. Then the barrier collapsed one after another and turned back into a talisman. However, there was a drop of blood on the talisman. It wasn't obvious, but it made Yang Yi's face turn gloomy. He found that as the blood stained the spinning thorn Saint Rune, he had a feeling that he had lost control of the spinning thorn Saint Rune. She's going to bite me even before she dies? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed, but then he shook his head and left this place with waning interest. It was so quiet that no one noticed him. In the gloomy attic, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze passed through the window and looked in the direction of Yang Yi and Situ Nianue. Just now, the primordial origin in his body had faintly trembled. He knew that only a Saint Rune could cause the origin to tremble. Zhuowen patted his forehead and looked at the beautiful woman in the crystal coffin. He murmured, "I'll only get drunk this time. Chun Shui, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, I'll definitely cure you. Wait for me, okay?" Zhuowen put the crystal coffin into his spirit ring. At the same time, he took out Wei Rui's Yuan spirit. His eyes were like lightning. He reached out with his right hand and immediately extracted the origin of the beast envoy Saint Rune from the Yuan spirit. Zhuowen's right hand touched the space between his eyebrows and took out the talisman that contained the primordial source. This talisman was the combination of 3 talismans. Therefore, Zhuowen had temporarily named it the primordial talisman. After the primitive talisman absorbed a trace of the beast envoy Saint Talisman's origin energy, its aura had clearly strengthened quite a bit. The origin energy emitted by the primitive talisman made Zhuowen feel refreshed. Since the celestial Saint Master was unable to cure Qin Shui, perhaps the legendary divine transformation realm cultivator has a way to cure Qin Shui's soul. Moreover, if I can reach the divine transformation realm and obtain the star plate that the old Taoist mentioned, I'll be able to travel through the starry sky. The starry sky is so vast, I don't believe that there isn't a medicine that can balance the yin and yang. Zhuowen's eyes sparkled. The disheartened feeling in his heart had completely disappeared in this moment. He knew that at least Qin Shui did not have any hope. As long as there was a trace of hope, he, Zhuowen, would not give up. Suddenly, Zhuowen noticed a handkerchief by the window. This handkerchief was very unremarkable. If it wasn't for Zhuowen's sharp senses, he would not have noticed this handkerchief. Of course, the reason why he noticed this handkerchief was mainly because it faintly emitted a familiar aura. Picking up the handkerchief, this aura hit him in the face, causing Zhuowen's eyes to narrow. This aura was not unfamiliar to him. It was the aura of Situ Ninyue that he had noticed before. With Situ Ninyue's cultivation, it is impossible for her to silently place this item by the window. She should have placed it here after I was drunk. But why did she place it here? Zhuowen silently looked at the handkerchief in his hand. Then his eyes suddenly narrowed. Following that, he used the Origin Talisman's power to sweep across the handkerchief. Following that, a line of sparkling words appeared on the handkerchief. Staring at this line of words, Zhuowen's body trembled. He muttered in a low voice, "Be careful of Yang Yi." It seems that Situ Ninyue really does know Yang Yi. I have to ask Situ Ninyue face to face. What secret does she know about Yang Yi? With that, Zhuowen disappeared from the attic. Following his memory, he came to the attic where Situ Ninyue was. However, he found that Situ Ninyue was not in the attic, and the Chaos Temple was nowhere to be seen. Following that, Zhuowen went to look for Yang Yi, but he found that Yang Yi was also not in the Chaos Temple. Zhuowen's eyes were solemn. He increasingly felt that Yang Yi was a little strange. Coupled with Situ Ninyue's reminder and Jian Mu's current state of being a living dead, Yang Yi was extremely suspicious. "My lord, Jian Mu has woken up. Do you want to enter the Azure Dragon Hall to take a look?" Suddenly, Long Tian's voice rang in his mind. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He returned to his attic and entered the Azure Dragon Hall's Azure Dragon Square. Long Tian stood quietly on the side of the square. Beside him, Jian Mu was heavily bound. Jian Mu's strength was terrifying. If he wasn't bound, Long Tian wouldn't be able to stop him if he went crazy again, let alone guard him. At this moment, Jian Mu was constantly shaking his head. His eyes were filled with confusion. Soon he saw Zhuowen. His eyes lit up as he said in a deep voice, "Zhuowen?" Zhuowen came to Jian Mu's side and carefully observed his condition. He found that Jian Mu didn't seem to be in disguise. He removed many of the shackles on Jian Mu's body and muttered, "Brother Jian Mu, do you still remember what happened to you?" Jian Mu's eyes were filled with confusion. He subconsciously shook his head. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He took out a bead. The surface of the bead emitted light. Then an image appeared. The image was of Jian Mu, who was wearing a ghost mask, chasing after Zhuowen in the shattered nightmare abyss. When Zhuowen removed the ghost mask and revealed Jian Mu's face, the image came to an abrupt end. How? How is this possible? How could I do such a thing? Also, when did my cultivation base become so strong? Jian Mu quickly noticed his powerful cultivation base. He could not help but reveal a look of shock. Zhuowen's eyes were solemn. He said in a deep voice, "What happened when you followed Yang Yi to the Central Plains?" Jian Mu was silent. He sighed and said, "When I first came to the Central Plains, senior brother Yang Yi took good care of me. Later, he asked me if I wanted to have more power. At that time, I indeed longed for power, so I agreed without hesitation. Then, senior brother Yang Yi knocked me out. After that, I lost consciousness. I only woke up now." Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes darkened. Jian Mu's words didn't seem to be false. Then, all the problems lay with Yang Yi. That Yang Yi is definitely the one who framed you with the ghost mask. If I'm not wrong, Yang Yi's goal is the sacred symbol. Xiao He said with a gloomy look in his eyes. Zhuowen took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. However, his eyes were extremely cold. Yang Yi was really scheming. He actually hid it from Zhuowen for so long. It was hard for Zhuowen to imagine that not long ago, Yang Yi was still chatting and laughing with him. How could he have imagined that the person who was chatting and laughing with him was the murderer who wanted to kill him? It would be great if Senior Shurji or the Divine Master Dohua were here. I could use their power to find out Yang Yi's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Zhuowen shook his head. When he walked out of the attic, he had heard that Dohua had left the chaotic temple with the 4 battlefield masters, Shurji, and more than 10 ancestor-level experts. They were all heading towards the 6 danger zones. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resounded in the sky. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He said a few words to Jian Mu and left the Azure Dragon Hall. Walking out of the pavilion, Zhuowen looked towards the source of the sound and saw that in the horizon ahead, an incomparably vast and enormous independent small world was suddenly flying towards them. Taking a closer look, this independent small world was in the shape of a huge abyss. In the deepest part of the abyss, there was a terrifying fragment continent that stretched as far as the eye could see. The shattered nightmare abyss. Zhuowen stared blankly at this scene. Wasn't this independent small world one of the 6 danger zones, the shattered nightmare abyss? In front of the shattered nightmare abyss, Dohua and Elder Gu moved hundreds of thousands of miles with each step. They carried the huge shattered nightmare abyss and walked towards the desolate place where the chaotic temple was located. Rumble. The moment the shattered nightmare abyss flew over, Zhuowen discovered that there were also 4 long rainbows slowly flying over from 4 other directions in the sky. Looking at it from afar, the true appearance of these 4 rainbows was actually 4 small worlds. Within these small worlds were 4 extremely vast battlefields. Chapter 1814. Ancient Battlefield Phantom. When the masters of the 4 battlefields moved the lunar battlefield, solar battlefield, primeval battlefield, and great void battlefield over, they all nodded at Dohua. At this moment, all the cultivators in the central plains were shocked. They all looked up at the sky and stared blankly at the 5 danger zones that were surrounded by 5 small worlds. The shattered nightmare abyss, the lunar battlefield, the solar battlefield, the ancient battlefield, and the great void battlefield. 5 of the 6 danger zones in the central plains have been forcefully removed. What is the Chaos Temple planning to do? Countless warriors in the central region were horrified. Only the leaders of some powerful forces with high positions could vaguely guess the intention of the Chaos Temple. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Now, only the Nether Corp's forbidden ground is left. Master God, do you think Shurji will go back on his word? Above the shattered nightmare abyss, Elder Gu asked worriedly, Isn't Zhuowen Shurji's disciple? If Shurji really does go back on his word, then how about I deal with Zhuowen? The master of Taiyin said ambiguously. Dohua's eyes flashed. He didn't answer the master of Taiyin's question directly. Instead, he said calmly, let's wait a little longer. The Nether Corp's forbidden ground isn't simple. After all, it's the most mysterious of the 6 danger zones. Hearing this, the master of Taiyin's eyes narrowed. However, he couldn't say anything. About 2 hours later, the entire central plains began to tremble violently. The trembling became more and more intense. It was as if something was crawling out from the depths of the ground. Feeling the trembling, Dohua's eyes flashed. He stared at the ground below him. Rumble. On the other side of the desolate land from the Chaos Temple, the ground began to collapse horribly. Furthermore, it formed a terrifyingly huge black hole. Within the black hole, a huge spherical barrier slowly rose from the depths of the black hole. Upon closer inspection, there was a small world within the barrier. The small world was like a fairyland with tall mountains, flowing rivers, and waterfalls. Around these beautiful landscapes, coffins could be clearly seen. There were also many places with good feng shui, and their auras were like dragons. The most eye-catching part of the boundary was a huge palace in the center. This palace was the mausoleum of the Lord of the Divine Tomb, and it was surrounded by 4 immortal tombs. After the Nether Corp's extremis was enveloped by a barrier and slowly emerged from the ground, numerous gazes converged onto it. especially Do Hua, the four lords of the battlefield, and the other heavenly immortal realm experts. All of their gazes revealed a wisp of terror. The moment the dark corpse forbidden ground appeared, it exuded a terrifying aura that far surpassed that of the four battlefields and the shattered nightmare abyss. Countless beings in the central plains prostrated themselves before this aura, trembling in fear. As expected of the most mysterious danger zone among the 6 great danger zones, the aura of the nether corpse extremity is so powerful and terrifying. Do Hua's eyes were bright. He knew very well that with the help of the nether corpse extremity, the opening of the primordial battlefield would be much easier. Shiji stood quietly above the palace in the nether corpse extremity. He looked up at Do Hua in the sky and nodded slightly. "Thank you, Brother Shur and the Lord of the Divine Tomb, for your help. If the opening of the primordial battlefield is successful, the two of you can be said to have contributed greatly." Do Hua laughed heartily. Shiji smiled and said, "We're just taking what we need. Let's cut the crap. Since the 6 great danger zones have been gathered, let's start opening the primordial battlefield with the 6 great danger zones." A faint voice came from the divine tomb. It was like the sound of an empty valley. The instant it filled everyone's ears, everyone fell into a state of absent-mindedness. Apart from Do Hua, Elder Gu, the 4 lords of the battlefield, and other experts above the true immortal realm, the dozen or so heavenly immortal realm experts and other cultivators fell into a state of absent-mindedness. Although it was only for a moment, if someone beside them had evil intentions, it was enough to seriously injure them and kill them. After coming back to their senses, everyone, including Do Hua and the 4 lords of the battlefield, revealed a look of fear. In particular, Do Hua stared at the huge palace in the nether corpse extremity with an extremely strong look of fear in his eyes. Although he was not absent-minded because of the voice just now, he was still in a trance for a moment. Just the voice alone could make him feel a little absent-minded. Then, what if the Lord of the Divine Tomb came out? Wouldn't he be able to completely crush him? It seems that this person is really likely to be a demigod who survived the primordial age. I just don't know who it is. Do Hua frowned slightly. The ancient books of the primal chaos temple recorded that in the primordial age, apart from the strongest Sangjia, there were 2 other demigods. These 2 demigods were Zhan Bai and Qiaoyu. Both of them were illustrious figures, but Do Hua did not know which of the 3 was buried in the divine tomb. Moreover, he also knew that to be able to survive that tragic battle, his internal injuries must have reached an extremely terrifying level. This was the main reason why the Lord of the Divine Tomb had been buried in the nether corpse extremity all this time. If the thing mentioned in the ancient books is true, perhaps I can really completely transcend this continent. Neither Shiji nor the Lord of the Divine Tomb can compete with me. A cold look flashed across Do Hua's eyes, but he quickly recovered and said with a smile, "The Lord of the Divine Tomb is right. Now, let's start opening the primordial battlefield. I hope the Lord of the Divine Tomb can extract the origin source of the nether corpse extremity." The 6 danger zones were formed when the primordial battlefield fell apart. Only by combining the origin source of the primordial battlefield can the primordial battlefield be successfully opened. Okay. The Lord of the Divine Tomb was straightforward. After he finished speaking, a blazing white light burst out from the palace and flew into the sky. "Sorry to trouble you 4." Do Hua turned around and cupped his fist towards the lords of the 4 great battlefields. The lords of the 4 great battlefields controlled the lifelines of the 4 great battlefields, so they naturally controlled the origins of the 4 great battlefields. The lords of Taiyin, Taiyang, Archaic, and Taishu all nodded. They then formed hand seals and used their great abilities to extract the origins of the 4 great battlefields. After the origins of the nether corpse extremity rose, for similar balls of white light burst out from the 4 great battlefields. However, These 4 balls of white light were much smaller than the one in the nether corpse extremity. The 5 balls of white light were filled with an extremely strange power. Many cultivators could not see what was hidden in the 5 balls of white light. However, Zhou was able to see it. The 4 saint talisman origins in his sea of consciousness were the primordial origins, which made Zhou Wen's eyes extremely bright as he saw through the 5 origins. Those are hands, feet, and bodies? Zhou Wen was surprised when he saw what was hidden in the 5 balls of origins. He discovered that the 4 balls of origins that burst out from the 4 great battlefields were actually hiding hands and feet. The balls of origins that burst out from the nether corpse extremity contained a huge body floating in the air. The moment Zhou Wen saw the hands, feet, and body, he immediately thought of the strange head that Do Hua and Elder Gu had taken away in the shattered elephant abyss. Could it be that the hands, feet, and body were all part of the white-haired head? Then, what was the true identity of the white-haired head? Zhou Wen's gaze immediately fell on Do Hua and Elder Gu. Elder Gu, Do Hua said to Old Gu, who was beside him. Old Gu nodded and flicked his finger. Another ball of white light rose up. However, in this ball of white light, there was no one. Zhou Wen's gaze swept over and landed on the ball of white light. Sure enough, he saw the white-haired head that Do Hua and Elder Gu had taken away. At this moment, the white-haired head's eyes were extremely cold and filled with anger. He was muttering something, probably cursing something. However, the ball of white light had a soundproof effect, so the white-haired head's voice couldn't be heard. The 6 balls of white light rose to the highest point in the sky and began to slowly approach each other. When the 6 balls of light finally fused together, a vast aura spread across the central plains like a torrential rain. This aura was very terrifying. It was like Mount Tai that pressed down on countless living beings in the central plains, causing many weak people to involuntarily kneel on the ground. In the eyes of others, the 6 white balls of light were slowly fusing together. However, in Zhou Wen's eyes, the severed arms, legs, body, and head in the white balls of light were slowly fusing together as if they were piecing together building blocks. However, when the white-haired man's body was completely pieced together, extremely powerful white chains suddenly swept out from the surrounding balls of light. The white chains were divided into 6 parts, tightly binding the white-haired man's neck, hands, feet, and body. After the white chain trapped the white-haired man, the man's eyes became more and more angry. He muttered something as if he was cursing something. The white chain began to squirm as if it was absorbing the white-haired man's power. As the white chains continued to absorb the white-haired man's energy, a terrifying white light pillar condensed above the ball of white light. The white light pillar rushed to the end of the sky. Then the white brilliance dissipated in all directions. It was like thin white lines that spread across the entire sky. At this moment, the sky of the central plains, or rather, the sky of the entire heavenly armor continent, was filled with white lines. These white lines continued to squirm and spread. When they reached the end of the sky of the heavenly armor continent, they stopped. Then these lines began to condense crazily. This crazy condensation lasted for half a day. Then a huge illusory continent appeared in the sky above the heavenly armor continent. This illusory continent was very large. It was in ruins and was in a mess, as if it was a battlefield after a great battle. Corpses could be seen everywhere, piled up like mountains. All kinds of broken weapons stood in this battlefield. There were so many of them that they stretched as far as the eye could see. Chapter 1815. Opening up Ji's eyes flickered. He stared at the shadow of the continent suspended under the starry sky with excitement. But very quickly, his gaze fell on the ball of light below the continent, and he said in a deep voice, "Wouldn't it be inappropriate to use Ganji's star god power to recreate the ancient battlefield? After all, this sky was the source of the disaster back then." The Lord of the Tomb God was silent for a moment, and then he said in a deep voice, Back then, Lord Songjia led all the sages of the heavenly armor continent and gathered everyone's strength. He sacrificed the energy of the heavenly armor star, which was the most important energy source of the heavenly armor continent, and sealed Ganji's power completely. Even if Gangu escaped, his strength is only at the level of a demigod. The reason why I agreed to open up the ancient battlefield is to find Lord Songjia's trace. I don't believe he is dead. I have a hunch that he is in the ancient battlefield. As long as we can find Lord Songjia, with his strength and courage, he will definitely be able to rejuvenate the heavenly armor continent. Shurji fell silent. He stared at the shadow of the continent in the sky and said, "Since you have made up your mind, I will not say anything more. Now it's time to materialize the ancient battlefield, right?" The Lord of the Tomb, God, responded faintly. Immediately, the boundary around the Nether Corpse impasse shattered. Then the coffins in the Nether Corpse impasse all flew out. They were densely packed together by the Lord of the Tomb God. The densely packed coffins floated in the sky. The aura that erupted from them was extremely terrifying. The weakest among them was an earthly immortal, while the strongest had reached the peak of the celestial immortal realm and was only half a step away from the genuine immortal realm. However, the owners of these coffins were all seriously injured 10,000 years ago. They were allowed to be buried in the Nether Corpse impasse under the protection of the Lord of the Tomb God. It could be said that they were greatly indebted to the Lord of the Tomb God. You have stayed in the Nether Corpse impasse for long enough. Next, I will use the Nether Corpse impasse to open up the ancient battlefield. Offer half of your lifespan, or you will die. The Lord of the Tomb God said impolitely, "My lord, after we offer half of our lifespan, can we also enter the ancient battlefield? We were originally on the verge of death. It was not easy for us to accumulate some lifespan. Time without the Nether Corpse impasse, we could not break through in this time, and without the Nether Corpse impasse, we will not live for long." A square black coffins, black coffin. Square black coffin, square coffin realm. The coffin was a genuine immortal realm. The owner of this coffin was immortal quas realm, was realm, immortal. The 10 great corpse kings are very famous in the Nether Corpse impasse. They are the 10 strongest coffins in the Tomb God region. At the same time, they occupy the 10 best feng shui treasured lands in the Nether Corpse impasse. All of them are heavenly immortals. While Zhuowen was puzzled by the 10 great corpse kings, a clear voice came from behind him. Yuan Hongwen and Ji Qinyan were walking side by side. This was especially so for Yuan Hongwen. The instant he met Zhuo Wen's gaze, an extremely terrifying fighting spirit burst forth from his eyes. Zhuo Wen had a bitter expression when he felt Yuan Hongwen's battle intent. Yuan Hongwen wasn't a bad person. He was just a little arrogant. Ever since he had lost to Zhuo Wen, Yuan Hongwen would reveal his battle intent every time they met in the Chaos Temple. This gave Zhuo Wen a headache. "Miss Ji, Brother Yuan." Zhuo Wen cupped his fists. Ji Qinyan covered her mouth and smiled. She looked at Zhuo Wen from head to toe and found that she could no longer see through Zhuo Wen. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "Late earthly immortal realm. Zhuo Wen, your cultivation is advancing really fast." Yuan Hongwen also looked at Zhuo Wen and could not help but praise him. Ji Qinyan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She looked at Zhuo Wen with a complicated expression. When she first met Zhuo Wen, she remembered that Zhuo Wen was only a half immortal. How long had it been since then? It was unbelievable that he had broken through again. Brother Yuan is not bad. Judging from your aura, you are not far away from becoming a heavenly immortal. Zhuo Wen replied politely. Yuan Hongwen smiled faintly. Then he looked at the black square coffin in the sky and said, "After entering the antiquity battlefield, let's fight again." I was not willing to accept my defeat. Zhuo Wen smiled and said, "When the time comes, I will accompany you at any time." As he spoke, Zhuo Wen looked at Ji Qinyan and asked, "Miss Ji, Can you tell me the origin of the 10 corpse kings? Ji Qinyan shook her head and said, I don't know the origin of the 10 corpse kings. I only know that the 10 corpse kings are called by the other corpses in the serene corpse desolate grounds. The one in the black square coffin is the first corpse king, the leader of the 10 corpse kings. Zhuowen nodded. He looked at the 10 coffins with a solemn expression. The 10 corpse kings were not simple. Their combat strength was not weaker than the Saint Talisman clan's ancestor. In a sense, the 10 corpse kings gave him a stronger sense of danger than the Saint Talisman clan's ancestor. The Lord of the Divine Tomb pondered for a moment and said to Do Hua, Give me another 10 spots. Do Hua's eyes flickered as he nodded. He took out the ancient boulder and said, 10 corpse kings, engrave your names on this ancient boulder. Then you will be qualified to enter the primordial battlefield as the first batch. Clang! The 10 corpse kings did not hesitate. They opened the coffin lids and stretched out their skinny hands. They pointed at the void and carved their names into the boulder. Then the coffin lids closed. Do Hua put away the boulder and said indifferently, As for the others, I need to find a suitable passage in the antiquity battlefield. When the time comes, the passage to the antiquity battlefield will be opened. At that time, everyone will be qualified to enter the antiquity battlefield. Although Do Hua's words caused the other coffin lords to be dissatisfied, no one refuted. Whether it was Do Hua, the Lord of the Divine Tomb, or the 4 lords of the antiquity battlefield, they were all true immortal experts. They could not afford to offend such experts. To put it bluntly, a true immortal expert could kill most of them with a flip of his hand. Offer half of your lifespan. The Lord of the Divine Tomb continued. The 10 corpse kings fell silent for a moment. Then they offered half of their lifespan and rushed into the Divine Tomb. Following the example of the 10 corpse kings, the other coffin lords had no choice but to offer half of their lifespan. After offering their lifespan, the coffin lords turned into streaks of light and left this place. They planned to find a place with dense yin qi in the central region as a temporary resting place while waiting for the passage to the antiquity battlefield to open. After all, they were not fated to be the first batch to enter the antiquity battlefield. Moreover, the yang qi here was too strong. It was not beneficial to them. Let's start opening the antiquity battlefield. Do Hua said in a deep voice. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum responded, and then the snow-capped plateau of the Divine Mausoleum that stood in the center of the Nether Corpse Extremis all year round suddenly separated from the Nether Corpse Extremis. Then, under the control of the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum, it flew towards the ancient battlefield phantom above. Then the 4 lords of the antiquity battlefield sent the 4 battlefields into the sky. Finally, it was the shattered centipede abyss behind Do Hua and Elder Gu. When the 6 danger zones gathered in the antiquity battlefield, they began to attract each other like magnets. Moreover, the surfaces of the 6 danger zones began to squirm and fuse together. In the deepest part of the shattered centipede abyss, a behemoth was lying quietly amidst the endless black mist. This behemoth was shaped like a whale, and the water spouts on its back were spewing out endless black mist, covering the behemoth's body. Zhuowen was no stranger to this behemoth. It was the Luo Yen whale that he had mistakenly entered. In the depths of the Luo Yen whale, a masked woman wearing a black veil slowly opened her eyes. She felt the entire shattered centipede abyss trembling. It seems that the antiquity battlefield is about to be opened. I have to hurry up and completely refine the center of the Luo Yen whale. Only then can I go out and help Zhuowen, she muttered. The woman softly muttered. Soon after, she continued to sit cross-legged, as though she was cultivating something. The 6 danger zones constantly wriggled and fused together before finally fusing together. However, the moment the 6 danger zones fused together, they wriggled even faster. In the end, they turned into a fragmented continent that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers in size. This fragment of a continent was suspended below the antiquity battlefield phantom. Then, the white lines that formed the antiquity battlefield phantom suddenly went crazy and gathered in this fragment of a continent hundreds of thousands of miles large. In an instant, this fragment of a continent was wrapped in countless white lights. On the surface of the continent, there were many runes squirming like ancient restrictions. The central palace of your chaotic divine temple was refined by Lord Sangja. The origin of the sky worm should be suppressed in the central palace, right? You should also suppress Gangu in your central palace. It will be safer this way, the Lord of the Divine Tomb suddenly said to Do Hua. Do Hua glanced at the Lord of the Divine Tomb and nodded. Then Tao Tai, who was carrying the central palace, jumped up and swept to the light cluster suspended in the sky. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed the light cluster. Finally, the black hole appeared again and swallowed the light cluster. The 99 chaotic war gods and the Taoist friends that I have personally appointed, follow me to the transmission continent. Without this transmission continent, it will be difficult for you to enter the antiquity battlefield. Do Hua said loudly. Then he swept to the top of the central palace. Then Tao Tai under the central palace stepped on the air and rushed to the continent that was emitting a terrifying white light. Chapter 1816. The War of the Heavenly Gods. Let's go. The 10 corpse kings said coldly as they turned into 10 streaks of black light and shot into the sky. Young Master Zhua, Chenyen will be leaving with the ancestor. Chenyen bowed to Zhuowen and was taken away by the ancestor of the Eternity family, Wubbing. We'll meet in the primordial battlefield. Yuan Hongwen took a deep look at Zhuowen, and a black hole appeared beside him. He then disappeared into the black hole, and Yuan Hongwen's figure appeared above the central divine palace in the sky. Zhuowen, come up. A gentle voice drifted over. A vast plateau appeared above Zhuowen. Shiji smiled at Zhuowen from the top of the divine mausoleum. Zhuowen nodded. He jumped up and landed beside Shiji on the palace. At the same time, the other 99 primal chaos war gods were sent to the teleportation continent by their respective elders. Zhuowen bowed to Baiqing, Shuehui, and Old Man Zhushang in the primal chaos divine temple. Then he looked at the teleportation continent above. It's a pity that we weren't chosen as primal chaos war gods. Otherwise, we could go to the primordial battlefield to broaden our horizons. Old Man Zhushang sighed. Hui shook his head and smiled bitterly. Don't be delusional. Those who can become primal chaos war gods are at least mid-stage earthly immortals. The gap between us is huge. We can only wait for the Divine Master to open the passage to the primordial battlefield. Baiqing was silent for a moment and said, My lords, I plan to return to the Green Lotus Mansion. Would you like to come with me? Hui and Old Man Zhushang looked at each other and nodded. Then the 3 of them left the place. Senior Shiji, you seem to be hiding a lot of things from me. The primordial battlefield isn't in the heavenly armor continent, right? Zhuowen looked at the teleportation continent for a while and suddenly turned his head to look at Shiji. Shiji glanced at Zhuowen and sighed. Since we're about to head to the ancient battlefield, I won't hide it any longer. I wanted to tell you about this back then, but the Abyss Holy Dragon stopped me, so I didn't have to say it so soon. Now that the time is right, it should be fine, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of black light flashed out from between Zhuowen's brows and transformed into the appearance of a little black dog. It glanced at Shiji before looking at Zhuowen and saying, Zhuowen, there are indeed some things that I asked Shiji to help conceal. You won't blame me, right? Zhuowen shook his head. He knew that Xiao He must have his own reasons for doing so. Now that the time is ripe, you should be able to tell me everything that happened 10,000 years ago, right? And isn't the primordial battlefield in the heavenly armor continent? Zhuowen asked in a low voice. Shiji nodded. Of course. When we enter the primordial battlefield this time, I will tell you even if you don't ask. After a pause, Shurji said in a low voice, as for the primordial battlefield, it's indeed not in the heavenly armor continent. It's in the heavenly armor planet, which is even larger than the heavenly armor continent. Heavenly armor planet? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had heard of this term. He could not help but recall that Earth in his previous life was also a planet. The heavenly armor planet is much larger than the heavenly armor continent, and the two are related. In other words, the heavenly armor continent is a unique continent derived from the heavenly armor planet. This continent is the companion of the heavenly armor planet, and also a continent that surpasses the heavenly armor planet. On the heavenly armor planet, there are more humans than on the heavenly armor continent. However, these humans are all mortals without any martial arts aptitude. The warriors with martial arts aptitude are all on the heavenly armor continent. I can't explain this phenomenon. I can only attribute it to the uniqueness of the heavenly armor continent. Therefore, the humans born on the heavenly armor continent more or less have martial arts talent and have embarked on the path of martial arts. As for the existence of the heavenly armor continent, the mortals on the heavenly armor planet basically don't know about it. However, because the heavenly armor continent is the companion of the heavenly armor planet, the immortal Qi from 10,000 years ago and the Yuan Qi that has degenerated from the immortal Qi are all provided by the heavenly armor planet. Hearing this, Zhuowen felt as if countless thunderbolts were roaring in his head. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Shurji. In a low voice, he said, "Senior, are you saying that the primordial battlefield is on the heavenly armor planet?" At this moment, Zhuowen's emotions were extremely turbulent. He did not expect the heavenly armor continent to be the companion of the heavenly armor planet. At the same time, he recalled the middle-aged man who was flying on a sword when his consciousness entered Earth. The middle-aged man had once said that Earth was called the Huaxia continent. In other words, the middle-aged man was not talking about Earth, but the companion of Earth. Since the heavenly armor planet could give birth to a companion like the heavenly armor continent, it was probably the same for Earth. It could also give birth to a continent that was comparable to the jade heavenly armor continent, and this continent was called the Huaxia continent. Planets and continents were equivalent to two extremes. Mortals lived on planets, while extraordinary people with cultivation talent lived on continents. The two went in opposite directions, but they complemented each other. Once, the ancestors of Earth had mentioned the saying that the sky was round and the Earth was round. This saying was probably not without basis. The sky was round, and the Earth was probably the land of the planet's companion continent. At this moment, the understanding in Zhuowen's eyes intensified. If Zhuowen was a native of the heavenly armor continent, he might find it hard to accept. However, Zhuowen was not. He came from Earth in his previous life, and after some things happened when he comprehended the Tao, Zhuowen quickly accepted and agreed with Shurji's words. Zhuowen's expression naturally fell into Shurji's eyes. When he saw Zhuowen quickly calm down, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Yes, you're right. The ancient battlefield was indeed on the heavenly armor planet. The god from the starry sky's real target was the heavenly armor planet. The heavenly insect and the Luo Yanjing were released by the god to restrain the many ancient martial art practitioners on the heavenly armor continent, Shurji said in a low voice. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and continued. Was the white-haired man swallowed by Tai the god who invaded the heavenly armor continent and the heavenly armor planet? Shurji's eyes widened in shock. He could not help but blurt out, "You can actually see the white-haired man through the white light." However, Shurji quickly calmed down. He sighed softly and said, "You're right. The white-haired man is the god from the starry sky. He calls himself God Gonga." Then why did he attack the heavenly armor continent and the heavenly armor planet? With God Gonga's strength and cultivation, he shouldn't have set his eyes on the heavenly armor continent, right? Zhuowen asked in confusion. Shurji looked embarrassed. He said, "Actually, I'm not too sure about this either. However, God Gonga's target is the heavenly armor planet. There must be something on the heavenly armor planet that's worth his attention, right?" As soon as Shurji finished speaking, a message suddenly rang out in Shurji and Joan's minds. Gonga's target is to refine the heavenly armor planet and use it to help his son break through to God. The two of you have to be careful when you enter the heavenly armor planet. Gonga's son is hidden on the heavenly armor planet and the heavenly armor continent, the Lord of the Divine Tomb. Zhuowen was taken aback. Soon after, his eyes filled with respect. The Lord of the Divine Tomb was an expert who had truly faced Gonga 10,000 years ago. He must know more than them. Shurji scratched his head and said to the Lord of the Divine Tomb, "You tell me. Although I know a lot, I don't know as much as you do. Plus, I can't say for sure." Zhuowen also looked at the mausoleum in front of him expectantly. After all, Shurji had been swallowed by the smoke whale very early on and did not participate in the final battle. He could only glean some of the truth from a few words. He definitely could not compare to the Lord of the Divine Tomb. The Lord of the Divine Tomb fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, a black sphere flew out of the mausoleum. "If you really want to know, send your consciousness into this black sphere. Everything you want to know is inside," the Lord of the Divine Tomb said in a deep voice. Zhuowen took the black sphere and cupped his fists towards the mausoleum. Soon after, he chose a quiet corner and began to slowly send his consciousness into the black sphere. Zhuowen saw a vast starry sky. Under the starry sky, there was a huge planet. Most of the planet was covered in green forests, and a small part of it was blue oceans. The planet was full of vitality. There were many mortals on it, as well as a variety of exotic beasts and trees. It was a prosperous scene. "Is this the heavenly armor planet?" Zhuowen suddenly understood. Soon he noticed that not far from the heavenly armor planet, there was a continent that was about 1/10 the size of the heavenly armor planet. The scenery on this continent was extremely rich. What surprised Zhuowen even more was that the continent was filled with immortal qi. From time to time, countless rainbows would sweep out from it. They should be the cultivators living on the continent. Moreover, the surface of the continent flickered with an extremely powerful light of restriction. With Zhuowen's experience of the devouring curse restriction, he could see that the restriction on the surface of the continent was used for concealment. It was because of these restrictions that the mortals on the heavenly armor planet could not see this extremely conspicuous behemoth. Zhuowen also discovered that this continent was connected to the heavenly armor planet by an extremely thin white line. Looking carefully, Zhuowen discovered that the long white line was actually an extremely rich immortal qi. This immortal qi came from the deepest part of the heavenly armor planet. Strangely, this immortal qi was derived from the bottom of the heavenly armor planet. It did not spread to the surface of the heavenly armor planet. Instead, it surged towards the heavenly armor continent, as if it was following some unknown law. A crack opened in the starry sky far away from the heavenly armor planet. A middle-aged man with fluttering white hair scurried out of the crack in a rather sorry state. The moment this person scurried out, he immediately sealed the crack. Then, with a gloomy expression, he said, "Damn it, Heavenly Circuit Sect, you're really ruthless. I'm clearly your official disciple, but just because I looked at the sect master's daughter and said something wrong, you actually banished me to the outer realm." Chapter 1817, That Heavenly Armor Planet. Aren't all the planets in the extraterritorial galaxy abandoned? How can there be a planet that is so full of life? The white-haired man stared at Heavenly Armor Planet. His eyes were filled with curiosity. "There's definitely something strange about this planet. I've never heard of or seen a planet that can survive in the extraterritorial galaxy." As he spoke, the white-haired man swept toward Heavenly Armor Continent like a ghost. The white-haired man did not enter Heavenly Armor Continent openly at first. Instead, he hid his aura and blended into Heavenly Armor Continent. After investigating for a while, he was pleasantly surprised to find that there were no heavenly gods on the planet. The strongest was only a demigod. This planet is really backward. There are no heavenly gods. In other words, this planet is ownerless. The white-haired man was extremely excited. He continued, "Since it's ownerless, I'll take out the star core of this planet. Unfortunately, I've already refined my home planet as my main planet. I can't refine other planets. I can only give this planet to my son to refine. This planet is full of life even in the harsh environment of the extraterritorial galaxy. It's definitely not simple. After refining it, I'll study it slowly. However, although there are no heavenly gods on this continent, there are too many saints. If I fight alone, I'm afraid it'll be difficult. I have to restrain these saints first." Next, the white-haired man secretly released Heavenly Insect and caused a great catastrophe on Heavenly Armor Continent. Heavenly Insect was indeed difficult to deal with. Not only was its strength terrifying, but its reproduction ability was also strong. It had many clones and could not be killed. Heavenly Insect also attracted John by one of the 3 demigods on Heavenly Armor Continent. He completely stopped Heavenly Insect's attack. Then, the white-haired man released Luo Yenjing. For a moment, the entire Heavenly Armor Continent was caught off guard. The white-haired man took advantage of the time when Heavenly Insect and Luo Yenjing were causing trouble on Heavenly Armor Continent to sneak into Heavenly Armor Planet. He wanted to forcibly extract the star core inside Heavenly Armor Planet. In the image of the black ball, Zhuowen saw the white-haired man use a powerful force to form a giant hand that could almost pass through the entire Heavenly Armor Planet. Then, the hand suddenly reached deep into the ground of Heavenly Armor Planet. However, not long after the white-haired man reached deep into Heavenly Armor Planet, his face suddenly changed. A strange force spread from the depths of Heavenly Armor Planet. Then the white-haired man was shocked, and he spat a mouthful of blood, his giant hand. What force is this? What is inside Heavenly Armor Planet? Heavenly Armor of Heavenly Armor Planet. Have Heavenly Armor of S Heavenly Armor Planet. The Hevoth armor of Heavenly Armor Planet was of Heavenly Armor, God of Heaven, of Hevoth Earth Planet with Heavenly Earth Planet with of God. At the end of the image, Songjia and the 2 demigods joined forces with countless sages of the Heavenly Armor Continent and all the divine chi of Heavenly Armor Planet to fight the white-haired man. Zhuowen looked at the fallen sages. Many of them were celestial immortals and genuine immortals. In order to protect Heavenly Armor Planet, they all chose to self-detonate to help Songjia, Chao Yu and Zhan by defeat the white-haired man. Even Chao Yu and Zhan Bai, the 2 demigods, detonated their own primordial spirits, which finally worsened the white-haired man's injuries. In the end, he was torn apart by Songjia with his lifetime strength. Songjia set up 6 perilous places on Heavenly Armor Continent to store Songjia's 6 body parts. At this point, the image stopped abruptly. After the white-haired man was sealed, no one knew where Songjia went. However, Zhuowen could see that Songjia in the image was at the end of his rope. When Zhuowen regained his senses from the projection, his heart was beating rapidly. He still could not forget the images of the saints who had self-destructed. They were all brave hearts who were willing to give up their lives to protect their hometowns. Because of that war, countless mortals on Heavenly Armor Planet were killed or injured. Most of the creatures were annihilated. The entire Heavenly Armor Planet was completely abandoned. The divine chi provided by Heavenly Armor Planet also degenerated into Pneuma. Many sages died. That war was too tragic. In order to seal Ganj, Lord Songjia even destroyed the passage between Heavenly Armor Planet and Heavenly Armor Continent. This is why warriors on Heavenly Armor Continent can't go to Heavenly Armor Planet, and why many warriors don't even know about Heavenly Armor Planet. The voice of the Master of the Tomb of God faintly sounded in Zhuan's mind. His tone was full of sighs. So your purpose of opening up the antiquity battlefield is to find Songjie? Zhuan asked, his eyes flashing. The Master of the Tomb of God said in a deep voice, "Yes, God Ganj is too horrible. Although he was torn apart by 5 horses, he didn't die at all. Moreover, we can't kill Ganj with our ability. Only gods of heaven can kill gods of heaven. Lord Songjie was the existence closest to gods of heaven in those days. If we can find him and let him refine Heavenly Armor Planet to become a god of heaven, then we can completely eliminate God Ganj, who is a threat in the future." Suddenly, Zhuowen remembered the image in the black ball. He remembered that there were only 3 demigods on Heavenly Armor Continent. They were Songjie, Chaoyu, and Zhanbai. Chaoyu and Zhanbai self-detonated and died in that war. Songjie's whereabouts were unknown in the antiquity battlefield. Then, who was the Master of the Tomb of God? Zhuowen heard from Dohua, the Master of the Temple of Chaos, that the Master of the Tomb of God was also a demigod who had survived 10,000 years ago. However, there were only 3 demigods at that time. It was impossible for there to be a 4th demigod. Zhuowen didn't voice his suspicions. Instead, he remained silent. The Lord of the Divine Tomb was too powerful. He was an existence that Zhuowen could contend against. Even if he found something suspicious, he couldn't voice it out. Otherwise, who knew what the Lord of the Divine Tomb would do? Zhuowen couldn't see through the Master of the Tomb of God in front of him. Moreover, he couldn't completely believe the words of the Master of the Tomb of God. Therefore, Zhuowen kept a certain amount of vigilance against the Master of the Tomb of God. Zhuowen, you may be confused now. 2 of the 3 demigods back then have been sacrificed, and Lord Songjie's whereabouts are unknown. My identity has become the biggest doubt, right? The voice of the Master of the Tomb of God sounded in Zhuowen's mind again. Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the extreme. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. He stared at the tomb in front of him with vigilance. "Little guy, you don't have to be so nervous. To tell you the truth, I was already at the peak of the true immortal 10,000 years ago. Although I was buried in the Nether Corpse impasse because of my serious injuries, I once witnessed the war between the gods and had a great understanding of the divine transformation realm. Later on, I became a demigod in the Nether Corpse impasse and controlled the entire place." Zhuowen nodded. His eyes showed that he understood. He was more interested in the identity of the Master of the Tomb of God. However, he knew that the Master of the Tomb of God didn't intend to reveal his identity, so he didn't ask. Deng. At this moment, the plateau where the Tomb of God was located also landed on the continent, shrouded in white light. Then, several long rainbows landed on the continent. Furthermore, after landing on the continent, Zhuowen discovered that the mark that had fallen into his palm from the ancient boulder suddenly lit up. After that, he felt his entire body become incomparably cool. Clearly, this mark was the pass to enter this continent. Without this mark, he was afraid that he would immediately be attacked by the white light. "Everyone is here. Let's set sail." Dohua looked around. After confirming that there were no loopholes, he pointed at the void with his right hand. Suddenly, this strange continent leaped into the starry sky. Its speed was so fast that many warriors were stunned. Zhuowen looked at the Heavenly Armor Continent below him that was getting farther and farther away, and the starry sky that was getting closer and closer. His eyes suddenly showed a trace of yearning. If he could also travel through this vast starry sky, what kind of experience would it be? At this moment, countless people in the central region and the 4 continents noticed the continent that was leaping into the starry sky. Most people's eyes were filled with yearning and envy. After the continent left the Heavenly Armor Continent, Zhuowen found that the white light around the continent suddenly condensed into a white circular cover above the continent. In the starry sky warriors below the divine transformation realm can't survive for long. Even demigods can't survive for long. Without this star god power, all the warriors on this continent would die, Shurji said with a sigh. Zhuowen nodded. No wonder Do Hua and the others wanted to reassemble the halberd. Their purpose was to extract the star god power from it and use it to travel through the starry sky. After leaping into the starry sky, the continent suddenly circled behind the heavenly armor continent. Its speed was extremely fast. Below the heavenly armor continent, a planet floated quietly. The moment he saw this planet, Zhuowen sucked in a breath of cold air. He wasn't the only one. Everyone else had similar expressions. This planet was pitch black and lifeless. It was like a metal ball. What was more terrifying was that there were countless cracks on the surface of this planet. It was as if this planet could shatter at any time. Zhuowen thought of the heavenly armor planet that he saw from the black sphere. Then he looked at the heavenly armor planet now. Even though he didn't see the countless scenes of the battle, he could imagine how tragic the battle was. This planet is called the heavenly armor planet, which is the ancient battlefield. This ancient battlefield has been completely sealed by Tsongjia. We can't get close to it at all. We can only teleport in through the star god power on this continent. However, the teleportation is random. Everyone take care. Do Hua glanced at the people around him coldly. Then, a white light swept over from above and instantly enveloped Do Hua. Then, Do Hua disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the same time, more and more white lights swept over from above. Any warrior who was enveloped by the white light mysteriously disappeared into thin air. The moment one of the white lights enveloped Zhuowen, Zhuowen felt an unimaginable feeling surge over him. It was as if the stars had changed and the whole world had been turned upside down. After Zhuowen disappeared, Shurji looked at the tomb in front of him. He sighed and said, "Why did you hide your identity? If you had told Zhuowen earlier, perhaps it wouldn't have been so troublesome." Chapter 1818. Take me there. Shurji nodded and said with a complicated look in his eyes, Do Hua is so active in opening up the primordial battlefield because he wants to explore the thing inside the heavenly armor planet, right? The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum was silent for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "That is indeed the case. Do Hua is very smart. He has kept the 4 lords of the battlefield and the ancestor of the Holy Rune clan by his side. His purpose is to guard against us. Sometimes the unknown is the greatest temptation. In the depths of the heavenly armor planet, there is a power that can make heavenly gods fear and even injure them. Do Hua will not let go of the opportunity to explore that place. The 4 lords of the battlefield and the patriarch of the Saint Rune clan will also be tempted." Shurji frowned slightly and said, "They're only working together on the surface. Who knows if they're secretly scheming against each other? Whether they are scheming against each other or not, we are their biggest opponents. Once we meet, they will immediately join forces to deal with us," the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum said indifferently. Shurji was silent for a moment before he said, "What about Zhuowen? Should we tell him the purpose of entering the heavenly armor planet?" "No need. Zhuowen is too weak. It is dangerous to enter that place. The 99 primal chaos war gods are just a cover for the primal chaos temple to the outside world." Do Hua gave everyone a reason to open up the primordial battlefield. If I am not wrong, those juniors who are titled as primal chaos war gods will not be allowed to enter that place. They will be randomly teleported to various parts of the heavenly armor planet. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum's indifferent voice sounded. Shurji nodded. The 2 of them already knew about Do Hua's purpose. They did not stop Do Hua because their purpose was the same as his. Do Hua wanted to explore the unknown power in the depths of the heavenly armor planet, while the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum and Shurji wanted to find Tsongjia in the depths of the earth. Back then, Tsongjia had mysteriously disappeared in the heavenly armor planet after sealing divine God Ji. His whereabouts were unknown. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum and Shurji both suspected that Sangje might still be alive and might be in the depths of the heavenly armor planet. So they had to enter the former primordial battlefield. At this moment, countless white lights flickered on the teleportation continent. Apart from the area where the Lord of the Divine Tomb was, everyone else, including Zhuowen, had completely disappeared in the white light. It's our turn now. This is the jade slip left behind by Lord Sangjie in the Chaos Temple. The jade slip contains the exact location of that place. This is the reward that Do Hua gave us for helping to open up the ancient battlefield. I've already made a copy in advance. Take this one. See you here then. Shurji waved his right hand, and the jade slip flew towards the mausoleum. Instantly, a pitch-black hand reached out from the mausoleum and caught the jade slip and put it into the mausoleum. Whoosh! As the white light swept over, Shurji's entire body disappeared within the white light. Dongfang, Nangong, Beichen, Shimin, we should also go. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum was silent for a moment. The huge mausoleum suddenly shook, and then countless cracks appeared around the mausoleum. Blue lines of light emerged from these cracks. The moment the blue lines of light appeared, the entire mausoleum disintegrated into countless pieces of gravel. Then, these pieces of gravel began to gather together, and finally formed an armored golem that was hundreds of feet tall. In front of the armored golem's forehead was a coffin. The coffin looked ordinary and was made of solid wood. However, the aura that emanated from the coffin had a terrifying power that could shake the heavens and earth and swallow the sun and the moon. After the armored golem was formed, the tombs of the true immortals surged. For bronze coffins flew out and entered the bodies of the tomb guards in front of the tombs. Whoosh! 5 white lights flashed and enveloped the 5 of them. Then, the 5 of them completely disappeared from the teleportation continent. At the same time, in the sacrificial tower of the prophet's family in the Central Plains, a petite, lowly-like figure slowly walked out of the sacrificial tower. She raised her head and looked at the sky of the heavenly armor continent with a clear look in her eyes. The passageway to the heavenly armor planet was destroyed by Sangjie 10,000 years ago. An entire place has been sealed. Even though the heavenly armor continent is the companion of the heavenly armor planet, it's still difficult to find the exact location of the heavenly armor planet. A cold voice slowly came from behind Yen Tianwei. Then, a slender figure wearing a ghost mask walked out of the sacrificial tower and stopped beside Yen Tianwei. Yen Tianwei nodded and smiled. It's different now. Since Do Hua and the others have completely opened up the primordial battlefield in the heavenly armor planet, I can also deduce the exact location of the heavenly armor planet. But how do you plan to get there? Yen Tianwei looked at the man with the ghost mask very seriously. She knew very well that, in order to get to the heavenly armor planet from the heavenly armor continent, they had to cross a certain distance of the starry sky. Neither Yen Tianwei nor the man with the ghost mask had the ability to cross the starry sky. Getting to the heavenly armor planet was the biggest problem at the moment. The man with the ghost mask chuckled. This is not a big problem. The Divine Master Do Hua is determined to get to the unknown thing in the depths of the heavenly armor planet. So he needs both of us. That's why he left a small fragment of the teleportation continent for us. As he spoke, the man with the ghost mask flicked his finger. A fragment of rock that was about a few miles long and surrounded by white light appeared in front of them. Yen Tianwei looked at the rock fragment with a complicated look in her eyes. She didn't expect the man with the devil face mask to have such a huge network. Even the Divine Master Do Hua had left behind a fragment for him to teleport to the mainland. Let's go too. This time, I will try my best to help you gather all the holy symbols. The prediction holy symbol, a part of the wind thunder holy symbol, and most of the ice fire holy symbol have fused together to produce the primordial origin. It's already slowly transforming your body, right? The man with the ghost mask said calmly. Speaking of this, excitement appeared in Yen Tianwei's eyes for the first time. She nodded and said, "You're right. The primordial origin is indeed extraordinary. It's actually beginning to transform my body. With the help of the primordial origin, I have the power of a heavenly saint. However, this is not enough." The man with the ghost mask chuckled and said, "Of course not. If you gather all 9 holy symbols, I can help you reach a higher realm. However, I need your ability to predict the future to help me enter the interior of the heavenly armor planet. Don't worry. When you gather all the other holy symbols, I will give you my revolving stab, holy symbol, and do my best to help you." Yen Tianwei was silent for a moment. She nodded and said, "Okay, happy cooperation." As she spoke, Yen Tianwei jumped onto the fragment of the teleportation continent. The man with the ghost mask did not hesitate and stepped onto the fragment of the teleportation continent as well. Following that, the fragment silently broke through the air and left the heavenly armor continent in an instant. When Zhuowen woke up from the state of the stars moving, he found that he had stepped into a barren land. There were dilapidated walls everywhere. There was a decaying desert, a dilapidated wilderness, and a sky filled with black fog. The scene was like the end of the world. It made one feel gloomy. At the same time, a black light shot out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows and turned into the appearance of Xiao He. Xiao He looked around at the dilapidated battlefield and sighed softly. "This is the primordial battlefield. I really miss it. Back then, if Master hadn't destroyed the passage to the heavenly armor continent and allowed me to leave this place in advance, I'm afraid I would have died completely. Not even a trace of my soul would have survived." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He said to Xiao He in a deep voice, "Why did the Divine Master, Dohua, deliberately want to open up the primordial battlefield?" Zhuowen stared at Xiao He. He knew very well that Xiao He had hidden many things from him. It was not just Xiao He. Even the Master of the Divine Tomb and Shiji had hidden many things from him. Although this kind of concealment was not out of malice, but because he was too weak and wanted to protect him, Zhuowen did not like the feeling of being kept in the dark. Xiao He frowned slightly and sighed softly. The old monsters of the Central Plains did come to the primordial battlefield with ulterior motives. However, this is not something you can participate in. This is what the Master of the Divine Tomb and Shiji wanted. After all, in that place, even existences like the Master of the Divine Tomb and Shiji might not be able to protect themselves. If you go there, you'll just be throwing your life away. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He recalled the scene of the white-haired man being injured by a strange force from the depths of the heavenly armor planet. He could not help but ask in a deep voice, "It has something to do with that force from the depths of the heavenly armor planet, right?" Xiao He's eyes were filled with surprise. He took a deep look at Zhuowen before nodding in the end. However, he did not answer. "Take me there," Zhuowen said with a determined gaze. Xiao He shook his head. "That place is too dangerous. I don't want you to take the risk. Moreover, I've heard of that place from the Master before. It's an ominous place. Even true immortals might not be able to come out of there alive. The Master of the Divine Tomb and Shiji went there mainly to find the Master. Even they are not completely confident in being able to protect themselves, let alone you." Suddenly, a sonorous voice rang out in Zhuowen, and Xiao He's ears let him go. "I'll protect him." Afterwards, a middle-aged man in black robes with a hazy face slowly appeared before Zhuowen and Xiao He. Zhuowen stared at the black-robed man as his eyes narrowed. He could not help but murmur softly, "The first mountain god?" Xiao He stared coldly at the first mountain god and said, "Just who are you?" "I've been suspicious of you since the beginning, because I've never heard of someone like you in the ancient times." Chapter 1819. Entrance, the first mountain god, looked at Xiao He indifferently and said, "The Songlong Taoist has been cultivating for such a long time. Do you know everything he has experienced in his life? When I was suppressed, I wasn't famous. Later on, I created the myriad Tao, undying divine body in the third layer. How did you hear about this in the outside world? Xiao He frowned and stared at the first mountain god. It wanted to see if the first mountain god was telling the truth, but it couldn't see anything. Speaking up to this point, the first mountain god looked at Zhuowen and said, "Little guy, don't you want to know why Dohua, the divine tomb master, and the rest of the powerhouses of the Central Plains came here? Don't you want to know what's hidden in the depths of the ancient battlefield? Also, where is Songjia from back then? Even the owner of the Fushi cauldron, Fushi, might be found here." Zhuowen was silent for a moment. He looked deeply at the first mountain god and said, "There's no free lunch in this world. What's your purpose in helping me?" "Don't worry, the Azure Dragon Hall is still suppressing me. As long as the Azure Dragon Hall is here, I will never do anything to you. I'm just very curious about the things in the depths of the ancient battlefield. What exactly is there in the depths? Don't you want to know?" The first mountain god said patiently, "It's that simple." Zhuowen said coldly. The first mountain god smiled and said, "It's that simple. Of course, if you're not interested in the depths of the ancient battlefield, then pretend I didn't say anything. The choice is yours." Zhuowen was silent for a moment. Then he looked at Xiao He and said seriously, "Xiao He, take us there." Xiao He looked deeply at Zhuowen. It could see the determination and stubbornness in Zhuowen's eyes. It sighed and said, "Can you tell me why you insist on going?" "A power that even gods fear. This power surpasses my imagination. Perhaps this power can help save Qinshui," Zhuowen said with a wild look in his eyes. After learning that even the Saint Master Gugu was not confident that he could save Mu Qinshui, Zhuowen's heart was almost dead, but he did not give up. Although he did not know what kind of power existed within the heavenly armor planet, he knew that this power was something that even gods feared. Perhaps he could find a way to save Mu Qinshui from this power. Although this hope was extremely slim, Zhuowen firmly held onto it as if it was a life-saving straw. Even if he could not find the source of the powerful force, it would be a hope if he could find Songjia, the former #1 man in the heavenly armor continent. After all, Songjia was much more powerful than Zhuowen in terms of strength and knowledge. Maybe Songjia knew something that could balance yin and yang. It was with this kind of hope that Zhuowen did not hesitate to head to the entrance, deep underground. With the protection of the first mountain god, he would undoubtedly have an extra layer of protection. Xiao He was silent. It looked deeply at Zhuowen and finally nodded. It was very clear about Zhuowen's character. Once he decided on something, even 10 bulls could not pull him back. Xiao He opened its mouth and spat out a jade slip. It said, "Back then, Shiji and Dohua made a deal. After opening the ancient battlefield, Shiji obtained the location to the depths of the heavenly armor planet from Dohua. I asked Shiji for a copy before." Zhuowen took the jade slip and hesitated for a while. He said, "Xiao He, since you asked Shiji for a copy of the jade slip, you should be planning to go, right?" Xiao He nodded, but it was rare for it to be silent. Zhuowen sighed softly. After spending so many years with Xiao he naturally understood Xiao He. After all, Songjia was Xiao He's master. It was more eager to enter the depths of the heavenly armor planet than Zhuowen. However, the reason why Xiao He did not say anything was probably because it was worried about Zhuowen's safety. After checking the jade slip, Zhuowen had a rough idea of the general direction of this place. "I know where the location is. Follow me." With that, Zhuowen stamped his right foot. Like a burst of green smoke, he instantly disappeared. Xiao He turned into a black light and entered Zhuowen's knowledge sea. The first mountain god leisurely followed behind Zhuowen. This was a decaying and cracked land. In the center of this land, there was a huge lake. The lake was so large that it seemed to be boundless. Strangely, the water in the lake was not clear blue, but as black as ink. Moreover, it emitted an unpleasant stench. Splash! Suddenly, the black water splashed violently. In the splashing water, an unknown huge tail appeared. Then it dived into the black water and disappeared without a trace. Obviously, some unknown creatures were hiding in the lake. It was a dangerous place. Whoosh! A long streak of light shot over. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was actually a huge beast within this long streak of light. On the back of this huge beast, there was a magnificent palace. In the hall stood 3 figures. They were the divine masters of the chaotic temple, Do Hua, Elder Gu, and Yuan Hongwen. Tao Tai landed on the shore of the lake. Elder Gu stared at the lake, filled with black water, and frowned. Divine Master, the entrance to the depths of the earth is this lake? Didn't the ancient books say that the entrance is a huge cave? That cave was blasted out by the divine masters in the past. Do Hua's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "If the records in the temple are correct, this is the entrance. After all, 10,000 years have passed. It is possible that the entrance has changed." Then Do Hua looked at Yuan Hongwen and said, "Hongwen, this place is filled with danger. When the time comes, you should enter the central divine palace. If the other chaotic war gods come, try your best to stop them from the shore. After all, the entrance is not something they can enter." Yuan Hongwen nodded and said, "Don't worry, Divine Master. Moreover, this place is so remote. If they don't know the location, they won't be able to find this place. There is no need to worry. Moreover, the chaotic war gods are just a group of juniors. They will only be courting death if they enter." Do Hua nodded and said, "Now let's wait for the others." After a short while, another 4 long rainbows flew over. The 4 long rainbows withdrew their brilliance and revealed 4 figures with grand auras. The 4 of them were the masters of the 4 battlefields. Divine Master, the masters of the 4 battlefields cupped their fists at Do Hua. Then they landed near Do Hua and stared at the black lake in front of them solemnly. At their level of cultivation, they could naturally see how extraordinary and terrifying the black lake was. Not long after the masters of the 4 battlefields arrived, another dozen long rainbows flew over. These dozen figures cupped their fists at Do Hua and landed on the shore of the black lake not far away. These dozen figures were all heavenly immortal patriarchs of the Central Plains. Among them were He Wushang of the Royal Blade Clan, Wei Wuyin of the Beast Envoy Clan, Dong Fengxin of the Heavy Shield Clan, Kong Linshuan of the Blood Sacrifice Clan, and Ji Wubbing of the Eternity Clan. "This is the entrance to the depths of the heavenly armor planet?" He Wushang murmured in a low voice with excitement in his eyes. Not only He Wushang, but the other heavenly immortal patriarchs also had various expressions of excitement. They had seen the jade slip given by Do Hua and knew that the depths of the underground had a power that even heavenly immortals feared. Although they didn't know what the power was, there was no doubt that there was a supreme treasure hidden under the heavenly armor planet. Even though the strength of these heavenly immortal patriarchs was much weaker than Do Hua and the other true immortals, obtaining treasures didn't only rely on strength, it was more importantly fortuitous encounters. So, these heavenly immortal patriarchs held hope in their hearts. They knew that if they were able to find out the reason for the depths of the underground, then they might have a chance to obtain that power. The path of the martial Tao was a path of life and death. If one couldn't constantly improve, then it was actually equivalent to waiting for death. These heavenly immortal patriarchs had cultivated for a very long time, so being able to break through in their cultivation was much more important than their lives. Swoosh! Another long rainbow flew over, revealing a bald monk with a burly figure. This person was none other than Shiji. "Brother Shi, where's the master of the divine tomb?" Do Hua laughed heartily. "He's here." Shiji stood in midair and said, "Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh." As soon as Shiji finished speaking, 5 silhouettes swiftly flashed over from the horizon behind him. They were extremely swift and instantly descended on the shore of the lake. Everyone looked over in succession and revealed astounded expressions, because the 5 silhouettes that appeared before them were actually 5 enormous stone statues that were over 1 kilometer tall. The surface of the stone statue in the lead was densely covered in countless blue rays of light, and there was an ordinary coffin embedded in its forehead. But it was precisely this ordinary coffin that emitted an aura that caused the hearts of countless people present to tremble. Moreover, behind this enormous stone statue stood 4 slightly smaller stone statues, and each of these 4 small stone statues had a coffin embedded in them as well. Even though their auras couldn't compare to the enormous stone statue, it still caused the hearts of many heavenly immortal patriarchs to tremble. 4 true immortals. A heavenly immortal patriarch gulped down a mouthful of saliva and spoke with a trembling voice. Do Hua glanced at the 5 stone statues with a fearful gaze, yet he said with a smile, "Welcome, Master of the Divine Tomb. I presume those 4 are your tomb guardian true immortals. I've heard of them since a long time ago, yet I've never seen them. Now that I've seen them today, they deserve their reputation. This black lake is the entrance that leads to the mysterious underground?" The Master of the Divine Tomb paid no attention to Do Hua's courteous words, and he went straight to the point and spoke indifferently. Do Hua smiled lightly and said, "All those years ago, God Gongu intended to extract the star core of Heavenly Armor Star, so he used his extraordinary strength to forcefully pierce through this place. However, he encountered the obstruction of a mysterious force at the depths of this place and was injured by this force. Since then, that place has formed a cave that goes straight underground. According to the geographical location recorded in the ancient books, that cave is here." Chapter 1820. Strange humanoid the Lord of the Divine Tomb fell silent for a moment. Then his vast consciousness spread out and entered the Black Lake. Oh! The moment his consciousness entered the Black Lake, the entire lake began to roil violently, and the ferocious roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from within. Humph! The Lord of the Divine Tomb snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying pressure surged out from his consciousness. As soon as this pressure appeared, the roars in the Black Lake were immediately extinguished. After the roars were extinguished, the Lord of the Divine Tomb withdrew his consciousness. He looked at Do Hua and said in a deep voice, "This lake is very deep. I've already probed several thousand meters down, but I still haven't reached the bottom. Moreover, there are many ferocious beasts of all shapes and sizes. These ferocious beasts aren't simple." Do Hua nodded and said in a deep voice, "I've probed before as well. There's a fishy smell in the Black Lake. It's very similar to the smell of blood, but it's very faint. If you don't investigate carefully, you won't be able to detect it at all. If this really is the entrance, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to enter. When the time comes, we'll need everyone to work together." Do Hua cupped his hands at everyone when he spoke up to hear. The others naturally didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly acknowledged. "Shurji, let's go in," the Lord of the Divine Tomb said indifferently. He took a step forward and suddenly leapt into the Black Lake, causing countless black splashes. The 4 true immortals behind him and Shurji didn't hesitate to follow the Lord of the Divine Tomb. Soon, they disappeared into the Black Lake. Do Hua watched the Lord of the Divine Tomb's group enter the Black Lake without even saying goodbye. His eyes slowly narrowed as a cold light flashed through them. "God Lord, the Lord of the Divine Tomb's group is really looking down on us, right? The Lord of the Divine Tomb and the 4 true immortals are only on the verge of death. They don't have much lifespan left, so it's impossible for them to use their power at will. On the other hand, the number of true immortals we have isn't any less than theirs. Moreover, there's more than 10 heavenly immortals. If we really fight, they might not be our match, yet they're actually so impudent in front of us," Elder Gu said with some indignation. It wasn't just Elder Gu. The expressions of the 4 true immortals and the others were unsightly as well. If they weren't afraid of the Lord of the Divine Tomb, then why would they be so courteous to them? Don't mention it. The master of the divine tomb isn't simple. He's not someone we can afford to offend. Let's go in as well. However, everyone must be careful. This black lake is filled with danger. We can't let our guard down. Immortals, immortals, and immortals. Immortals and immortals of the immortals and immortals and immortals. Yuan Hongwen nodded. He knew his own limitations. Even though his natural talent was strong, there was still a huge gap between him and the heavenly immortal experts of the older generation, let alone true immortal experts like Do Hua and the four lords of the battlefield. The to you, be to him. To the immortal of the I of the immortal of the immortals, immortal. You. Do Hua instructed a few more times before he flicked his sleeve, and he transformed into a ray of light that leaped into the black lake. On the other hand, Elder Gu, the four lords of the battlefield, and over 10 heavenly immortal realm experts followed closely behind him. Soon, only Yuan Hongwen and the immortal of the immortals were left. Yuan Hongwen looked at the black lake silently. There was a trace of yearning in his eyes, but he had to obey Do Hua's orders. Big guy, it looks like we can only rely on each other here. I wonder when the Divine Lord and the others will come out. Yuan Hongwen smiled bitterly. He leaped into the immortal of the immortal of the immortals and immortals. He sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. When the Lord of the Divine Tomb, Do Hua, and the others entered the Black Lake, a black figure flashed over like a bolt of lightning from a crumbling and cracked land far away from the Black Lake. In a desert, Zhuowen suddenly stopped in his tracks. His ears twitched slightly as he heard the faint sounds of battle as well as the sound of delicate shouts. Zhuowen frowned and looked around. He immediately noticed that there were slight ripples spreading out from the bottom of the desert. Restriction. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He flew to the bottom of the desert and pointed at the devouring curse. Runes spread out and enveloped the ripples at the bottom of the desert. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the restriction wasn't very strong. Zhuowen only took 10 breaths to destroy it. Then he found that there was a cave inside the restriction. In this cave, the sounds of fighting were getting more and more intense. The sounds were rolling like thunder. Boy, are you going to go in? Xiao Hei's voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Let's go in and have a look. The underground of the heavenly armor star is definitely not simple. Even if the immortals go in, I'm afraid they won't find anything so quickly. Since there is a restriction here, I'm afraid there must be something good hidden inside. Zhuowen's eyes were as bright as the moon. Since he found the restriction here, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't ignore it. He had to go in and check it out. As for the danger, Zhuowen wasn't too worried. After all, the first mountain god had agreed to help him. In his opinion, the danger of the primordial battlefield had been reduced to the minimum. Thinking of this, Zhuowen took a step forward and entered the cave. As he got closer to the depths of the cave, the sound of battle became more intense. Zhuowen found the occasional shouts to be familiar. In the depths of the cave was a large natural cave. There were sharp stalactites at the top of the cave. Below them, a beautiful figure was surrounded by blooming white lotuses. She was in a constant battle with a huge black shadow. Zhuowen immediately recognized the beautiful figure and muttered in a low voice, "Ji Qinyan." The woman in front of him was indeed Ji Qinyan of the Eternal Family. Ji Qinyan was fighting with a strange humanoid figure that was several feet tall. This strange humanoid figure had a crooked back. There were 3 heads embedded on its back. Each of the heads was in extreme pain. Roar! The strange humanoid figure roared. One of the heads on its back exploded into a pool of blood. Then, the strength of this strange humanoid figure increased by several folds. The originally evenly matched battle immediately became one-sided. Pucci! Ji Qinyan's face was deathly pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood. The countless white lotuses in front of her exploded one after another. The strange human figure's right hand reached out and smashed towards Ji Qinyan's chest. This punch was terrifying. Even Zhuowen felt that it was hard to resist. With Ji Chenyan's current state, if she was hit by this punch, she would definitely be severely injured. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He sighed and took out the fushi cauldron. His right hand pointed at the fushi cauldron. Instantly, an extremely terrifying pressure burst out from the cauldron. This pressure was so terrifying that it turned into an invisible mountain in the void. The invisible mountain came crashing down and pressed heavily on the strange humanoid figure. The punch that the strange humanoid figure threw out was stopped. Ji Chenyan took advantage of the moment when the strange humanoid figure stopped. She stomped her foot and immediately escaped the attack range of the strange humanoid figure. Then, she retreated to Zhuowen's side. "Young Master Zhuo, thank you for saving me." Ji Chenyan's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude. She cupped her fists and thanked him. Zhuowen nodded and said, "What the hell is this? And why did Miss Ji enter the seal?" Zhuowen looked at Ji Chenyan. When he was breaking the seal, he found that the seal outside was intact. In other words, Ji Chenyan didn't break the seal. It was as if she entered the seal out of thin air. Ji Chenyan's beautiful face revealed a trace of bitterness. She said, "When I was transported to the primordial battlefield, I appeared here the moment I opened my eyes. Then, I encountered this strange humanoid figure. Young Master Zhuo, be careful. This strange humanoid figure is very strong. Roar!" At this moment, the strange humanoid figure tilted its head and stared at Zhuowen with red eyes. It roared furiously at him. Clearly, the pressure from before made it very uncomfortable. Bang! One of the heads on the back of the strange humanoid figure exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Then its strength skyrocketed. It stomped its right foot and charged toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. He pointed at the void with his right hand and said in a deep voice, "First Mountain God, in order not to waste time, I'll have to trouble you." After Zhuowen finished speaking, a black shadow stepped out from behind Zhuowen. The first mountain god looked deeply at Zhuowen, then took a step forward and swept towards the strange humanoid figure. Boom! The first mountain god threw out a punch. It was an ordinary punch, but when Ji Chenyan saw it, she fell into a momentary trance. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be filled with fear. The strange humanoid figure's eyes flashed fiercely. It roared and pounced forward. It stretched out its claws and met the first mountain god's punch. Uft! Unfortunately, when the strange humanoid figure came into contact with the first mountain god's punch, it was frozen by an invisible force. Then it could only watch as the first mountain god's punch landed on its chest. Bang! 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 The strange humanoid figure didn't even have time to react before it was beaten into a cloud of blood mist. It couldn't be more dead. This, Ji Chenyan stared blankly at the scene. She didn't even have time to react. The strange humanoid figure that almost killed her was cleanly killed by a single punch. Who is this person? He's so terrifying. And it seems like he listens to Zhuowen's orders? After regaining her senses, Ji Chenyan first looked at the first mountain god. Then, she looked at the tall and straight figure in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She knew that the young man in front of her had too many secrets. He must have been holding back during the divine battle. After all, if he had summoned such an expert, Yuan Hongwen would have been defeated in one move. After killing the strange humanoid figure, the first mountain god said indifferently, "Hurry to your destination. Don't waste too much time here." Chapter 1821. Black Ball, Mr. Zhuo, that person was... Ji Chenyan came back to her senses and asked in shock. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He didn't answer Ji Chenyan's question directly. Instead, he looked around and said, "Since there is a restriction here, there must be something valuable inside. Let's search." As he spoke, Zhuowen walked into the depths of the cave. Ji Chenyan's eyes flickered. She was very smart. Since Zhou changed the topic. She naturally had no reason to ask. Instead, she quietly followed behind Zhou. After entering the depths of the cave, Zhou found that there was a small pool of water that was about 10 meters wide at the end of the cave. The strange thing was that the water in the small pool was pitch black, and there was a strange smell of blood in the small pool. Smelling the stench of blood, Zhou furrowed his brows. He stared at the small pool in front of him. He realized that the stench of blood was very similar to the aura of the strange human figure that was killed by the first mountain god. That strange figure crawled out of the pool. As soon as it came out, it attacked me without any explanation. Ji Chunyan's eyes were filled with fear. Zhou nodded. Then, his spirit ring suddenly vibrated. He heard the Blood Immortal's extremely excited divine thought, "Master, quickly let me out. I feel a very comfortable smell of blood. Quickly let me out." Hearing this, Zhou flicked his finger and released the Blood Immortal. At this moment, the Blood Immortal was in a very difficult situation. In the previous battle with Yuan Hongwen, the Blood Immortal had suffered a lot. Since then, Zhou had kept his promise and completely removed the slave seal on the Blood Immortal, allowing her to regain her freedom. She was no longer bound by Zhou. However, the Blood Immortal was very thick-skinned. Using the excuse of being heavily injured, she insisted that Zhou help her recover from her injuries before she planned to leave Zhou. In desperation, Zhou didn't refuse. Speaking of which, the reason why the Blood Immortal was in such a difficult situation was indeed related to him. The Blood Immortal was also used to calling him master. Even without the slave seal, she still habitually called Zhou master. As soon as the Blood Immortal came out, she jumped into the black pool and couldn't help but moan in pleasure. Zhou looked at the Blood Immortal and said, "You know this black pool?" The Blood Immortal swam a few times in the pool and grinned. "Master, can't you see that the black pool is made of blood? And my intuition tells me that the blood is not ordinary blood, but the blood of a saint. Saint's blood." Zhou had a strange look in his eyes. When he smelled the blood, he already had some guesses. However, the smell of blood in the black pool was extremely strange. It didn't smell like real blood at all, so he didn't think about it. I'm afraid it was formed by the death of a saint during the war. And to be able to form such a small pool, I'm afraid it wasn't just one saint. The Blood Immortal said with some emotion. Zhou's eyes lit up. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Let's go into the pool and have a look." The Blood Immortal nodded and immediately rushed into the depths of the pool. Zhou followed behind the Blood Immortal and went into the depths of the pool. Ji Chunyan's beautiful eyes flashed. She didn't follow, but stood on the shore and waited. This black pool gave him a sense of danger. Moreover, if she followed him down and Zhou discovered something good, it would be very awkward. Zhou squatted on the Blood Immortal. In this environment, the Blood Immortal's speed was much faster than his. The pool did not seem large, but its bottom was extremely deep. After descending to a depth of around a few hundred meters, Zhou discovered an undercurrent surging below. It was like a terrifying whirlwind had swept up, causing his expression to change slightly. "Mistress, look over there." The Blood Immortal suddenly pointed with her right hand. At the bottom of the pool, there were countless reefs. And among the reefs, there were several oval-shaped black balls. The black ball's surface was covered with purple veins, like the veins of a human body. And Zhou found that the black balls were constantly wriggling. In the process of wriggling, countless black blood spurted out, as if it was replenishing the entire pool. Seeing this, Zhou's pupils shrank. He didn't expect the black blood to emerge from the black balls, and there were many of these black balls at the bottom of the pool. There were at least a few hundred of them. Splash! When Zhou approached one of the black balls, the black ball suddenly wriggled, and then a black and white eyeball appeared on top of it. The eyeball's pupils were like ink, and it stared straight at Zhou. Then the countless black veins on the surface suddenly shot out and turned into long black lines, wrapping around Zhuowen's entire body. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He stepped out with his right foot, and invisible ripples spread out. Then he disappeared from the spot, making the long black lines miss. When Zhuowen reappeared, he was already out of the black ball's attack range. As for the blood immortal, she was naturally brought out by him. "What are these things?" Zhuowen's eyes were extremely serious. "Roar!" Suddenly, a roar came from the black ball. Then the black ball closed its eyeball, and then it began to wriggle from the inside. A strange human figure separated from the black ball. This strange human figure was exactly the same as the strange human figure that was killed by the first mountain god. Following this roar, Zhuowen noticed that the other hundreds of black balls around him were also roaring. Then, each of them released a strange humanoid figure. The hundreds of strange human figures kept wriggling their bodies, and then they all roared and rushed toward Zhuowen. They were as fast as lightning. Zhuowen had no choice but to let the first mountain god out again. The first mountain god looked around at the strange human figures that were rushing toward him. His eyes were full of displeasure, and he was obviously very displeased that Zhuowen was still here. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he waved his right hand, and a black hole appeared behind him. One by one, stalwart figures walked out. There were a total of 17 figures. Zhuowen recognized 3 of the 17 figures. They were the 18th mountain god, the 17th mountain god, and the 16th mountain god. Zhuowen had a good relationship with these 3 mountain gods. The 3 of them looked at Zhuowen and smiled generously. Zhuowen smiled back at them. "Let's end this quickly." The first mountain god said calmly, and the other 17 mountain gods nodded. Then they held onto their respective mountains and charged toward the strange humanoid figures in the surroundings. Zhuowen also noticed that the first mountain god held the first mountain and formed a seal with his hands. Then a surging dark golden light emerged. Zhuowen's small perfection, holy body, was watered by the dark golden light, and his whole body was filled with surging power. It was as if he had endless strength. Obviously, the dark golden light greatly increased the power of the mountain gods who practiced the 10,000 Tao indestructible divine body. Zhuowen roared, and the golden light burst out from his body. He also rushed toward one of the strange human figures around him. Bang! 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 He punched the strange human figure 3 times in a row. The speed was extremely fast, and the golden light flickered. The strange human figure exploded into a mist of blood, and the several heads on its back also exploded into a mist of blood. With the existence of the first mountain god, it was not a problem for Zhuowen to deal with hundreds of strange humanoid figures. When the last strange humanoid figure was destroyed by Zhuowen's punch, his gaze fell on the hundreds of black balls below. His eyes were filled with seriousness. "This place is really strange." The first mountain god frowned and called the other mountain gods back to the Azure Dragon Palace. He then silently went to Zhuowen's side. Zhuowen said in a deep voice, "These hundreds of black balls are spewing out the blood of saints. I'm afraid the answer to all of this lies in these black balls. Let me see what's inside." The first mountain god nodded and walked toward one of the black balls. When the black ball sensed the first mountain god's approach, it roared and countless veins rushed out again. Unfortunately, the first mountain god's body was too terrifying. The attacks from the veins were like tickles to him. The first mountain god's right hand formed into a claw and grabbed at the black orb. Then he tore it apart. The black orb screamed and was torn into countless pieces by the first mountain god, revealing the true appearance of the black orb. "This is a saint." When Zhuowen's gaze fell on the black ball that was torn apart, he could not help but gasp. He saw a skinny middle-aged man lying quietly inside the black ball. The middle-aged man's eyes were dull, and his body was covered by countless black veins. Zhuowen could clearly sense that these veins were constantly absorbing the middle-aged man's blood. This person's cultivation should be around the level of a heavenly saint when he was alive. Unfortunately, he is now a living dead. He has become a living dead that provides blood for these black balls. How sad! The first mountain god murmured with a complicated gaze. Even Zhuowen felt a chill in his heart when he saw this scene. These black balls did not kill these saints. Instead, they were like captives. They kept these saints in the black balls, and after a period of time, they would absorb the blood of these saints. What are these things? Zhuowen took a deep breath and asked coldly. The first mountain god shook his head and said, I've never seen these things before. Moreover, there are too many of them. If I'm not wrong, although the black water in the pool is blood, I think it's more of the dregs in the blood. After these black balls absorb the blood of the saints, they probably absorb the essence into the depths of the ground. The dregs are the black blood that formed the black pool. These saints have already fused with the black balls. It's impossible to separate them. Zhuowen frowned. The first mountain god's guess was not without reason, especially since he did not feel the surging saint aura of the saints in the black pool. The black blood was indeed the dregs of the saint's blood. If these black balls lead to the depths of the ground, then what is there in the depths of the ground? Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He then raised his right hand and pointed. Instantly, countless yellow spring water droplets gushed out and touched the black balls that the first mountain god had destroyed. Instantly, the yellow spring water droplets absorbed the terrifying power of the blood essence in the black balls. Instead of living in pain, I'll send you on your way. While the yellow spring water droplets were absorbing the blood essence in the black balls, Zhuowen pointed his left hand between the saint's eyebrows and destroyed his mind. Chapter 1822. The Gate of Reincarnation, such dense essence energy. The moment Zhuowen sent the underworld water droplets into the black sphere, he felt an extremely dense essence energy, and his underworld water droplets increased by several folds. An increase of 10,000 underworld water droplets. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, revealing a look of ecstasy. There were several hundred black spheres here. If each of them could increase his underworld water droplets by 10,000, then wouldn't he be able to obtain several million underworld water droplets? This wasn't a small number. One must know that even the Qin Tian tribe within the Luo Yen whale, after such a long period of development, had only produced close to 1 million underworld water droplets. Recently, Zhuowen also discovered that the underworld water droplets in the Qin Tian tribe had stopped increasing. He knew that something must have happened within the Luo Yen whale, or perhaps the illusion gods within the Luo Yen whale had all been hunted. Senior First Mountain God, help me. Zhuowen looked at the first mountain god with a burning gaze. Slaughtering underworld finger? The first mountain god looked deeply at Zhuowen, then clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly punched through the air. Suddenly, hundreds of terrifying fist shadows appeared, and these fist shadows flew towards the remaining black spheres at the bottom of the lake. These black balls were not very strong. Under the fist shadows of the first mountain god, they all exploded into dust. Meanwhile, Zhuowen divided his yellow spring water droplets into hundreds of droplets and plunged them into the hundreds of black balls. Absorb! Zhuowen immediately used the slaughtering underworld finger and began to continuously absorb the essence energy from these black spheres. Zhuowen jumped into the center of these several hundred black spheres, and soon after, yellow streams flowed into Zhuowen's body. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, the number of underworld water droplets rapidly increased and soon reached the 10 million mark. This made Zhuowen extremely happy because the essence energy within these black spheres varied in strength. The weaker ones could only provide about 10,000 yellow springs water droplets, while the stronger ones could provide tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. This discovery made Zhuowen extremely happy. This was also the main reason why the yellow springs water droplets had broken through the 10 million mark. When the number of netherworld water droplets reached 10 million, the slaughtering netherworld finger changed again. Countless netherworld water droplets began to gather, forming a circular gate of reincarnation. When the gate of reincarnation was closed, it possessed an extremely powerful defensive power. Once it was opened, a terrifying finger of the yellow springs could be seen shooting out. Looking at the constantly rotating gate of reincarnation floating above Zhuowen, a trace of confusion appeared in the eyes of the first mountain god. However, this confusion was quickly concealed by him. At the 10 million mark, the massacring finger of the netherworld has indeed undergone another transformation. Right now, the power of the massacring finger of the netherworld is probably above that of the Buddha-seeking demon transformation. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of wild joy. Zhuowen had a feeling that once the number of Yellow Springs water droplets reached 100 million, there might be a real transformation. However, 100 million was too far away. After all, he had already spent a long time collecting 10 million. Let alone 100 million. Of course, if there were more of these black balls here, then his massacring finger of the netherworld could really break through the 100 million mark. Bang! 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 Just as Zhuowen wanted to absorb the essence of the black balls again, all the black balls at the bottom of the pool exploded into a bloody mist. Then, the entire pool began to shake violently. In the depths of the pool, a huge beast seemed to be silently awakening. Rumble! Suddenly, the barrier at the bottom of the pool shattered. A claw that was hundreds of feet long and covered in black scales stretched out from the shattered barrier and grabbed at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He roared and immediately blocked the gate of reincarnation in front of him. However, he was surprised that such a claw suddenly appeared at the bottom of the pool. Bang! However, what happened next shocked Zhuowen. The moment the black claw landed on the gate of reincarnation, the gate of reincarnation crumbled into pieces in less than a breath's time. What is this? My gate of reincarnation was smashed into pieces? Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles. His heart was beating wildly, and his heart was filled with fear. The giant claw was too fast. Zhuowen didn't even have time to react. Just as the giant claw was about to crush Zhuowen, the first mountain god rushed over and punched out. Bang! The fist and the claw collided. Then the entire space seemed to have stopped. Then an invisible ripple spread out. Countless whirlpools began to appear in the pool. Outside the pool, the entire cave began to shake violently. Black water, pillars, rose from the surface of the pool. The sharp stalactites above the cave rustled and fell, stabbing into the ground. Ji Qinyan's beautiful eyes were filled with fear. She didn't know what was going on at the bottom of the pool. Looking at the cave that was shaking more and more violently, she gritted her teeth and took a step forward, dashing towards the exit. No matter what happened at the bottom of the pool, she wouldn't die here with Zhuowen. With a groan, the first mountain god's arm burst out a cloud of blood mist. Then the first mountain god carried Zhuowen with one hand and stepped on the water with his right foot. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he rushed upward. The first mountain god is injured. Zhuowen couldn't believe it. In his opinion, the first mountain god's body was extremely strong. At the very least, he had a perfect, complete, holy body. His strength was comparable to a true immortal expert, like Do Hua. But now, such an expert was actually injured by the claw just now. What was the origin of this strange giant claw? Mountain explosion. The first mountain god roared and grabbed with his right hand. Suddenly, the first mountain was caught in his hand and suddenly expanded. At the top of the first mountain, terrifying magma erupted as if it could destroy the world. The magma was so powerful that it drowned the entire black pool. Countless magma began to gather into a fire dragon that covered the sky. The fire dragon roared and swept out to meet the strange giant claw. Bang! 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 There was a loud explosion, and the aftermath of the collision spread out. Zhuowen's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with horror. "Let's go." The first mountain god's face was also pale. Without hesitation, he carried Zhuowen and stepped into the void. His speed reached the terrifying level of teleportation. The surrounding space was distorted, and he and Zhuowen disappeared from the black pool. Roar! The instant the first mountain god and Zhuowen disappeared from the Blackwater pool, the terrifying fire dragon, formed from magma, let out a mournful cry. It was violently clawed by the enormous claw that covered the sky and instantly scattered into countless sparks. However, after the fire dragon disappeared, the giant claw didn't continue to chase after them. It was as if it was afraid of something outside the pool. Perhaps the giant claw couldn't survive in the space outside the black pool. In short, the terrifying giant claw lingered at the bottom of the black pool for a while before retreating into the depths of the black pool. At the same time, the cracked barrier of the black pool was restored. In the depths of the barrier, hundreds of black balls extended out. These black balls were swallowing the black blood in the surrounding black pool. Ji Chenyan's beautiful eyes stared blankly at the collapsed Gobi Desert. She muttered in a low voice, "What happened?" That tremor just now, as well as the aura coming from the black pool, was too terrifying. Could Zhuowen have died in there? However, just as Ji Chenyan thought that Zhuowen had died in the black pool, the space near the collapsed Gobi Desert suddenly distorted. Then the first mountain god and Zhuowen slowly walked out of the distorted space. Both Zhuowen and the first mountain god were extremely pale. What was that thing? It was so terrifying. Zhuowen said with lingering fear. The first mountain god took a deep breath and said, "That thing should be related to the mysterious power in the depths of the heavenly armor star. Our injuries are not light. Let's heal ourselves first." As he said that, the first mountain god waved his sleeve and took out 2 elixirs. He passed one of them to Zhuowen. "This is the elixir of creation. It can heal all the injuries in your body in an instant without any side effects. I don't have much left on me. Take it quickly." The first mountain god said calmly. Zhuowen looked at the elixir of creation and swallowed it. Then he felt a strong warm current surging in his dantian. After it circulated around his body, he felt refreshed and all the injuries he had left behind were healed. "Young Master Zhuowen, are you all right?" Ji Chenyan came to Zhuowen and asked worriedly. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. I still have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first." After his injuries were healed, Zhuowen cupped his fists at Ji Chenyan. Then he turned into a ray of light and left the place. Ji Chenyan wanted to chase after him, but she realized that Zhuowen's speed was faster than teleportation. In the end, she had no choice but to give up. Moreover, Zhuowen left so quickly because he didn't want Ji Chenyan to catch up to him. Ji Chenyan knew this very well. Isn't that the direction the ancestor wanted to go? The ancestor said that it's a dangerous place. He warned me not to go there. Ji Chenyan's beautiful eyes flickered. After thinking about it, she didn't chase after him. Strange splashes of water appeared from time to time in the huge black lake. Tao Tai was lying quietly on the shore. Yuan Hongwen was sitting cross-legged on the roof of the central palace. He was silently meditating. Suddenly, Yuan Hongwen opened his eyes. His gaze fell on the distant horizon. He sensed an extremely familiar aura. Yuan Hongwen stood up abruptly. He stared at the horizon and smiled faintly. "Brother Zhua, I knew you would come here." As soon as Yuan Hongwen finished speaking, a ray of light shot over from the horizon. Its speed was extremely fast. It was originally tens of thousands of miles away, but in the blink of an eye it was already in the sky not far away from Yuan Hongwen, revealing a tall and straight figure. Chapter 1823. Battle again, this is... Zhuowen stared fixedly at the lake of black water before him, and he was indescribably shocked in his heart. The black water in the lake had the same aura as the black water in the pool of black water in the cave. In other words, The entire lake of Blackwater was constructed from the blood of saints. Even though it was the dregs of saint blood, it was sufficient to shock Juan. The lake of Blackwater was truly too large. The amount of saint blood required to construct such a large lake was something Juan didn't even dare imagine. Juan couldn't help but recall the few hundred black balls he encountered in the pool of black water. He knew that the number of black balls at the bottom of the lake was probably even greater than the pool of black water from before, and there would be many, many more. Brother Yuan, the Divine Master has already entered the lake of black water? Juan asked with a solemn gaze. The expression on Juan's face didn't escape Yuan Hongwen's notice. However, he didn't think too much about it and nodded instead. The Divine Master, the 4 masters of the battlefield, and over a dozen heavenly immortal realm experts have all entered. Right? There's also the Master of the Divine Tomb and Senior Shurji. When he spoke up to hear, Yuan Hongwen glanced at Juan and shook his head. Juan, this place is extraordinarily dangerous. Even the Divine Master instructed me not to vainly attempt to enter this place. Otherwise, my life would be in danger. I advise you to give up on the thought of entering this place. At the instant Juan flashed over here, Yuan Hongwen knew that Juan intended to enter the lake of Blackwater, so he advised Juan with kind words at this moment. Even though Juan had domineeringly defeated him in the final path of life and death, Yuan Hongwen didn't hold a grudge because of this. As far as he was concerned, the law of the jungle was the way of the world. Juan had relied on true ability to defeat him. Moreover, they'd fought to their heart's content in that battle, causing Yuan Hongwen to feel regretful that he hadn't met Juan earlier. Juan shook his head instead and said, I must enter this place. You can't stop me. Yuan Hongwen's eyes narrowed as a vast aura suddenly surged out explosively. Instantly, the surrounding atmosphere became much more stagnant and terrifying. It was like a volcano had erupted, and it was extremely heavy. Not necessarily. Yuan Hongwen's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. He stared at Juan and said with a smile, Juan Hongwen's memories of our last battle are still fresh. If you want to enter the Black Lake today, you'll have to defeat me first. Juan looked at Yuan Hongwen and asked in a deep voice, Are you really going to stop me? Yuan Hongwen chuckled. Why not? All right then. Let's decide the outcome of this battle with one move. You and I will use our strongest moves. If I lose, I will retreat. Juan took a step forward, and the aura in his body surged up like an upside-down waterfall. The surrounding air suddenly turned into countless cyclones, and these cyclones began to condense in the air, forming a huge vortex that could swallow the heavens and the earth. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yuan Hongwen let out a long laugh. He stepped on the air with his right foot and floated in midair. Soon after, his gaze became serious. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan Hongwen's entire body erupted with a terrifying blood mist, and a vast and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. God-slaying blood eye. Yuan Hongwen's gaze became extremely serious. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out another mouthful of blood essence. His face was slightly pale. The blood eye was his strongest celestial art. It was extremely powerful, but the price to use it was also very high. When the blood essence fell on the blood mist in front of him, it actually caused the blood mist to wriggle violently. All of a sudden, the squirming blood mist suddenly exploded, and countless lines of blood burst out from it. These blood threads spread out in all directions, forming numerous ferocious and terrifying blood eyes in the air above Yuan Hongwen. There were so many blood eyes that they almost covered the entire sky above the Black Lake. It was as if the whole world was being watched by these countless blood eyes. Whoosh! As soon as the blood eyes appeared, the entire Black Lake was set off by monstrous waves, mixed with the ferocious howls of some exotic beasts. Awoo! Tao Tai, who was originally lying on the shore, stared at Juan with an extremely unfriendly gaze. An aura that could even shake the world flowed out of Taoya's body. Yuan Hongwen stood under the countless blood eyes. He looked at Tao Tai and said in a deep voice, "This is a battle between me and Zhuowen. I hope Brother Tao Tai will not interfere." Tao Tai roared at Yuan Hongwen. Soon after, it glanced at Zhuowen. Soon after, the terrifying aura slowly dissipated. Tao Tai tilted its head and once again laid on the shore, no longer caring about the battle on this side. Zhuowen solemnly glanced at the Tao Tai. This Tao Tai gave him a very strong feeling. This kind of giant beast contained the true bloodline of the Tao Tai. Its strength could not be underestimated. "Brother Zhuo, do you dare to fight me?" Yuan Hongwen's eyes were filled with fighting intent. His voice was like thunder as he looked down at Zhuowen. As Yuan Hongwen looked down, the countless blood eyes in the sky followed his gaze and fell on Zhuowen. With so many blood eyes gathered on Zhuowen's body, even Zhuowen felt his scalp go numb. However, Zhuowen was not afraid. He leaped up, his long hair and robe fluttering. He pointed his right hand at the void and said, "Slaughtering finger of the underworld." Zhuowen pointed, and countless yellow springs water droplets flew out of his body. Yuan Hongwen frowned. He had experienced the slaughtering finger of the underworld during the Battle of the Gods. Its power was ordinary and could not be compared to his blood eyes. Could it be that this Zhuowen used this move to look down on him? Yuan Hongwen? The power of Zhuowen's move seems to have increased a lot, and it's still increasing. Suddenly, Yuan Hongwen's expression changed. He saw the yellow springs water droplets around Zhuowen increasing in number, becoming denser and denser. In an instant, the yellow springs water droplets broke through the million mark and showed no signs of stopping. 2 million, 3 million, all the way to 10 million. There were simply too many yellow springs droplets around Zhuowen, densely packed together. Even Yuan Hongwen had to pay attention to the aura emanating from the gathering of so many yellow springs droplets. Slaughtering finger of the underworld, gate of reincarnation. Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand. Immediately, the millions of underworld water droplets gathered together and formed a circular gate. This circular gate was very big, at least several thousand feet in size. It appeared behind Zhuowen in the void and kept rotating. It was as if this gate really hid reincarnation. Yuan Hongwen let out a long laugh and took a step forward. The blood-red eyes that filled the sky blinked one after another, and strange and thick blood-red lines shot out, interweaving in the void. The blood lines moved at an extremely fast speed, spreading around Zhuowen's body in an instant. They kept intersecting, forming an irregular fence of bloodlines. Furthermore, these bloody fences were extremely irregular, as if they had been randomly drawn in the void. The moment the bloodlines intersected, Zhuowen felt an extremely terrifying sense of restraint around him. This feeling of restraint was very strong, and it froze Zhuowen's limbs in the air. He was unable to move at all. Yuan Hongwen walked over step by step. Under the illumination of the countless bloodlines, his eyes turned blood-red and frenzied. He pointed a finger at Zhuowen's forehead. Zhuowen snorted and pointed with his right hand. The huge reincarnation gate behind him spun faster and faster and blocked in front of Zhuowen. A mysterious power of reincarnation spread out. The surrounding densely packed irregular blood immortals were directly sent into reincarnation by the gate of reincarnation, disappearing without a trace. The moment Yuan Hongwen's finger landed on the gate of reincarnation, a clear and melodious ding was heard. Yuan Hongwen's expression changed at this moment. He only felt that the sky and earth were spinning. His mind kept replaying all his past experiences. This feeling kept repeating, as if he had fallen into a reincarnation that he could not extricate himself from. Blood eyes condense, heaven and earth collapse. Yuan Hongwen's eyes showed that he was struggling. Then he let out a low roar. Suddenly, the blood eyes that filled the sky burst into countless blood mist. The blood mist began to condense and eventually turned into a huge blood eye. This blood eye was so huge that as soon as it appeared, it stared at the reincarnation gate. A burst of nothingness came from the gate, and the surface of the reincarnation gate made continuous explosive sounds. Zhuowen stared at this scene with narrowed eyes. He snorted and pointed with his right hand, saying, "Reincarnation gate, reincarnation. Massacre in the Yellow Springs." After that, the sound of machinery came from the gate. The gate began to open, and a pressure that had never been there before poured out from the gate. Rumble! Behind the gate of reincarnation, a finger that was tens of thousands of feet long stretched out and pointed at Yuan Hongwen. It was as if a giant was trying to crush an ant to death. Bang! 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 The huge finger pointed at the blood eye. Then, countless blood mist burst out in midair. The blood mist gathered together and formed a blood rain that sprinkled around and formed the blood eye. Zhuowen's Yellow Springs finger of massacre had less than 1,000,000 Yellow Springs water droplets, so its power was not fully unleashed. Now, Zhuowen had absorbed too much essence from the black pool. The number of Yellow Springs water droplets had skyrocketed and reached the 10 million mark. The Yellow Springs finger of massacre, which was originally not very powerful, had suddenly become the strongest immortal art he had. In addition, Zhuowen's cultivation had advanced to the late Earth immortal realm. Yuan Hongwen, who was difficult to deal with in the past, was not as big of a threat to Zhuowen as before. The Yellow Springs finger of massacre was too terrifying. When the finger pointed, the blood eye took a step back. When the finger pointed twice, the blood eye took 2 steps back. Yuan Hongwen retreated step by step. With every step he took, the blood mist on his body would involuntarily erupt. Yuan Hongwen's eyes were filled with horror. "I can't lose!" Yuan Hongwen's eyes were red. He was unwilling. He had already lost the battle of gods once. He would not allow himself to lose a second time. With a lot of unwillingness, Yuan Hongwen pointed with his right hand. An invisible ripple spread out and enveloped the blood eye. Instantly, the blood eye erupted with a terrifying power. Its power had reached another level. It stopped in one fell swoop. Then, countless blood immortals gushed out and completely covered the Yellow Springs finger of massacre. Tao intent? Unfortunately, the strength of your Tao insight is too weak. Let me show you what the real power of Tao intent is. Chapter 1824. Tuyer, the instant the invisible ripples appeared, the huge blood eye suddenly collapsed, turning into a dazzling blood mist. And within the blood mist, the slaughtering finger of the netherworld burst out with a monstrous aura of slaughter. Yuan Hongwen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with bitterness. He was defeated again, and this time he was defeated by the same person. Oh, Tao Tai, who was originally lying on the shore, saw Yuan Hongwen spitting out blood. His eyes were bloodthirsty and tyrannical. He stomped on the ground with his right foot and leaped into the sky to catch Yuan Hongwen, who was flying backwards on the central divine palace on his back. Tao Tai's speed did not decrease as he charged towards Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Brother Tao Tai, calm down. Zhuowen is not an enemy." Yuan Hongwen landed behind the central divine palace. Seeing that Tao Tai's momentum did not decrease, he knew that something was wrong. However, it was too late. Tao Tai had already lost his mind and was on the verge of going berserk. Even Yuan Hongwen could not control him. At this moment, Yuan Hongwen was extremely uneasy. He could not help but yell at Zhuowen, "Brother Zhuo, run. Tao Tai is too strong. You can't stop him." Tao Tai had already arrived in front of the slaughtering yellow spring finger after uttering those words. Immediately, a frightening huge claw that blotted out the sky smashed onto the slaughtering yellow spring finger, directly shattering it. As soon as the slaughtering finger was broken, Zhuowen groaned. His face turned pale, and he could not help but retreat. His eyes were filled with fear. This Tao Tai was too terrifying. Yuan Hongwen's face turned pale. He knew that Zhuowen was finished. He knew how terrifying Tao Tai was. Although Zhuowen was strong, he was only in the late, earthly immortal realm. No matter how strong he was, how could he be a match for Tao Tai? Looking at the approaching Tao Tai, the coldness in Zhuowen's eyes intensified. He stared coldly at Tao Tai, but he did not show any signs of escaping. Seeing Zhuowen standing there like a fool, the sigh in Yuan Hongwen's eyes intensified. He knew that Zhuowen's fate was no longer surprising. However, when Tao Tai approached Zhuowen, a gust of wind suddenly rushed out from Zhuowen's body. Then, the raging wind gathered together and formed a huge wind fist. Boom! This fist was extremely powerful. Tao Tai's eyes were filled with astonishment, but he was not to be outdone. Of Tao Tai also, with Tao Tai's fist and claw. Fist and claw and fist and claw, fist and claw, claw, fist and claw, fist and claw, claw. Dang, 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 dang. After that, Yuan Hongwen was shocked to discover that Tao Tai had been beaten back, and the fist formed by the wind did not lose its momentum. It directly descended from the sky like an invisible and terrifying mountain. Ow! The Tao Tai lifted its head and roared. It opened its mouth, and a huge black hole appeared in its mouth. The black hole swallowed the formless fist that came crashing down from the sky into its stomach. This Tao Tai is not bad. It seems that his body contains the bloodline of the ancient fierce beast, Tao Tai. His devouring power is not bad. A surprised voice was heard. Then a figure in black clothes appeared beside Zhuowen without anyone noticing. Who is it? Yuan Hongwen stared at the man in black. Fear rose in his heart. This person could force Tao Tai to retreat. His strength was probably terrifying. Of course. What surprised Yuan Hongwen was that this mysterious and powerful man in black seemed to be summoned by Zhuowen. This conjecture caused Yuan Hongwen to look at Zhuowen with a bewildered expression. Ow! Tao Tai continued to roar. The brutality in his eyes gradually faded. Instead, it was replaced by deep fear. Although Tao Tai had swallowed up the fist force formed by the gale in the previous exchange, it was not that simple. Tao Tai had also suffered a slight injury. It's just a misunderstanding. Senior First Mountain God, let's forget about it. Zhuowen said calmly. The First Mountain God looked at Zhuowen and did not say anything. He slowly withdrew his aura. Tao Tai in front of him was not simple. The reason why he had the upper hand previously was because he had taken him by surprise. With the First Mountain God's insight, he could naturally feel that Tao Tai's final trump card was not itself, but the central divine palace on its back. If this Tao Tai were to reveal all of his trump cards and strength, even the number 1 mountain god would have to think twice before taking him on. Tao Tai also regained its consciousness after being comforted by Yuan Hongwen. It took a deep look at the First Mountain God, then landed on the shore and lay there again. Brother Yuan, you won't stop me from entering the Black Lake, right? Zhuowen said calmly. Hearing this, Yuan Hongwen looked bitter and said, Zhuowen, you have won again. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. If you want to go in, then go in. However, I still have to remind you that this place is very dangerous. You should take care of yourself. Zhuowen cupped his fists. Immediately, he took a step forward with his right foot and rushed into the Black Lake with the First Mountain God. Looking at Zhuowen and the First Mountain God, who had disappeared into the Black Lake, Yuan Hongwen shook his head and said softly, The number of secrets on this boy is far beyond my imagination. Fortunately, I did not become enemies with him. Otherwise, if the black-clothed man beside him wanted to kill me, it would be a piece of cake. In the Black Lake, Zhuowen and the First Mountain God continued to swim. Zhuowen's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Without a doubt, the aura of the Black Lake's black water was almost the same as the black water pool. Looking at the surrounding Black Lake, Zhuowen could not help but think of the strange and mysterious giant claw that he encountered in the black water pool. That giant claw was too terrifying. Even the first mountain god was not a match for it. Then, what kind of existence was the owner of that giant claw? Zhuowen, once you enter this place, don't casually touch the black ball at the bottom of the lake. Last time, you absorbed too much essence qi, which led to a terrifying existence in the depths of the lake to attack you. The first mountain god suddenly warned in a serious tone. Zhuowen nodded and said in a deep voice, "Senior, don't worry. I understand. This time I will not act rashly." The first mountain god nodded. Immediately, the two of them continued to dive into the depths of the lake in silence. Swoosh! After diving down to a depth of several thousand feet, the surrounding black water suddenly surged. Then, one after another, black shadows rushed out from the surrounding black water and surrounded Zhuowen and the first mountain god. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the surrounding black figures. He realized that these black figures were all the strange figures he had encountered in the black water pool. Awoo! The eerie humanoid figures were extremely fast as they flew towards Zhuowen and the first mountain god. There were more than 10 of them. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He pointed with a finger and unleashed the immortal art. Finger of Yellow Springs. Tens of millions of water droplets converged to form a gate of reincarnation that circled around Zhuowen. Bang, bang, bang. As the black figures rushed towards Zhuowen, they were all repelled by the mighty force of the gate of reincarnation. The first mountain god, on the other hand, used his powerful body to throw out punches. Wherever his punches passed, the water would boil and turn into ferocious and powerful water dragons. They swept towards the surrounding eerie humanoid figures and crushed them into pieces. The two of them were extremely fast. In an instant, they had annihilated the surrounding eerie humanoid figures. Swoosh! However, the commotion caused by their battle immediately attracted the attention of the other black figures in the distance. Those black figures rushed towards Zhuowen and the first mountain god. "Let's go. Don't get entangled with them. There are too many of them." The first mountain god snorted coldly. He stomped his right foot and relied on the powerful counterforce of the water pressure to quickly dive to the bottom of the lake. Zhuowen was not slow either. He had comprehended the first level of the Tao Will, so his speed was comparable to a heaven immortal. He was not much slower than the first mountain god. If the lake water was clear, looking down from the top of the lake, one would definitely be able to see the black shadows scattered around the lake, crazily rushing towards the center of the lake. They were all chasing after Zhuowen and the first mountain god. After about half an incense stick's time, Zhuowen and the first mountain god had dived to the bottom of the lake. The bottom of the lake was very large, and as Zhuowen had expected, there were many black balls at the bottom of the lake. These black balls seemed to have a life of their own. The veins on their surface were constantly pulsating, and from time to time they would spit out black blood, expanding the area and volume of the lake around them. "Where should we go now?" Zhuowen looked around and asked solemnly. The first mountain god squatted down and slowly picked up the sand on the ground. He sniffed it and said in a deep voice, "Let's go forward. I can feel that there was a great battle in front of us." As he spoke, the first mountain god nodded at Zhuowen. The two of them rushed forward, and countless black figures followed closely behind them. After a while, the two of them saw a wind gap not far from them. However, this wind gap was surrounded by many black veins. However, the veins that covered the surface of the wind gap were all broken. The black blood dyed the surrounding black water even darker. It looked very strange. The moment the two of them approached the wind gap, the countless black figures that were chasing behind them stopped one after another. They kept pacing back and forth a few hundred meters away from the wind gap, as if they were afraid of something. This wind gap was probably formed by the destruction of a black ball that was hundreds of feet large. It should have been created by the divine Master Do Hua and the others. Zhuowen carefully examined the broken veins around the wind gap, and his gaze became very serious. He could imagine that there was a giant black ball that was many times larger than the ones he had seen along the way. The divine Master Do Hua and the others fought with the giant black ball in order to enter the wind gap. From the signs, it could be seen that the black ball was destroyed by Do Hua and the others, and they entered the wind gap. "Let's go in and take a look. Perhaps there is another world inside the wind gap," said the first mountain god. Zhuowen nodded, and the two of them slowly entered the wind gap. There was an extremely deep tunnel inside the wind gap. The tunnel was circular and filled with black water. Chapter 1825. Red Lotus Blood Formation. After walking out of the black pond, Zhuowen and the first mountain god quietly observed their surroundings. They discovered that the cave was extremely large, and around the cave there were actually many deep caves. These caves were so deep that it seemed as if there was no end to them. Even when Zhuowen used his divine sense to explore these caves, he discovered that these caves seemed to be bottomless. His divine sense was unable to see what was in the depths of these caves. There are a total of 108 caves. The first mountain god looked around and said indifferently. Zhuowen frowned. He stared at these caves and said in a deep voice, "There are so many caves. I wonder which one is the real passage. All the same, these 108 caves should all lead to the same place. The only difference is that the things in each cave should be different." The first mountain god said indifferently, "Senior, do you mean that we can choose any passage?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. The first mountain god nodded and said, "I took a rough look at these 108 caves just now. I discovered that regardless of whether it is their appearance or the aura they emit, they are all surprisingly the same. If there are real and fake caves in these 108 caves, at least I can't tell the difference." Speaking up to this point, the first mountain god pointed at a few of the caves and said indifferently, "There are traces of movement in these caves. They should be the caves that the previous group of people entered. Since they didn't enter the caves together, I'm afraid they had the same idea as me. These 108 caves all lead to the same destination." Hearing the analysis of the first mountain god, Zhuowen nodded slightly and said, "It seems that we only need to choose one of these caves." As he spoke, Zhuowen carefully looked at the surrounding caves. When his gaze landed on the 58th cave from the left to the right, the mysterious eyeball that was originally lying in his collar, pretending to be dead, suddenly struggled a few times and let out a slight hissing sound. Zhuowen frowned. His gaze was fixed on the 58th cave, revealing a look of contemplation. The origins of the mysterious eyeball were extremely mysterious. Although he had found the mysterious eyeball in the white-haired man's seal, he had a vague feeling that the owner of the eyeball was not the white-haired man, but someone else. "Let's enter the 58th cave." After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen finally chose the 58th cave. Since the mysterious eyeball could sense the 58th cave, there must be a reason for it. Therefore, Zhuowen did not hesitate to choose this cave. The first mountain god didn't mind which cave Zhuowen chose. After all, he knew that all the caves led to the same destination. He didn't care which cave Zhuowen chose. After choosing the cave, the first mountain god and Zhuowen entered the 58th cave. After the first mountain god and Zhuowen had chosen their caves, two more figures appeared in the sky outside the Black Lake. Yuan Hongwen, who was sitting cross-legged in the central divine palace, slowly opened his eyes. A bright light burst out from his eyes and fell on the two figures who were rushing over. The two figures were extremely fast and stopped in the sky above the Black Lake in an instant. Among the two figures, one was a lowly who was about 12 years old, and the other was slender and wore a ghost mask. The specific age of this person was unknown. Yen Tianwei of the Prophet family? And who is this person? Yuan Hongwen first looked at Yen Tianwei. Then his gaze fell on the man with the ghost mask. He could feel an extremely strong sense of danger from the man with the ghost mask. This sense of danger was almost on par with that of the black-clothed man who had appeared beside Joan. In fact, the aura of the man with the ghost mask was even more strange and unpredictable. It was even difficult for him to capture it. Yen Tianwei glanced at Yuan Hongwen indifferently. Then her gaze fell on the central divine palace and the Taotai below Yuan Hongwen. She said to the man with the ghost mask next to her, "The big shot, that skyworm you mentioned, is sealed in the central divine palace." The central divine palace is connected to the Taotai. It contains the number 1 ancient seal, merciless time. The man with the ghost mask said indifferently, "Can you break this seal?" Yen Tianwei's eyes flickered, but she said in a deep voice, "Yes, but it will take too long." "Haha, I have a way to shorten the time for you. Now, let's get rid of this eyesore first." The man with the ghost mask smiled cruelly and waved his right hand. Suddenly, countless black vortexes gushed out from his fingertips, swallowing the space around the man. Under the suction of the vortexes, the man's figure was faintly discernible and hazy. The countless black vortexes gathered together and finally formed a black talisman. The center of the black talisman showed the pattern of a vortex. "Spinning Thorn Holy Talisman? You are from the Spinning Thorn family? How did you enter the ancient battlefield?" Yuan Hongwen frowned slightly and stared at the man with the ghost mask. The man with the devil mask laughed and said, "It was all thanks to your Chaos Temple's divine master that I was able to enter the primordial battlefield. However, he probably didn't expect that I would come to snatch his central palace." Roar! Taotai looked up to the sky and roared. His tyrannical eyes stared at the man with the ghost mask. After all, Taotai was not an ordinary creature. It was extremely intelligent, so it naturally understood the words of the man with the ghost mask. It knew that the two people in front of it did not come with good intentions. Yuan Hongwen's eyes narrowed into needles. He did not expect that the two people came in because of the Divine Lord. He said with a gloomy face, "Since the Divine Lord allowed you to enter the ancient battlefield, you should do your best to help the Divine Lord go deep underground." "What do you mean by this?" The man with the ghost mask sneered and said, "Do my best to help? Your noble, Lord God, doesn't have any good intentions. He invited me because of Tian Wei's prophecy ability and my strength. Maybe he also wants to have a scapegoat." Yuan Hongwen's face was extremely gloomy. He was on guard as he stared at the man with the ghost mask. The man gave him a strong sense of threat, so he had to be on guard. The man with the ghost mask did not speak any more nonsense. He stepped out with his right foot and a strong black vortex spread out under his foot. Then he disappeared into the void. The moment the man with the ghost mask disappeared, the sense of crisis in Yuan Hongwen's mind became even stronger. He did not hesitate to bite his thumb. Then, blood spurted out and constantly drew strange marks and patterns on the ground of the main hall. Rumble. The entire surface of the central palace was covered with dense lines of blood. These lines of blood began to spread continuously, enveloping the Taotai below the central palace. If one looked carefully, the bloodlines formed a very regular blood pattern on the surface of Taotai's body. The blood pattern was the symbol of a blooming lotus. Bang! Suddenly, Yuan Hongwen felt that the entire central divine palace was shaking. Then he turned around and found that the man with the ghost mask had swept to the surface of the central divine palace. Relying on the power of the black vortex, he was constantly bombarding the defense outside the central divine palace. The ancient forbidden red lotus blood formation. It seems that the old man with the surname Gu set it up in the central divine palace? The man with the ghost mask silently looked at the countless red lines that covered the entire central divine palace and the surface of Taotai. He clicked his tongue in wonder. "Oh!" Taotai roared and suddenly turned around. He grabbed at the man with the ghost mask. His right claw, which was covered with red lines, was filled with a terrifying wild aura. The man with the ghost mask waved his right hand and a black vortex covered his right palm. Then he slammed it on the right claw of Tao Tai. Then, under Yuan Hongwen's horrified gaze, Tao Tai's right claw was directly blasted away. Moreover, the black vortex was like a maggot. It spread along Tao Tai's right claw and wrapped up his entire right arm. It was as if there were countless black bugs gnawing on Tao Tai's right arm. Rumble. Countless red threads on the Taotia's right arm condensed into a brilliant blood-red lotus. This lotus slowly bloomed, and the black vortex around it was completely removed. Moreover, the red lotus did not weaken and bloomed petals. These petals were as red as blood. It was a shocking sight. They were even more like fire with a scorching temperature that scorched the heaven and earth. The man with the ghost mask narrowed his eyes and sneered. He threw a punch with his right hand, and the black vortex suddenly condensed into a long black dragon under the fist wind. The dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the red lotus directly into its stomach. Tianwei, I'm counting on you. The man with the ghost mask looked at Yen Tianwei and said with a smile. Yen Tianwei floated not far away. She pointed her 5 fingers with her right hand, and her eyes showed a dignified look. She was constantly checking the surroundings of Tao Tai and the central divine palace, as if she was trying to figure out the flaws of the red lotus blood formation. Tao Tai's left rib is 3 inches 3 points. Yen Tianwei's eyes flashed. The man with the ghost mask laughed and stepped on the ground with his right foot. The surrounding void suddenly collapsed, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. When the man with the ghost mask appeared again, he was 3 inches away from Tao Tai's left rib. Then the man with the ghost mask punched 3 times in a row. Bang! 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 Tao Tai let out a sorrowful cry, and his whole body burst into clouds of blood mist. The red lines on his surface had a trace of dimming, and his movements were stagnant. 2 points on the navel. Yen Tianwei continued. The man with the grimace mask meticulously carried out Yen Tianwei's orders. 2 more punches hit Taotia's navel. Taotia's sorrowful cries were even louder and richer, and he even directly spat out a mouthful of blood. 5 inches on the back. 1 point on the Tianling acupoint can be broken. Suddenly, Yen Tianwei's voice rose a little. The man with the ghost mask laughed and stepped on the void with his right foot. He instantly swept to the top of Tao Tai's head. Then his right hand became a claw and pointed at the Tianling acupoint on Tao Tai's head. Bang! 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 Chapter 1826. Time is merciless. Awoo! The moment the red lotus blood array was broken, Tao Chia's eyes flashed fiercely. He opened his mouth, and a huge black hole suddenly appeared in his mouth. A terrifying suction force came from the black hole. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The masked man laughed, and with a flick of his right hand, he took out a finger-sized iron rod from his spirit ring. The masked man bit the tip of his tongue, spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and sprayed it on the iron rod. Suddenly, the iron rod began to expand crazily to a size of several 100 feet. Then the masked man grabbed it and placed it on top of Taotia's big mouth. Tao Tai whimpered, but unfortunately, the iron rod firmly fixed its mouth so that it could not close it at all. At the same time, the masked man made a seal with his right hand and said in a deep voice, "Immortal technique, infinite void." Suddenly, the void around Tao Tai gradually bent and was isolated by him, forming an independent void cage. Yuan Hongwen stood in the central palace, staring at the isolated void around him, and said coldly, "Are you Yang Yi's messenger?" In Yuan Hongwen's memory, the immortal technique infinite void was Yang Yi's unique immortal technique, and it was very powerful. The masked man smiled gently, but did not answer Yuan Hongwen's question. Instead, he took a step forward and swept directly toward Yuan Hongwen in the central palace. Yuan Hongwen's face changed slightly, and he did not hesitate to enter the central palace. In a flash, he disappeared from the central palace and closed the door. The masked man swept to the front of the central palace. He stared at the closed door indifferently, but did not attack the door. The central palace was extremely sturdy. Although the masked man was strong, it was unlikely that he could break the central palace by himself. The masked man waved his sleeve, and countless black vortexes, like maggots, enveloped the door of the central palace. With Yuan Hongwen's strength, once he opened the door, he would be directly attacked by these black vortexes. Inside the hall, Yuan Hongwen naturally detected the black whirlpools outside the door with a spiritual sense. His expression was extremely ugly. These black whirlpools gave him an extremely strong sense of danger. He absolutely could not open the door. What is the purpose of this person and Yen Tianwei? Yuan Hongwen revealed a bitter smile and muttered in a low voice. Could it be that they are here for the heavenly worms sealed inside the Taotai? Yuan Hongwen suddenly thought of something. His face changed, and he looked anxious. He wanted to inform God Master Dohua, but he realized that the Black Lake's voice transmission jade slip had lost its effect. He couldn't send any message to Dohua. The man with the devil mask nodded at Yen Tianwei and said, "Let's enter the sealed land and take a look. It would be best if the ancient forbidden spell, Merciless Time, can be undone. If not, I will have to forcibly bring Gong-Go and Skyworm out." Yen Tianwei nodded and said, "We can try." With that, the man with the ghost mask took the lead, and the two entered the black hole in the Taoye's big mouth. After a while, the two of them came to a strange space. This space was extremely big, and the surroundings were blood-red. Moreover, the blood-red flesh walls were filled with countless meridians, as if they were the internal organs of the Taotai. At the end of the blood-red space, a huge black shadow was faintly discernible. The surface of the black shadow was entwined with countless blood-red veins, and invisible ripples flickered around the black shadow. It should have been planted with an extremely powerful restriction. The man with the ghost mask slowly walked toward the black shadow. He gently extended his right hand. The moment his right hand touched the restriction ripples, an invisible wave spread out, spreading into the surrounding space. The man with the ghost mask frowned slightly. His extended right hand was rapidly aging. Traces of wrinkles constantly appeared, which looked extremely strange. The man with the ghost mask pulled back his right hand. His eyes were cold as he said, "As expected of the number one forbidden spell of the ancient times, the Merciless Time really is impressive. It's because of the Merciless Time and the power of the passage of time that the terrifying reproduction ability of Skyworm can be completely suppressed." Yen Tianwei frowned slightly. She looked at the man with the ghost mask with some displeasure and said, "Didn't I remind you before that there must be high-level arcanists of the chaotic temple in this sealed land? Are you trying to draw them out by triggering the forbidden spell so recklessly?" The man with the ghost mask smiled and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. I only saw the seal of Skyworm here, but I didn't see Gong-Ge. He's probably sealed in an even more hidden place. It won't work if there's no one to lead the way." As soon as the man with the ghost mask finished speaking, the entire blood-red space began to tremble violently. In the very depths of the blood-red seal was a hall embedded in the wall of flesh. There was a huge formation within the hall. The formation was composed of countless complicated inscriptions. Countless strands of white light radiated from the formation. They turned into strange white chains that circled above the formation. At the end of the formation, a white-haired, middle-aged man floated quietly. The white chains that emerged from the formation bound the white-haired man tightly, making it impossible for him to move at all. If Zhuowen were present, it would not have been difficult for him to recognize the white-haired man as the man formed from the 6 body parts he had collected from the 6 danger zones. His name was Gong-Ge. Around the complicated formation, there were 9 figures sitting cross-legged. These 9 people were all dressed in loose robes, and they looked to be in their 60s or 70s. At the same time, he could tell from their robes that they were all arcana masters. The mental energy that radiated from them was extremely dense as well. He could tell that all 9 of them were Heaven Saint Masters from how dense their mental energy was. Suddenly, one of the old men with a long white beard opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through the wall of flesh and landed on the blood-red space where the celestial insect was. He said with a gloomy expression, "The merciless time restriction has been activated. Someone has broken into the place where the celestial insect is sealed. Who is it? Who's so bold to break into this sealed place? Don't they know that this is the forbidden grounds of the chaotic divine temple?" A red-haired old man grumbled. "The 8 of you, go stop the intruder. If there's a need, kill him on the spot," the white-bearded old man said coldly. The other 8 old men all nodded politely. Clearly, the white-bearded old man was the leader of the 9 of them. "Let's go. I'll definitely kill every single intruder who dares to break into this forbidden grounds." The red-haired old man was extremely hot-tempered. With a cold snort, he stepped into the air with his right foot and directly vanished from the hall. The 7 other people looked at each other. Under the white-bearded old man's signal, they all followed the red-haired old man. In the blood-red space, the man with the ghost mask stood quietly with his hands behind his back, while Yen Tianwei stood vigilantly behind the man with the ghost mask. Her eyes swept around, as if she was on guard against something. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, 8 figures appeared above the blood-red space. The leader of the 8 was the red-haired old man. At this moment, the red-haired old man's hair stood on end as his eyes spat fire. He coldly stared at the masked man and Yen Tianwei and said, "How bold of you to break into this place. Do you want to die?" The masked man said calmly, "You've misunderstood. The 2 of us have entered this place for important matters. I heard that there should be 9 Heavenly Saint Masters guarding this place. Why hasn't Master Yao Huai come?" The red-haired old man's eyes were cold as he said, "There's no need for Senior Yao Huai to personally deal with the 2 of you. Hee hee." The masked man sneered. He mocked. "Since there's another one in the depths, there's no need for me to show mercy and leave him alive." With that, the masked man stomped his right foot and a black vortex condensed beneath his feet. Like a ghost, he vanished from where he stood. How arrogant! The red-haired old man's eyes were cold as he said to the 7 people behind him, "Everyone, form the octopus universe formation." The other 7 nodded solemnly. They could feel the unusualness of the man with the ghost face mask. Following the red-haired old man's instructions, they split into 8 different directions. Soon after, the 8 of them formed hand seals, and the black and white extreme diagram appeared around them. The black and white extreme diagram rotated continuously, and a terrifying crushing force emerged from it. This crushing force was so terrifying that it seemed as if it could crush the entire sky. The man with the devil mask appeared next to an old man. The old man roared and formed a seal with his right hand. The black and white 2 extremes picture spun rapidly and pressed down on the man with the devil mask, wanting to crush him completely. Sensing the abnormality of the diagram, the eyes of the masked man flickered. He did not face it head-on. Instead, he stomped his right foot and dodged the attack. Immortal technique, infinite space. The masked man coldly snorted. He pressed his right hand against the empty space, and immediately, the space around the 8 people immediately began to distort. Afterward, the distorted space suddenly separated the 8 of them into independent spaces. It was like a spatial cage, which was extremely strange. "Break!" The red-haired old man coldly snorted. The 8 of them surged with terrifying mind power. Then the octopus universe formation, formed by the 8 of them, erupted with great power. The independent space began to shake violently as if it would collapse at any time. Immortal technique. Void dragon devour. The masked man's hand seals changed. Suddenly, the space around him began to distort and finally formed a huge void dragon. The void dragon roared, opened its huge dragon mouth, and swallowed the independent space into its stomach. Bang! Chapter 1827. Elder Yao Huai. The explosion of the void dragon caused most of the space in the blood-red space to become a strange vacuum. Bang! 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 Suddenly, in the center of the vacuum, continuous sounds of explosions rang out. Then, the red-haired old man rushed out with a pale face. Behind him, 3 other old men who were in an even worse state than him rushed out. However, their faces were filled with grief, indignation, and fear. The strength of the man with the ghost face mask in front of them was terrifying. The octagon universe formation, formed by the 8 of them, was broken so easily by this person. Moreover, 4 of them died at the moment of the void dragon's explosion, and even their real bodies disappeared into the void. Oh, you're actually still alive? Looks like you're not simple. The devil-masked man looked at the red-haired old man in surprise. Just now, it was this red-haired old man who opened up the vacuum and brought the 3 people behind him out. But you'll all end up the same. It's just a matter of time before you die. The man with the ghost face mask smiled cruelly and slowly disappeared, appearing behind the 4 like a ghost. Stop him! The red-haired old man's expression was unsightly. He waved his right sleeve and fiery red crystals flew out one after another. They were arranged in an irregular pattern, and waves of crimson flames burst out from these crystals. These flames scattered and finally formed a huge fire shield that was dozens of feet in size, blocking in front of the 4 people. The man with the ghost face mask sneered. With a wave of his right hand, a black vortex gradually filled the air in his palm, turning into a black ball that was constantly rotating. It suddenly blasted on the fire shield. Buzz! 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 The moment the black ball came into contact with the fire shield, a strange buzzing sound burst out. The fire energy in the fire shield was completely absorbed by the black ball. What? The red-haired old man's pupils shrank as he stared at this scene in disbelief. Elder Qian, hurry up and go. Inform Elder Yao Huai to avenge us. The 3 old men standing behind the red-haired old man had resolute looks in their eyes. They rushed out like moths to a flame, rushing toward the man with the ghost face mask. They knew that the man with the ghost face mask was too powerful. The octagon universe formation, formed by the 8 of them, was easily broken by this person. There was no doubt that the remaining 4 of them were no match for this person. The red-haired old man's eyes showed a trace of reluctance, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He nodded cautiously, and with a step of his right foot, his whole body was wrapped in flames as he rushed toward the depths of the space studio. Yen Tianwei looked indifferently at the red-haired old man Huai Mu Shursen studio. Huai Huai, Huai Huai. Immediately, not long after the red-haired old man flew out, an invisible ripple appeared in front of him. The ripple formed circles, and it looked extremely magical. The red-haired old man's eyes flickered as he struck out with his right palm. Flames surged into the sky and condensed into the tip of a curved blade. It fiercely slammed into the formless ring in front of him. Bang! Huai, Huai, Huai Studio Li. Huai, Huai Studio Studio. Huai, Huai Studio. Huai, Huai Studio. Huai Studio Studio Studio. You can't escape. An indifferent voice came from behind the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man turned around and saw the man with the ghost face mask standing not far behind him. The 3 old men who were blocking the man with the ghost face mask had become 3 cold corpses. Bastard! Seeing the 3 corpses behind the man with the ghost face mask, the red-haired old man's eyes turned red. He roared. The flames raged all over his body, forming an endless sea of fire around him. The man with the ghost face mask smiled. His whole body was wrapped in countless black vortexes. Then he walked toward the red-haired old man. He was not afraid of the sea of fire at all. When the man with the ghost face mask arrived in front of the red-haired old man, the red-haired old man felt his whole body stagnate. Then he was shocked to find that his body was surrounded by black vortexes. Time is ruthless. Do you know the way to break it? The man with the ghost face mask asked casually. The red-haired old man stared at the man with the ghost face mask and growled, "Who the hell are you?" It seems that you don't want to say. It's a little troublesome. The man with the ghost face mask shook his head. Then his right hand turned into a claw and grabbed the red-haired old man's head. He forcefully checked the memories in the red-haired old man's sea of consciousness. After a while, the red-haired old man's vitality was completely cut off. The man with the ghost face mask narrowed his eyes. He looked at Yen Tianwei and said, "This person's memories may be useful for you to break the spell." Then the man with the ghost face mask pulled out the red-haired old man's sea of consciousness. Then he flicked his finger and threw it to Yen Tianwei. After receiving the red-haired old man's sea of consciousness, Yen Tianwei checked it carefully and said, "Time is ruthless." Although it was set up by Saint Master Gu of the Primal Chaos Temple, this red-haired old man is a high-level member of the Primal Chaos Temple. He has seen the process of Gu setting up the spell. This memory is indeed very useful to me. Then you break the spell here first. I will go and meet the old man in the depths. The man with the ghost face mask said. He stepped on the ground with his right foot and walked toward the depths of the blood-red space. Yen Tianwei looked at the back of the man with the ghost face mask. Then he came in front of the huge black shadow in the corner of the blood-red space. Then Yen Tianwei flicked his finger and took out a ball of black gas from his spirit ring. As soon as the black gas appeared, it began to squirm. Its shape kept changing. Finally, it turned into an extremely strange human figure. This strange human figure had the head of an insect. Its whole body was covered in a tough shell. What was even stranger was that there were 12 arms on both sides of the strange human figure. With a casual wave of the 12 arms, it was actually able to set off a terrifying storm in the surroundings. A wild and terrifying aura surged out from the strange humanoid figure. If Zhouwen saw this strange human figure here, he would definitely recognize that it was the Skyworm avatar that had appeared in the Bitter Sea Emperor's tomb back then. Back then, the Skyworm avatar had been sealed by Yang Yi and brought to the Middle Earth. However, he did not hand it over to the Chaos Temple. Instead, he hid it for himself. The Sky Insect avatar slowly opened his bloody eyes. His gaze landed on the formation that was surging with the merciless ripples of time. Through the formation, he looked at the enormous black figure inside and said passionately, "Main body! Main body! Your main body has been sealed for too long. It should be in a deep sleep now. First, use the connection between your avatar and your main body to wake it up. Then, use your main body's power to attack the restriction inside. I will break the restriction from the outside. By combining the attacks from the inside and outside, we can break the restriction in one fell swoop," Yen Tianwei said calmly. The Skyworm glanced at Yen Tianwei and nodded seriously. Then he walked to the side and sat cross-legged on the ground. His 12 arms kept forming seals as he chanted a complicated and awkward chant. Roar! Suddenly, the huge shadow that had been trapped in the merciless passage of time suddenly roared at the sky. Its huge body began to rampage, and the merciless passage of time began to shake violently under the impact of this huge shadow. It was as if it was about to collapse. At the same time, Yen Tianwei extended all 10 of her fingers. Invisible ripples radiated from her fingers and landed on the merciless time restriction, causing it to shake even more violently. In the depths of the blood-red space, the white-bearded old man suddenly stood up. He could clearly sense that the merciless time restriction before him was being severely damaged. At the same time, he could sense that the main body of the sky worm trapped in the restriction had actually awakened. What's going on? The main body of the sky worm should have been in an eternal slumber after being sealed by the merciless time. Why has it awakened? The white-bearded old man frowned as he murmured softly, "Swish!" Suddenly, there was the sound of something rushing over. Afterward, the person with the demon mask landed near the white-bearded old man. "Who are you?" The white-bearded old man's pupils shrank as he couldn't help but shout. However, the man with the devil mask didn't even look at the old man with the long white beard. His gaze fell on the formation in front of him, where the white-haired man was trapped by countless white chains. There was a rare look of excitement in his eyes. "Who are you? Where are Qi Yan and the others?" Yao Huai's face was a little ugly. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. After all, the red-haired old man and the others were sent out by him to stop the intruder. Now, this strange person with the demon mask had broken in here, but the red-haired old man and the others were like a stone thrown into the sea. "You're talking about those 8 good-for-nothings? You'll meet in the underworld soon." The man with the demon mask turned his head slightly. His gaze finally fell on Yao Huai as he grinned. "You killed them." Yao Huai's eyes were gloomy as a murderous intent slowly brewed in his body. The man with the demon mask looked up to the sky and laughed. "Look at you. You really want to meet them soon, don't you? Then I'll fulfill your wish." As he spoke, the man with the ghost face mask opened his mouth and spat out the revolving stab, Saint Talisman. Then he pointed his sword finger at the Saint Talisman. Instantly, countless black vortexes rushed out and filled the entire space. If one were to look from the outside, one would be able to see that the place where the devil-masked man and Yao Huai were, it was already covered by a huge black sphere. This black sphere was formed by countless black vortexes, densely packed together like locusts. "I won't waste time with you. Just destroy it for me." The eyes of the man with the ghost face mask were cold and emotionless. He clenched his right hand, and the black sphere around him began to shrink violently, shrinking toward Yao Huai. As the black sphere shrank, a terrifying sense of oppression came, as if it could annihilate Yao Huai into nothingness at any time. Yao Huai's pupils shrank. He shouted coldly and threw out thousands of yuan crystals from the spirit ring. Chapter 1828. Immortal God-locking Array, Nebula Prison. Yao Huai's gaze was solemn. Mental energy surged out from between his eyebrows like a vast ocean. This mental energy spread to the surrounding crystals that were emitting starlight. Instantly, these crystals seemed to have turned into stars. These stars began to rotate continuously, turning into a vast nebula. This nebula continued to rotate, enveloping Yao Huai's entire body. Then, it formed an extremely sealed nebula prison. The moment this nebula prison was formed, the black sphere shrank to the extreme, suddenly enveloping the nebula prison. However, the man with the devil face mask had already stepped out of the black sphere's range. The man with the devil face mask squeezed his right hand, and the black sphere shrank even faster. The black sphere, which was originally hundreds of feet wide, immediately shrank to about 10 feet. It even continued to shrink until it finally became a palm-sized black sphere. After the black sphere was formed, the man with the devil face mask waved his right hand and pinched the black sphere in his hand. The corner of his mouth was full of mockery. "Disappear into the void." With that, the man with the devil face mask waved his right hand, opening a crack in the void, and threw the black sphere in. Then the void slowly closed. After doing all this, the man with the devil face mask looked at the white-haired man bound by the white chains in the array. His gaze was filled with complex emotions. Void devouring. After coming back to his senses, the man with the devil face mask revealed a solemn expression. Then his right hand pointed at the void, and the spiral stab sacred rune in front of him burst out with dense black vortexes. These black vortexes were like maggots in a tarsal bone. They surrounded the magic formation, then slowly spread along the white chains. A suction force was generated from these black vortexes, as if they wanted to devour all of the white chains. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, the array and the white chains were extremely extraordinary. The moment these black vortexes with extremely strong suction force attached to their surface, the chains and the array emitted a white light, and the black vortexes were all destroyed by the white light. Clang! After the black vortexes were dispelled, the complicated and profound runes in the array began to spin continuously. Then, white chains emerged from the underground array. These white chains were like white pythons. They violently shot out, directly towards the man with the devil face mask. The man with the devil face mask's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly retreated. The white chains and array could easily deflect the black vortexes. It was clear that the white chains and array were extraordinary. The man with the devil face mask did not dare to rashly go head-to-head with them. Fortunately, the white chain had a certain range restriction. When the person with the ghost face mask stepped out of the range, the white chain slowly shrank back into the array. The man with the devil face mask's eyes. He took a deep look at the white-haired man who was bound by the white chains and had fallen into a deep sleep. The white-haired man with the white-haired man with the white chains and had the white-haired man with the devil face realm white dragon. At this moment, Yen Tianwei and the celestial worm's main body were working together to break the merciless seal of time. Is time, the man with the devil great ice to studio. Give me one more day, Yen Tianwei said without raising his head. The man with the devil face mask nodded. Then he sat to the side and meditated with his legs crossed, waiting silently. A day quickly passed. The heavenly worm's body, which was trapped in the seal, suddenly roared. The crimson color in its eyes became even more intense. Then 12 arms suddenly shot out from within and slammed into the merciless seal of time. Yen Tianwei tapped all 10 of his fingers together, his eyes full of concentration. Bang! Finally, the array on the surface of the time merciless array began to be filled with cracks. More and more cracks appeared, almost covering the entire surface of the array. Break! The sky worm's time white dragon roared at the sky. The aura in its body became more and more majestic. 12 arms shot out at the same time. Billowing black gas gushed out from the 12 arms, making it even more powerful. Kacha! The time merciless array completely shattered into countless pieces. The sky worm's time white dragon roared with laughter. It rushed out from behind the array, its eyes scarlet. Whoosh! The moment the sky worm's time white dragon rushed out, the sky worm clone rushed into the sky worm's body and merged with it. I'm out. I'm finally out. I've been sealed by those despicable fellows from the chaotic divine temple for 10,000 years. I'm about to suffocate to death. The sky worm was extremely excited. It propped up its body and swung its 12 arms casually. At the same time, it stared indifferently at Yen Tianwei and the man with the devil face mask. It said, "The two of you are not bad. I'll remember your contribution. Now, come with me to save my master." The sky worm's arrogant attitude made Yen Tianwei frown. The two of them had worked so hard to save the sky worm, but the sky worm did not even thank them. Instead, it took the initiative to order them around. It was a little too much. But the person with the devil face mask sneered repeatedly and said, "Sky insect, 10,000 years of confinement has made you stupid, right? How dare you order me around like that?" The sky worm's eyes were cold. He turned around and looked at the man with the devil face mask. Their eyes met, and then the sky worm trembled. Fear filled its eyes, and it could not help but take a few steps back. It pointed at the man with the devil face mask and said, "Why, you are. Who I am is not important. Do you still dare to order us around like that?" The man with the devil face mask interrupted the sky worm and continued. The sky worm returned to its senses. It stared deeply at the man with the devil face mask before lowering its head slightly. It said respectfully, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare again." Yen Tianwei stared at the sky worm's change in attitude in surprise. She stared deeply at the man with the devil face mask and discovered that he gave off an unfathomable feeling. Although she had worked with the man with the devil face mask for quite some time now, the more she worked with him, the more she could not see through him. It was as if he was shrouded in layers of mystery. Even if one layer of mystery was removed, there would be another layer of mystery behind. It was almost endless. Let's go. The formation that traps God Ganj is not simple. Tianwei, you know more about it than I do. Go take a look. The man with the devil face mask said to Yen Tianwei. Yen Tianwei nodded. Soon after, the three of them entered the depths of the blood-red space. They arrived before the formation very quickly and saw the white-haired man bound by countless white chains. It's Master, the sky worm said excitedly. The moment Yen Tianwei saw the formation, her eyes became serious. She slowly walked to the edge of the formation and studied it carefully. The seriousness on her face became even heavier. As expected of the Chaos Temple, it has such a terrifying ceiling formation. Yen Tianwei took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "What formation is this?" The man with the devil face mask asked. This formation was very famous in ancient times. I was only able to deduce it from ancient records. This formation is called the indestructible soul-locking formation. These white chains don't lock the body, but the soul. The reason God Ganj is unconscious is probably because his soul has been completely locked by this indestructible soul-locking formation. If we don't break this formation, he won't wake up at all. This formation is much more terrifying than the ruthless time restriction. Yen Tianwei's eyes became serious. Although the ruthless time restriction was known as the #1 restriction of ancient times, it was only the #1 restriction. However, formations were much more complicated and powerful than restrictions. The indestructible soul-locking formation was even more famous than the ruthless time restriction. Moreover, because it was a formation, its power was far greater than the ruthless time restriction. Can you break it? The man with the devil face mask frowned. Yen Tianwei shook his head and said, "This formation is too powerful. Even with all I've learned, I still don't have the slightest confidence in breaking it. Moreover, this formation is extremely strange. Whether it's attacking or breaking it, it will trigger the soul-locking chains hidden in it. When that happens, the soul will fall into a deep sleep and it will be difficult to wake up." Hearing this, the man with the devil face mask frowned slightly. It seemed that Yen Tianwei would not be able to break this formation. If you want to break this formation, I'm afraid you have to find Elder Gu. If I'm not mistaken, this formation was set up by Elder Gu. This old man is not simple. Yen Tianwei said with some fear. The man with the devil face mask nodded and then waved his sleeve. Immediately, the space where the indestructible soul-locking formation was located twisted. Then, under the control of the man with the devil face mask, this space was isolated by him. Then, this isolated space began to shrink continuously. Finally, it became the size of a palm and fell into the palm of the man with the ghost face mask. It's time to enter the depths of the ancient battlefield. Whether it's Cangjia or Saint Master Elder Gu, we have to find them. Of course, we also have to find the mysterious force that injured the divine realm. The man with the devil face mask put the isolated space into his spiritual ring and said to Yen Tianwei. When the three of them came out of the black hole in Tao Tai's mouth, Tao Tai was crawling on the ground. Blood flowed out of its 7 orifices, and it was dying. It could die at any time. This strange beast has a lot of the bloodline of the ancient fierce beast Tao Tai. Sir, how about letting me devour it? The sky worm licked his lips and stared greedily at Tao Tai below. Up to you. However, I still have great use for the central divine palace. Don't swallow that palace too, the man with the devil face mask said lightly. Hee hee. Sir, don't worry. Tiangu laughed coldly. His body suddenly swelled to a size of tens of thousands of feet. Countless strange black figures appeared behind this Tiangu. They appeared like demons and monsters in the middle of the night as they emitted strange howls. Then, countless black shadows extended from the sky worm's body. These black shadows were like maggots in tarsal bones, shrouding Tao Tai's huge body. Awoo! Tao Tai looked up to the sky and cried. The moment these black shadows descended on its body, they were gnawing on its flesh and sucking its blood. Chapter 1829. Young Lady Evil, Spirit Within the Central Divine Hall. Yuan Hongwen's entire body trembled when he saw this scene through the senses of his soul. In particular, when he saw that the heavenly worm had actually devoured the Taotia's flesh, the fear in his heart grew even more intense. Heavenly insect. These two lunatics have actually released the heavenly insect. Oh no, they wouldn't have released the heavenly god imperial spear as well, would they? Yuan Hongwen trembled all over as he muttered in a low voice. At this moment, Yuan Hongwen truly felt a sense of powerlessness. Facing the heavenly insect and the masked man, he suddenly realized that he was really too weak. He was like an ant that could be crushed to death by these existences at any time. Countless black shadows shrank back into the heavenly insect's body. Then the heavenly insect licked his lips. His eyes were bloodthirsty as he looked at the central divine palace on the skeleton. He chuckled and said, "There seems to be a little guy in the palace, right?" The masked man glanced indifferently at the central divine palace and said indifferently, "This is the central divine palace, and also the palace that has suppressed you for 10,000 years. It won't be easy to break through this palace. We don't need to waste time on this." "Hee hee, then we'll listen to you, sir. However, we can't let this little guy get away so easily. Let him taste the terror of the black water." The heavenly insect cackled. Then a black shadow surged out from his body. It swept up the central divine palace and tossed it into the Blackwater Lake. Splash! Inside the central divine palace, Yuan Hongwen smiled bitterly as he clenched his fists. He didn't like the feeling of being controlled, but there was nothing he could do. The entrance of the palace was covered by the masked man's black vortexes. If he stepped out of the palace, he would immediately be attacked by the black vortexes. At that time, his life would be in danger. Even if he went out, so what? He would still be devoured by the heavenly insect in the end. He didn't have the confidence to face the heavenly insect, who was already a terrifying existence 10,000 years ago. Moreover, there was the masked man behind the heavenly insect, who was even more terrifying. Bang! 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 The moment the central divine palace fell into the Blackwater Lake, it immediately alarmed the many black shadows in the lake. They all gathered and began to attack the central divine palace with no regard for their lives. That's good too. This way, we can draw away some unnecessary trouble. The man with the devil face mask glanced at the central palace that had sunk into the Black Lake. Then he stomped his right foot and jumped into the Black Lake. Yen Tianwei and the shrunken sky worm followed closely behind, closely following the man with the ghost face mask. After passing through the deep and distant tunnel, Zhuowen and the first mountain god arrived at the end of the tunnel. Zhuowen discovered that at the end of the tunnel, there was actually an extremely large garden. This place was filled with clusters of flowers, and its myriad of colors always gave one a dazzling feeling. In front of the garden, there were several pavilions with carved railings and jades arranged in a picturesque, disorderly manner. In the middle of these pavilions, there was a huge palace with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. Strange beasts of all shapes and sizes were arranged in rows, causing the surface of the palace to reveal a trace of majesty. At the same time, outside the palace, there were 9 huge golden statues. These 9 golden statues were covered in armor. as if they were incomparably divine, immortal soldiers. What made Zhuowen fearful was that in the depths of the palace in front of him, there was actually an aura that made his heart palpitate, slowly spreading out. This palace is not ordinary. I'm afraid there is some extremely terrifying existence inside. The first mountain god frowned slightly. Zhuowen nodded, but his expression was even more alert and vigilant. The moment Zhuowen and the first mountain god stepped into the garden, the entire garden suddenly trembled, as if there was some huge living creature at the bottom of the garden that was trembling. Suddenly, in front of Zhuowen, a bright red flower squirmed for a while, and a shadow appeared on the flower. This shadow was a young girl in the prime of her youth. This young girl was only wearing a light veil, and her hands were hugging her knees as she curled up on the ground. She slowly raised her head, revealing an innocent look, and stared at Zhuowen. Then she suddenly asked, "Can I ask you a question?" Zhuowen frowned slightly. It was already very strange that the image of a young girl had suddenly appeared on the flower. Moreover, this young girl had even asked him this so-called question. Zhuowen's heart was filled with bewilderment. "Can I ask you a question?" The young girl spoke again, and the innocent look in her beautiful eyes became even more intense. Zhuowen pondered for a while and said indifferently, "Ask away." After receiving Zhuowen's answer, the young girl was very happy. She asked, "Who am I?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the young girl in front of him. His eyes were filled with coldness, but he did not answer. "What's wrong? Why aren't you answering me?" The young girl asked anxiously. "I don't know." Zhuowen answered truthfully. At this moment, the young girl's face suddenly froze. She stared at Zhuowen, and the original innocent look in her eyes was replaced by a trace of ferocity. "You don't know? Why don't you know?" The young girl roared at Zhuowen, and the aura on her body suddenly became somewhat violent. Zhuowen slowly retreated dozens of steps. His eyes flickered as he stared at the roaring young girl in front of him, and the vigilance in his eyes became more and more intense. It seems that this is not good. The first mountain god looked around, and Zhuowen also followed the gaze of the first mountain god. He discovered that the flowers in the entire garden were actually the shadows of young girls, and these young girls' faces were filled with ferocity. "You definitely know who I am, but you didn't say it. You're lying to me. Why did you lie to me?" The young girl roared fiercely, and then the flower under the young girl's shadow began to squirm. The soil kept shaking, and then a skeleton crawled out. The skeleton's bones were quite slender, and it should have belonged to a woman when she was alive. Moreover, it was very likely that it was the skeleton of the young girl's shadow when she was alive. On top of the skeleton, there were flowers, and the roots of the flowers were implanted into the skull of the skeleton. It was as if the nutrients of the flowers were absorbed from the skeleton. Not only the flower under the young girl's shadow, but all the other flowers in the garden also crawled out from the soil, revealing the ferocious skeleton. Every flower in this garden represents the life of a young girl. The master who built this garden back then was really cruel. He actually used the bodies of women to cultivate the flowers. Zhuowen's eyes were cold as he said, "What? Are you pitying these pitiful girls who died?" The first mountain god said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded and said, "I am indeed pitying them, but there is nothing I can do now. The only thing I can do is send these young girls' souls into the cycle of reincarnation." As he said that, Zhuowen bent his right finger, and suddenly countless underworld water droplets rushed out from his body, and then formed a huge gate of reincarnation behind him. Then Zhuowen stepped on the gate of reincarnation with his right foot, and commanded the gate of reincarnation to rush toward the young girl's shadows in the garden. As the gate of reincarnation rushed toward them, the young girl's souls screamed and were directly absorbed by the gate of reincarnation, becoming a part of the gate of reincarnation. Without a doubt, the gate of reincarnation was the biggest nemesis of these young girls' evil spirits. Wherever the gate of reincarnation passed, the young girl's evil spirits were not spared at all. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek came from the hall in front of the garden. The shriek was so sharp that even Zhuowen could not help but cover his ears to resist the corrosion of the shriek. Rumble! The moment the shriek came, the eyes of the 9 huge golden statues standing in front of the hall shone with golden light. Then they turned their heads and stared coldly at Zhuowen and the first mountain god. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Suddenly, the 9 golden statues turned into 9 rays of golden light and rushed toward Zhuowen and the first mountain god. Wherever they passed, the space collapsed and the earth cracked. Leave the 9 golden statues to me. You deal with these souls. The first mountain god said indifferently. He stepped on the ground and rushed toward the 9 rays of golden light. Then he threw out a punch. A terrifying fist wind whizzed out, and the 9 rays of golden light stopped in midair, revealing the 9 huge statues. Clang, clang, clang! The moment the 9 golden statues were stopped by the first mountain god, they immediately pulled out the golden swords on their backs and slashed toward the first mountain god in unison. The first mountain god sneered. Golden light burst out from his body, and his body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, he grew to the same height as the 9 golden statues. The 9 golden swords slashed down on the first mountain god's body as expected. Unfortunately, the first mountain god's physical body had reached a terrifying level. When the 9 golden swords slashed on the first mountain god's body, countless sparks burst out, and they were unable to do much damage to him. Break for me! The first mountain god laughed and punched the nearest golden statue with his right fist. The powerful fist wind stirred up a terrifying storm and swept toward the sky. Crack! When the fist landed on the golden statue buzzed. Countless cracks appeared on its body, and in the end it collapsed inch by inch. The moment the golden statue was destroyed, the remaining 8 statues attacked the first mountain god for the second time. Unfortunately, the first mountain god did not care about these attacks at all. He continued to throw out punches. The remaining golden statues could not fight back at all, and they were smashed into dust by the first mountain god. On the other hand, Zhuowen's side was also very smooth. Wherever the gate of reincarnation passed, the young evil spirits were sucked into the gate of reincarnation and entered the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, Zhuowen also noticed that the gate of reincarnation's power was increasing as it absorbed these young evil spirits. It was as if some kind of law was being born in the gate of reincarnation. When Zhuowen arrived in front of the young evil spirit that first appeared, the young evil spirit's expression was extremely calm. She looked at the gate of reincarnation indifferently, and then said indifferently, "Before you absorb me, can you answer my question?" "No," Zhuowen said indifferently. Then the gate of reincarnation rotated and directly sucked the young evil spirit into the gate of reincarnation. Chapter 1830. Book Immortal Kongwen. You've got a lot of guts. You actually dared to destroy the flowers and guards that I planted. A cold voice came from the depths of the hall. Then the originally faintly discernible terrifying aura suddenly became much more terrifying and solid. It was as if a terrifying existence was slowly walking out from the depths of the hall. Zhuowen looked over and saw a slender figure slowly walking out from the hall. It was a middle-aged man in a gray robe. At this moment, the man had his hands behind his back and was staring at Zhuowen and the first mountain god with a gloomy expression. Zhuowen observed carefully and found that there was a strange mark between the middle-aged man's eyebrows. The mark was in the shape of a strange beast opening its mouth to devour something. It was also emitting a strange blue light. The moment Zhuowen's gaze fell on the strange mark between the middle-aged man's eyebrows, he couldn't help but think of the terrifying giant claw that he encountered in the black pool. The aura of the mark was similar to the giant claw. Why is the aura of the mark between the man's eyebrows so similar to the giant claw? Could it be that the two of them are related? Zhuowen frowned slightly. He vaguely grasped the key point in his heart. However, after thinking about it carefully, he still couldn't figure it out. The moment the middle-aged man walked out of the hall, he glanced at Zhuowen. Then his gaze fell on the first mountain god. However, he slowly narrowed his eyes. He could feel an aura from the first mountain god that he was extremely wary of. Book Immortal Kongwen? The first mountain god was a little surprised. Senior, do you know this person? Zhuowen asked. This person was very famous in the ancient times. He was a true immortal expert. Although he wasn't as famous as the fighting Buddha demon Saint Shiji, he was still considered a top expert among the true immortals. Xiao He appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder. She looked at the middle-aged scholar with a complicated gaze and continued. 10,000 years ago, I clearly remember that Book Immortal Kongwen had fallen in the great battle. However, I didn't expect that he didn't die. Instead, he is still in this hall. Kongwen, I think you have mistaken me for someone else. I am number 22 under Master's command. I am not called Kongwen, the middle-aged scholar said with a cold gaze. Xiao He and the first mountain god looked at each other. This Kongwen seemed to have completely forgotten his identity. Also, what did this so-called number 22 mean? Who is your master? Xiao He's eyes flashed as she suddenly asked. However, Kongwen laughed loudly and said coldly, Master is master. If you want to trick me, you'd better give up on that idea. Xiao He frowned slightly. This Kongwen had completely changed. What kind of existence was this master that he spoke of? Kongwen's current appearance should have something to do with the strange mark between his eyebrows. First mountain god, capture this person alive and search through his memories. When the time comes, you will naturally know who his so-called master is. Xiao He said in a deep voice. That's exactly what I was thinking. The first mountain god sneered. He took a step forward with his right foot and moved towards Kongwen at an extremely fast speed. The first mountain god's body was too strong. Every step he took caused the garden to shake violently. How presumptuous! Kongwen's eyes were cold. He waved his sleeve, and instantly, countless flowers floated out. Furthermore, a young female evil spirit appeared on each of the flowers. These evil spirits' faces were filled with malevolence, as if they were in extreme pain. Roar! Accompanied by the petals, these evil spirits let out an extremely ear-piercing howl and rushed towards the first mountain god. The first mountain god's eyes narrowed slightly. He threw out a punch, but he realized that these evil spirits did not have a physical body. His punch simply missed. These evil spirits brazenly attached themselves to the first mountain god's body. This caused the first mountain god to frown slightly. He only felt that his entire body was being attacked by a disgusting chill. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. However, just as the first mountain god was being harassed by these evil spirits, Zhuowen had already arrived. He pointed his right finger and released the gate of reincarnation once again. As soon as the gate of reincarnation appeared, these evil spirits seemed to have met their nemesis. They screamed and fled, but they could not escape the suction force of the gate of reincarnation. Senior First Mountain God, leave these evil spirits to me. You can deal with Kongwen. Zhuowen said in a deep voice. The First Mountain God glanced at Zhuowen. Immediately after, his body moved like lightning and continued to rush towards Kongwen. Kongwen's eyes were ferocious as he coldly looked at Zhuowen. Immediately after, he opened his right hand and took out a golden book. Heaven's fall and earth's rend is in this book. After he finished speaking, golden runes flew out from the golden book. These runes gathered into a huge golden mountain and crushed towards the first mountain god. Moreover, the moment the golden mountain crushed down, the ground beneath the first mountain god's feet began to crack, forming a deep abyss. The first mountain god's right foot stomped on the void and directly jumped out of the abyss. He rushed towards the golden mountain that was crushing down. Heaven and earth fist. The first mountain god roared and threw out a punch. Heaven and earth trembled. Countless violent winds gathered into violent ripples, causing countless cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Rumble! The punch landed on the golden mountain. Instantly, the golden mountain shattered into countless golden dust. The runes that were lingering on the golden mountain were also instantly scattered by the punch. Kong frowned slightly. He coldly snorted and performed another hand seal. Countless golden runes flew out from the golden book and formed all kinds of sharp weapons. There were sabers, spears, swords, shields, and so on. They all flew towards the first mountain god. The first mountain god's physical body had reached an unparalleled level. These things could not cause any harm to him. After a short while, the first mountain god rushed in front of Kongwin. He clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly punched out. Suddenly, the surrounding space crackled. The violent storm turned into a huge wind dragon. It roared and engulfed Kongwin. Kongwin's face changed slightly. He held the golden book in his hand and raised it. Suddenly, endless golden light burst out from the golden book and scattered. It was like countless golden rain, forming a dazzling golden storm around him to resist the huge wind dragon. Heaven's rend fist. The first mountain god's eyes were cold and emotionless. He punched out again. This punch seemed to be able to destroy the void. The moment the punch landed on the golden storm's defense, the golden storm was instantly destroyed. The punch was like a hot knife through butter as it blasted towards Kongwin's chest. Kongwin's eyes were filled with panic. Then it was replaced by determination. He pointed at the strange mark between his eyebrows with his right hand. Rumble! The moment the mark between Kongwin's eyebrows lit up, an extremely strange roar sounded. Then, the mark between his eyebrows began to rotate and turned into a strange phantom of a strange beast's head. The phantom of the strange beast's head suddenly swooped towards the first mountain god as if it wanted to swallow him whole. The first mountain god narrowed his eyes. Instead of retreating, the punch advanced. Its speed and power had increased by a lot. Bang! When the punch landed on the phantom of the strange beast's head, the terrifying fist energy exploded. The first mountain god originally thought that the fist energy would be able to shatter the phantom of the strange beast's head into dust. However, he did not expect the phantom of the strange beast's head to be so tenacious. After squirming for a while, it actually swallowed the first mountain god's fist. The first mountain god's eyes were filled with shock. He could not help but retreat. However, the head was extremely strange. The moment it swallowed the first mountain god's right hand, it wanted to extend towards his body. The first mountain god showed a decisive expression and did not hesitate to cut off his right arm. Blood splattered everywhere. The first mountain god's face was slightly pale as he retreated to Zhuin's side. The phantom of the strange beast's head continued to chew. Then, with a gulp, it completely swallowed the first mountain god's right arm. It even made a strange chewing sound. Zhuin was flabbergasted when he saw this scene. The phantom of the exotic beast's head was truly a little too bizarre. The first mountain god's body was unparalleled in the world. It was impervious to fire and water. However, it was still so easily swallowed by the phantom of the strange beast. After the phantom of the strange beast's head swallowed the arm, its blue eyes stared greedily at the first mountain god. At the same time, it let out a sinister laugh like an owl. What is this thing? Cold sweat appeared on Zhuin's forehead. This thing is very strange. Its body has a devouring power that even I can't resist. As long as this devouring power comes into contact with me, it will be impossible to escape. The first mountain god looked at the phantom of the strange beast's head with great fear. Then he took out a pill and swallowed it. Immediately after, the wound on his right arm stopped bleeding. Moreover, a new arm grew out from the wound. Even so, Zhuin could still feel that the first mountain god's aura was much weaker than before. Growing a new arm must have consumed a lot of his energy. It seems that it likes your body very much. Didn't you hear it shouting happily? Kong, when suddenly knelt on the ground. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were filled with the desire to die. However, he looked at the phantom of the strange beast's head with a fanatical gaze. It was as if he was willing to sacrifice his life for the phantom of the strange beast's head. Roar! Suddenly, the phantom of the strange beast's head turned around and stared coldly at Kongwin. Then, under the shocked gazes of Zhuowen and the first mountain god, the phantom of the strange beast's head opened its mouth and swallowed Kongwin whole. Munch, munch! The sound of chewing echoed in the space again. That sound sent chills down one's spine. Zhuowen, we have to go. This thing is too strange. It seems that it can swallow anything. This is much more terrifying than Tao Tai. The first mountain god said in a deep voice. Zhuowen nodded. Just as he was about to retreat, the mysterious eyeball hiding in his collar suddenly moved. Then it shot out like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the illusory head of the exotic beast. This, before Zhuowen could even react, the mysterious eyeball had already appeared in front of the phantom of the strange beast's head. Then the mysterious eyeball blinked, and suddenly a black lightning burst out from its pupil. Chapter 1831. Chessboard under the black lightning. The strange beast's skull was completely devoured by the black lightning without any resistance. Zhuowen was not the only one who was stunned. Even the powerful number 1 mountain god was dumbstruck. The devouring power of the strange beast's illusory head was giving him a headache. If he wanted to completely destroy the strange beast's skull, he could do so. However, he would have to pay a huge price, and he could not afford to take such a risk. However, the mysterious eyeball that had suddenly appeared had completely devoured the strange and troublesome strange beast skull with just a single black lightning bolt. The usually calm first mountain god could not help but be shocked. Buzz, buzz, buzz! After devouring the strange beast skull, the mysterious eyeball kept blinking. It seemed to be extremely happy and satisfied. It was as if the strange beast skull was an extremely delicious meal for the mysterious eyeball. Zhuowen, what is the origin of this mysterious eyeball? The first mountain god's eyes flickered as he asked. Zhuowen shook his head and smiled bitterly. I obtained this mysterious eyeball from the shattered elephant abyss. I am not sure of its exact origin, but I know that this eyeball has something to do with the god of heaven. Since it has something to do with the god of heaven, why is this eyeball with you? Moreover, the black lightning bolt that shot out from it is extremely extraordinary. The first mountain god said in a deep voice. Zhuowen understood the meaning behind the first mountain god's words. He nodded and said, I will pay attention to this matter. Zhuowen had already thought of the suspicious points of the mysterious eyeball. However, the eyeball did not show any abnormalities during the time it had been with him. Therefore, Zhuowen did not pay too much attention to it. However, the scene that had just happened reminded Zhuowen that the mysterious eyeball was not simple. There might be some hidden dangers. Therefore, Zhuowen secretly raised his guard against the mysterious eyeball. Swoosh! The mysterious eyeball returned to Zhuowen's side. After jumping around him for a while, it returned to his collar. Zhuowen purposely inspected the mysterious eyeball and discovered that its aura was much stronger than before. Clearly, absorbing the illusion of the exotic beast skull had benefited it greatly. Let's enter the palace and take a look. I wonder what is inside the palace. The first mountain god said in a deep voice. Zhuowen nodded slightly when he heard this. Soon after, the two of them stepped into the large hall with cautious expressions. The inside of the hall was extremely dark. Behind the door was a deep tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, there was a blue light emitting. This blue light gave people a cold feeling. The two of them walked through the tunnel and finally arrived at the end of the tunnel where the blue light was located. This was a large hall. There were dozens of huge stone pillars that were so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around them. The surface of these stone pillars was carved with dragons and phoenixes, making for a spectacular sight. Moreover, the surface of these stone pillars was emitting a faint blue light. This blue light spread out in all directions, illuminating the entire hall in a faint blue color. A cold chill swept out from the hall. Even Zhuowen could faintly feel a chill. In the depths of the hall, there was a huge throne. This throne was also emitting a faint blue light. The throne was very high. Below the throne, there was a staircase that was dozens of feet high. On the throne, there was a stalwart figure. Looking at the flickering figure, Zhuowen and the first mountain god were both on alert and slowly approached. When the two of them arrived at the bottom of the staircase, they discovered that the figure sitting on the throne was not a real person, but a stone statue. This stone statue was extremely lifelike. It was the image of a middle-aged man. His eyes were looking straight ahead with a trace of arrogance. This person is Sangje. Zhuowen stared at the figure sitting on the throne, and his pupils involuntarily shrank. Previously, when he was in the Black Ball, he saw everything that happened 10,000 years ago. Naturally, he was clear about Sangje's appearance. The face of the statue on the throne was exactly Sangje's appearance. Master, Xiao He rushed out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows with an excited expression. He stared at the stone statue on the throne and trembled with excitement. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He did not expect that there would be a stone statue of Sangje in this hall. Could it be that Sangje was really deep underground? And why was the stone statue of Sangje here? Zhuowen carefully looked at the stone statue of Sangje sitting on the throne and looking straight ahead. His eyes slowly narrowed. Suddenly he discovered something. Dang! Zhuowen suddenly stepped onto the staircase and walked up to the throne. Boom! The moment he stepped onto the staircase, an invisible and powerful pressure suddenly crushed down. It was as if countless mountains had smashed onto Zhuowen's body at this moment. The dim blue light on the surface of the staircase instantly burst out with brilliant brilliance. Zhuowen frowned and immediately used the indestructible divine body of 10,000 Tao. The dark golden light on the surface of his body covered his whole body. He resisted the extremely terrifying pressure with a strong body. Dang! 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 Zhuowen walked up step by step. His speed was very fast, but it was very steady. He left a footprint with each step. Although the pressure became more and more terrifying as he walked up the steps, Zhuowen did not stop. The moment Zhuowen came to the front of the throne, the pressure there reached an amazing level. Even if Zhuowen used the perfection divine body, he could only bend slightly and look pale. In desperation, Zhuowen took out the Fushi cauldron. With the cauldron's characteristics, he absorbed the extremely powerful pressure around him. The moment the pressure was completely absorbed by the Fushi cauldron, Zhuowen slowly stood up. He looked straight ahead in the posture of the statue, but he was shocked. In front of him was a thick stone pillar. This stone pillar was not much different from the other stone pillars. If there was a difference, it would be that there was a dim blue mark on the top of the stone pillar in front of him. This dim blue mark was exactly the same as the mark on Kong Wen's forehead. They were both in the shape of a strange beast opening its mouth and roaring. This stone pillar is not ordinary. Zhuowen silently withdrew his gaze and secretly memorized the stone pillar in his heart. The mark on the top of the stone pillar could not be seen at the same level as the throne. After coming down from the throne, Zhuowen came to the side of the first mountain god. The first mountain god asked, "Did you find anything up there?" Zhuowen nodded and said in a deep voice, "I found a stone pillar that is different from the others. Follow me. I think this stone pillar is the key to entering the world behind the stone hall." As he spoke, Zhuowen took the lead and rushed out. After searching for around an hour in the hall, he finally found the stone pillar with the blue imprint at the top that Zhuowen had seen beside the throne. The blue light on the surface of this stone pillar was much brighter than the other stone pillars. Of course, this brightness was only relative. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to see it. This stone pillar. The first mountain god looked at the stone pillar in front of him. Zhuowen nodded slightly. Soon after, he extended his right hand and gently placed it on the surface of the stone pillar. Soon after, he discovered that the entire hall began to shake. Soon after, the blue light on the surface of the stone pillar became much brighter. Not only that, but the blue light of the other stone pillars in the hall had also become much brighter. Moreover, the moment the blue light became brighter, strands of blue light burst out from the surrounding stone pillars and surged into the stone pillar that Zhuowen was in. Kacha! Countless strands of blue light converged. The stone pillar faintly showed signs of not being able to hold on. Soon after, countless cracks appeared on its surface. The cracks expanded and spread throughout the entire stone pillar. Soon after, the stone pillar collapsed. The blue light contained within wriggled violently and actually formed the illusion of the strange beast's head that Kongwen had released outside the hall. However, the size of this strange beast's head in front of him was clearly much larger than the previous one. Moreover, it gave Zhuowen a feeling that this blue head did not give off a strong sense of danger. Instead, it gave off a gentle feeling. This head looked down at Zhuowen and the first mountain god. Then it slowly swooped down, opened its mouth, and swallowed Zhuowen and the first mountain god. The first mountain god originally wanted to resist, but he was stopped by Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly as he said, "The entrance to this hall is in this head's mouth. There is no need to resist." Hearing this, the first mountain god fell silent. In the end, he chose to believe Zhuowen and did not resist. When the blue strange beast's head swallowed Zhuowen and the first mountain god, the entire hall returned to its original state. The shattered stone pillar also returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. When Zhuowen and the first mountain god completely disappeared from the hall, in the depths of the 59th cave beside Zhuowen, there was another hall. There was also a large hall here, but this hall was built on a boundless grassland. Here, green was the main color. Inside the hall, the man with the devil mask, Yin Tianwei, and Skyworm stood quietly in front of a stone pillar. If I'm not mistaken, this cave and the hall inside are only the entrance test to the depths of the heavenly armor planet. Once we enter the entrance, the true test will begin, Yin Tianwei said calmly. The man with the devil mask nodded. Then he looked at Skyworm and said, "After entering this place, you should change your appearance. Otherwise, you'll definitely be recognized by the Divine Master, Dohua." "You're right, sir." Skyworm clasped his fist. The black gas around him wriggled, and his originally ferocious appearance began to change. In the end, he became a young man in gray. Even the unique aura within Skyworm's body was completely concealed. Even an expert like the Divine Master, Dohua, would find it difficult to tell that this young man was actually a young man. "Now let's open the entrance," Yen Tianwei said calmly. His small hand landed on the stone pillar. Immediately a blue light shone. What happened next was the same as what happened in the hall where Zhuowen was. After that, the three of them were swallowed by the strange beast's head. After Yen Tianwei and the other two disappeared from the hall, in the depths of the heavenly armor planet, there was a space. In the center of the space was a black river. Above the river was a rather large wooden bridge. Chapter 1832. The black desert one of them formed a sword with his hands and pinched an oval black chess piece. He gently placed it on the chessboard. The crisp sound of the chess piece hitting the chessboard echoed around the wooden bridge, like an echo in an empty valley. "Looks like all the chess pieces are here. I wonder what kind of exciting chess game these chess pieces will bring us next?" After the chess piece was placed, the figure shrouded in black fog revealed a pair of scarlet eyes and sneered. Opposite this person, who was also shrouded in black fog, said indifferently, "Don't be careless. These chess pieces are not simple. They might be able to break open this chess world." "Haha." So what if I break it open? It'll be even better if I break it open. I haven't tasted a human warrior in a long time. The person licked his lips and revealed a sinister smile. It was an endless desert. Furthermore, the sand that made up the desert was not yellow, but pitch black. Wisps of strange, gray gas lingered around the desert. These wisps of gray gas constantly wriggled in the air like gray snakes. When the two figures landed here, they immediately caused the surrounding black sand to sweep up. Furthermore, the gray gas that had been quietly lingering in the air began to stir. Is this the space inside the hall? Zhuo surveyed his surroundings, revealing a trace of surprise and bewilderment in his eyes. In particular, the gray aura that lingered in the surroundings actually gave him a sense of danger. Be careful of the gray gas. Suddenly, the first mountain god said to Zhuo. Then, Zhuo heard the sound of something breaking through the air around them. The gray gas that had been quietly lingering around them suddenly rushed toward Zhuo and the first mountain god like flower petals. The terrifying gray gas was like a volcanic eruption. It hung upside down and engulfed Zhuo and the first mountain god. Zhuo's expression was ugly. He flicked his right finger and immediately used the slaughtering finger of Acheron. A huge gate of reincarnation appeared around him and suddenly blasted out. Instantly, the gray gas that was lingering around them was dispersed. Zhuo took advantage of this opportunity and took a step forward, directly escaping the area where the gray gas gathered and lingered. The first mountain god punched out, causing the gray gas to disperse as it followed closely behind Zhuo. Furthermore, the first mountain god discovered that the gray gas was rather fearful of his physical strength. The moment he punched out, the surrounding gray gas had already dispersed in advance. In fact, he did not actually hit the gray gas. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment Zhuo dashed out, the gray gas seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. It directly enveloped the gate of reincarnation, densely packed. Not long after, Zhuo discovered to his shock that the gate of reincarnation was gradually shrinking. In the end, the gate of reincarnation completely vanished. Moreover, after devouring the gate of reincarnation, the amount of gray gas had increased by a lot. What? The gray gas swallowed the gate of reincarnation? Zhuo's eyes were filled with shock, and he couldn't help but retreat as he stared at this scene in horror. The first mountain god's eyes flickered as if he had thought of something. He said to Zhuo in a deep voice, "Try using another immortal technique." Hearing this, although Zhuo was surprised, he did not say anything. Instead, he formed a seal with his right hand, and celestial core power gushed out as he used the Lone Peak immortal technique. A huge lone peak formed from countless celestial core power, and it smashed down from midair, smashing into the gray gas. However, the gray gas was very smart. They all retreated, and then they enveloped the entire lone peak, making it airtight. Under Zhuo's astonished gaze, the lone peak's size gradually shrank and finally turned into nothingness. The amount of gray gas increased again, like a cockroach that could not be killed. This gray gas should live by devouring celestial core power. The immortal technique you used contains extremely rich celestial core power. Although its destructive power is strong, it is an excellent delicacy in the eyes of the gray gas, the first mountain god said in a deep voice. Zhuo's eyes were gloomy. This was the first time he had seen a gray gas that could devour celestial core power. How should I break it? Zhuo knew that since the first mountain god had said this, he should have a solution. Fight it with your physical body. The gray gas is extremely afraid of physical bodies, the first mountain god said. Hearing this, Zhuo did not hesitate. He immediately used the 10,000 indestructible divine body, and his entire body was covered in dark gold, making him look like a mighty god of war in golden armor. Zhuo took a step forward and directly shot towards the grayish chi. He threw a punch forward, causing a wild wind to howl. Soon after, he discovered that the grayish chi, which had been extremely difficult to deal with earlier, had actually dodged the instant it made contact with his fist. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, and he changed the direction of his fist. He swung it to the side, and his fist turned into a claw, and caught the gray gas that was trying to escape in his palm. Then Zhuowen realized that when the gray gas came into contact with his skin, which was glowing with dark gold light, the gray gas went into his skin. Soon after, he discovered that the moment the gray gas entered his skin, it actually caused his physical body to faintly show signs of strengthening. Although this strengthening trend was not particularly obvious, it was still detected by Zhuowen, senior first mountain god. Absorbing the gray gas can increase the strength of your physical body, Zhuowen said happily. The first mountain god's eyes lit up, and he did the same thing. He grabbed a ball of gray gas and absorbed it. Indeed, he could feel his physical body showing signs of strengthening. However, the first mountain god's physical body had reached the ultimate perfection realm, and the gray gas had little effect on him. The gray gas is quite beneficial to you. I will help you collect the gray gas, and you can absorb it to cultivate the 10,000 indestructible divine body. As the first mountain god spoke, he took a step forward with his right foot and chased after the gray gas around him. Although the gray gas was fast, it was not as good as the first mountain god, and they were all caught by the first mountain god. Zhuowen nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. Then the first mountain god kept transferring the gray gas around Zhuowen for Zhuowen to absorb. This place was full of danger. If Zhuowen's cultivation could become stronger, it would be of great help, and he would not be a burden. There was a lot of gray gas around the black desert, and the first mountain god had collected almost all the gray gas in the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. The amount of gray gas could be described as a vast ocean. It took Zhuowen half a month to completely absorb the massive amount of gray gas. His holy body was indeed much stronger than before, but there was still a certain distance between him and the great perfection. I need more of this gray gas. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly as he said in a deep voice. The first mountain god came to Zhuowen and said, I have collected all the gray gas in the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. If you want more, you have to go to the source of the gray gas. After half a month of investigation, the source of the gray gas is 100,000 miles ahead, the first mountain god said calmly. Zhuowen looked at the direction the first mountain god was pointing at, and he found a wisp of gray gas floating in the sky far away. It was like a lone smoke in the desert. Let's go and take a look. Zhuowen's eyes were burning. After tasting the sweetness of the gray gas, Zhuowen naturally wanted to absorb more of it. If the gray gas was really the source of the gray gas, Zhuowen would not let it go. When the two of them were only a few thousand meters away from the gray gas, they found that under the gray gas was a huge tower. The gray gas was floating out from the top of the tower. At that moment, at the top of the tower, where the gray gas was coming from, a figure stood. This person was wearing black and ferocious armor, and his eyes were emitting a cold, bloody light. When Zhuowen and the first mountain god approached the tower, the black-armored man narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhuowen and the first mountain god. Then he grinned and said, You are able to come here. Not bad. This place will be your burial ground. The black-armored man made a gesture with his right hand, and suddenly many black shadows rushed out from the sand at the bottom of the tower. These black shadows were all wearing black armor, and their faces were covered by masks. It was impossible to see their faces clearly. There were a total of 10 black shadows. When these black shadows rushed out, strange black flames appeared on the surface of their black armor. Whoosh! 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 The 10 black shadows were extremely fast. They were covered in black flames as they rushed toward Zhuowen and the first mountain god. You are just a bunch of minions. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? The first mountain god sneered. He took a step forward and stomped on the black sand in front of him. Suddenly, countless black sand rolled and surged into the sky, forming an extremely terrifying and strange black sand wave. The moment the black sand wave surged, the first mountain god rushed out like a ghost. After 10 colliding sounds, the first mountain god landed on the ground again. As for the 10 black figures that were originally rushing over, they were all sent flying backwards. As they were sent flying backwards, the black flames on the surface of the 10 black figures were extinguished. Their bodies also collapsed into a pile of loose sand as they were sent flying backwards. The instant the 10 black shadows were destroyed, it immediately attracted the attention of the black armored man at the top of the tower. He looked at the first mountain god deeply and said, "Your strength is not bad. However, since you dare to enter this place, you will not escape the fate of death. Death my ass. Today, I will tear down this broken tower of yours." The first mountain god snorted and clenched his right hand. Suddenly, the void beside his right hand collapsed, and a black rod appeared in his right hand. Holding the black rod in his hand, the first mountain god swung it and heavily smashed it at the bottom of the black tower. Moreover, the moment the black rod was swung, it expanded continuously and finally turned into a black mountain that was thousands of feet tall. Rumble! The huge mountain smashed at the bottom of the tower, causing the entire tower to tremble violently. The black armored man's pupils shrank and revealed a trace of horror in his eyes. Not enough. Break for me. The muscles on the first mountain god's right hand bulged, and he swung it again. The black mountain instantly expanded from a few thousand feet to a few 100,000 feet tall. Wherever the mountain passed, the space shattered and countless grains of sand danced in the air, creating a terrifying sandstorm. Every sandstorm was enough to annihilate an earthly immortal realm warrior. If Zhuowen did not rely on the strong body of the indestructible divine body, he might not be able to withstand the terrifying sandstorm. Bang! Chapter 1833. Perfect Saint body. The black armored man's pupils shrank. The moment the tower shattered, he moved like a shuttle and disappeared from where he stood. Whoosh! At the same time, countless gray gas leaked out from the tower. Like steam, it spread out in all directions. In the middle of the gray gas, a gray bead was faintly discernible. Zhuowen saw the bead hidden in the gray gas. He guessed that the bead was the source of the gray gas. Thinking of this, Zhuowen stomped his right foot and rushed toward the gray bead like a ghost. He believed that as long as he absorbed all the gray gas in the gray bead, his saint body would reach the perfect saint body. The black-armored man saw through Zhuowen's actions. He snorted and waved his right hand. Suddenly, countless black flames rushed out from his hand and turned into a huge black fire spear. With a whoosh, the spear pierced toward Zhuowen's heart. Unfortunately, the first mountain god's body was as fast as lightning. The instant the black fire spear was about to reach Zhuowen, he had already intercepted it. Then his right hand slashed down like a blade, directly cutting the black fire spear into two. "Your opponent is me." The first mountain god's gaze was as cold as a knife. He rushed toward the black-armored man without hesitation. The black-armored man narrowed his eyes but did not dare to be careless. The first mountain god gave him a very heavy pressure. "Zhuowen, leave this person to me. Absorb the gray bead. If your saint body can reach the perfect saint body, you won't have to be as cautious as before." The first mountain god's voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen nodded slightly. He summoned the blood immortal and asked her to protect him. Then Zhuowen sat cross-legged and began to absorb the gray gas in the gray bead. The moment Zhuowen absorbed the gray gas in the gray bead, the first mountain god and the black-armored man started fighting. This black-armored man was proficient in using black flames. These black flames were not ordinary. Not only did they possess a blazing high temperature, they also possessed an extremely potent poison. However, it was useless against the first mountain god's unparalleled physical body. The black-armored man was crushed by the first mountain god right from the start. Fist suppressing mountains and rivers. The first mountain god roared and punched out. Countless ripples spread out in the surrounding space and smashed heavily on the black-armored man's right hand. Kacha! The crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard. Then the black-armored man let out a blood-curdling scream. The black armor on his body instantly shattered, revealing his body underneath. Beneath the black armor was a pitch-black skeleton. Only the head was left with flesh and blood. It was a dark-skinned young man. At this moment his eyes were filled with fear. The first mountain god was too strong, especially his physical body. No matter what he did, he couldn't break through the defense of the first mountain god's powerful physical body. Furthermore, the black-armored man's forehead had the same mark as Kong Wen's. However, the mark on his forehead was much dimmer than Kong Wen's. Die. The first mountain god's eyes were cold. He punched out again. As soon as he punched out, golden light exploded. It was as if the first mountain god punched out a small blazing sun instead of a fist. Boom! The punch directly hit the black-armored man's body. Then the pitch-black skeleton on the black-armored man's body began to crumble and turn into black ashes. Bastard, I won't let you go even if I die. The black-armored man roared, and the blue mark between his eyebrows suddenly lit up. Then the same thing happened to Kongwin. A blue exotic beast head suddenly rushed out, opened its mouth, and tried to swallow the first mountain god. The first mountain god's pupils shrank. However, after his previous experience with Kongwin, he naturally wouldn't clash head-on with the strange beast's head. Instead, he stepped on the air with his right foot and retreated backward with a serious look in his eyes. The moment the exotic beast head appeared, the mysterious eyeball in Zhuan's collar rushed out again. With a blink of the eye, a black bolt of lightning rushed out and swallowed the exotic beast head. What? The black-armored man, who only had his head left, was shocked. He couldn't help but cry out. He wanted to retreat, but his face suddenly turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and directly disintegrated into countless black ashes. Looking at the disintegrated, black-armored man, the first mountain god pondered. He knew that the exotic beast head that was swallowed by the mysterious eyeball was closely related to this black-armored man. If the exotic beast head was destroyed, the black-armored man would definitely die. What exactly is that strange beast's skull? The first mountain god became more and more curious, whether it was the book Immortal Kongwin or the black-armored man. Their strength was comparable to an early true immortal. It seemed that such experts were all controlled by the exotic beast head. Moreover, the first mountain god also realized that the exotic beast head was inseparable from the depths of the heavenly armor planet. As long as he could figure out what the exotic beast head was, he might be able to deduce what had happened here. If I want to know the truth, I'm afraid I can only go as deep as I can. I just don't know if he will keep his promise and give me that thing in the depths. The first mountain god looked at the end of the black desert and muttered these strange words in a low voice. The gray gas in the gray bead was too dense. Zhuowen absorbed it for a whole month, and the first mountain god also waited silently for a month. On this day, cracks began to appear on the surface of the gray bead. More and more cracks appeared, and finally it completely shattered. Then the gray gas in the gray bead swept out and rushed into the Tianling acupoint on the top of Zhuowen's head. The moment the remaining gray gas entered Zhuowen's Tianling acupoint, Zhuowen abruptly opened his eyes. The dark gold color on the surface of his body suddenly shot out in all directions, forming a small golden rain in a radius of several dozen feet around his body. In the sky above the black desert, clusters of dense dark clouds began to gather. These dark clouds were very dense, and golden lightning constantly flashed between the dark clouds like golden snakes. The complete sacred body tribulation. The first mountain god said lightly. The sacred body tribulation was extremely important for Zhuowen, although he had relied on the gray gas to forcibly increase the strength of his body to the extreme, reaching the threshold of the complete sacred body. However, Zhou sacred body could only be considered to have reached the complete sacred body tribulation after going through such a powerful lightning tribulation. After all, a sword had to be sharpened. In order to make the sacred body a true expert, it had to be tempered by a powerful lightning tribulation. Zhou slowly stood up and looked at the dark clouds in the sky with burning eyes. He knew very well that as long as he went through this lightning tribulation, his sacred body would truly reach the complete sacred body. At that time, with the strength of his sacred body, Zhou would not be afraid of ordinary celestial immortals. Although he was not a match for peak celestial immortals like He Wushang and Wei Wuyin, it would not be so easy for them to kill him. It could be said that if he went through this lightning tribulation, he would be considered to be one of the top experts in the central region. This time, Zhou would be able to occupy a place in the depths of the underground. Thinking of this, Zhou laughed. He stomped his right foot on the ground and suddenly jumped into the sky, deep into the dark clouds in the sky. Sizzle! The moment Zhou jumped into the dark clouds, terrifying golden lightning kept moving inside the clouds. It was like countless golden pythons were entwining toward Zhou, trying to bind Zhou's entire body. However, Zhou let out a fierce howl. His muscles tensed up and his bones crackled. When the countless bolts of golden lightning struck him, he was like a ferocious beast, fearless. He punched out, directly meeting the countless bolts of golden lightning in the clouds. The first mountain god silently looked at the sky. The lightning tribulation did not last for long. It only lasted for 10 hours before the tribulation clouds disappeared. After the tribulation clouds disappeared, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and heavily smashed into the desert below, stirring up countless sand particles. The first mountain god dashed forward and saw a huge crater not too far away. Inside the crater, there was a figure that was completely charred black, lying quietly. The first mountain god quietly looked. Suddenly, the charred figure's hands moved slightly. Then, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the charred body. Golden light slowly leaked out from these cracks. Bang! The charred body slowly faded. Then, within the countless golden lights, a stalwart figure slowly stood up. At that moment, the golden light on Zhou's body leaned toward the dark color. It gave off a subtle but powerful feeling. Zhou, congratulations on successfully advancing to the perfect saint body, the first mountain god said with a faint smile. Zhou cupped his fists toward the first mountain god and said, "It's all thanks to you that I was able to reach the perfect saint body so quickly." The first mountain god slightly nodded. Then he looked in front of the black desert and said, "This black desert is too big. When you were still cultivating, I checked the surroundings and found that there was no way out." Zhou slightly frowned. Even with the first mountain god's cultivation and speed, he still could not find a way out. This black desert was really strange. The first mountain god suddenly suggested, "This mysterious eyeball swallowed the strange beast's head phantom between Kong Wen's eyebrows. It also absorbed the strange beast's head phantom released by the black-armored man. That strange beast's head phantom was extremely unusual. It has a lot to do with this place. Maybe your mysterious eyeball can come in handy here." Zhou squinted his eyes and nodded. He said, "What you said is reasonable. Then I will try using this mysterious eyeball." After saying that, Zhou waved his sleeve and immediately took out the mysterious eyeball. The mysterious eyeball was extremely dissatisfied with Zhou's suggestion. It rolled its eyes at Zhou. However, Zhou did not care about the mysterious eyeball's emotions. Instead, he said, "Can you take us out of here?" Chapter 1834. Black Windjuen's eyes lit up when he saw the mysterious eyeball's reaction. Zhou and the first mountain god looked at each other, then stepped into the air and followed closely behind the mysterious eyeball. The black desert was so huge that it seemed to be boundless. They couldn't see the end of it. The black eyeball was extremely fast. It flashed by, leaving a black lightning shadow in the air. Zhuowen and the first mountain god followed closely behind. Furthermore, Zhuowen discovered that as he went deeper into the desert, the surrounding fire tribute energy became more and more intense. The scorching heat seemed to want to burn his entire body to a crisp. Fortunately, Zhuowen's body was extremely strong. Although it was uncomfortable, it didn't affect his body too much. Zhuowen and the first mountain god followed the black eyeball for 3 days. Finally, after 3 days, the black eyeball let out a sharp whistle and stopped in front of them. Zhuowen and the first mountain god's eyes lit up. They rushed to the side of the mysterious eyeball. Then they realized that there was a huge black hole in front of them. The hole was in the shape of a spiral. It went from the bottom to the top, layer by layer. It looked very strange and terrifying. In the middle of the hole was a deep black hole. It was only the size of a palm. Wisps of black smoke floated above the black hole. What is this? Zhuowen looked at the mysterious eyeball. He knew that it must have brought them here for a reason. The mysterious eyeball let out a soft hiss, its expression revealing excitement. Then, under Zhuowen's astonished gaze, the mysterious eyeball's pupil shrank, and a black bolt of lightning shot out, heading straight for the black hole at the bottom of the pit. When the black bolt of lightning shot out of the black hole, the surroundings suddenly trembled violently. Then Zhuowen's pupil shrank. He realized that the black hole was expanding continuously. When the black hole expanded to a few thousand meters, a violent black wind suddenly rushed out of the black hole. The black wind was too violent. It rushed into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Retreat! The first mountain god shouted and immediately retreated a few thousand meters with Zhuowen. He stared at the black wind that suddenly appeared. The black wind was very strange. The moment it was formed, there were crackling sounds coming from the wind. Then Zhuowen noticed that there were dense black bolts of lightning in the black wind. These black bolts of lightning were the same as the black bolts that came out of the mysterious eyeball. Their power was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! The mysterious eyeball flew in front of Zhuowen and the first mountain god. Then it shot out black bolts of lightning again. Then it turned into black bolts of black lightning translation. Zhuowen and the first mountain god's translation. And black bolts of lightning. Then the mysterious eyeball gave Zhuowen a look and looked at the terrifying black wind. Is it black wind? Translation. The first mountain god said translation. The first mountain god. Zhuowen nodded slightly. Soon after, under the guidance of the mysterious eyeball, he directly entered the interior of black wind. The mysterious eyeball once again burrowed into Zhuowen's collar. Crackle, crackle! Within the black wind, muffled sounds of lightning colliding resounded from time to time. The black lightning that was emitted caused Zhuowen's face to turn incomparably pale. He knew very well that if he did not have the protection of the black lightning around him, he would definitely die within the black wind. The black wind is moving upwards, the first mountain god said in a deep voice. Zhuowen also started to notice the black wind's movement. He saw the black wind fly upwards and hit the space above the black desert. Inside the black wind, countless black bolts of lightning were like firecrackers. They kept bombarding the barrier of nothingness above. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, the entire space began to churn. Countless strands of black sand stirred up waves that were several 100,000 feet tall in the desert. The scene was too spectacular. The dense black sand filled the entire space of the desert. In an instant, the space became extremely dark. Everywhere one looked, there was only black sand. Crack! Suddenly, the terrifying black bolts of lightning in the black wind rushed into the void and bombarded the barrier above. Then, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Then, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He saw countless fine cracks appear on the barrier of nothingness above. These cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Finally, the gap was infinitely enlarged and shattered into countless pieces. The moment the gap appeared, the black wind blew. The terrifying sound of lightning filled the entire space. The crackling sound was extremely ear-piercing. Then the entire space shook violently. Then the cracks on the barrier of nothingness became bigger and bigger. They spread across the entire space of black sand. Boom! Countless black sand flew. Then, the moment the barrier of nothingness shattered, everything froze. It was as if time had stopped. However, this state of stillness did not last long. The space was collapsing. Everything in the space was collapsing and dispersing into nothingness. The moment the space shattered, the terrifying black wind brought Zhuowen and the first mountain god out of the Daokong space. This was a huge space filled with grasslands. The moment the black wind broke through the desert space, it arrived at a space filled with green grass. Zhuowen did not expect that there would be another space outside of the desert space. However, when the black wind arrived at this space, its raging power exploded again. This space was still like the desert space. It began to collapse. Then Zhuowen and the first mountain god followed the black wind into the third space. Bang! 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 The black wind was too terrifying. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed. Zhuowen and the first mountain god entered one space after another. It was as if they were reincarnating. As the spaces in the chess world collapsed one by one, the other spaces in the chess world were affected. The violent shaking was like an unprecedented earthquake, attracting the attention of the experts in other spaces. In a world of flames, two figures slowly walked on a path filled with flames. Suddenly, the countless volcanoes in the surroundings of the world of flames trembled violently. Terrifying streams of flame and magma spewed out, shooting straight into the 9 heavens, forming a terrifying momentum that could burn the heavens. Do Hua's expression changed slightly. He stared at the terrifying tremors and abnormalities around him and said in a low voice, "What's going on? Why is the entire space shaking?" Elder Gu narrowed his eyes. His gaze seemed to pierce through other spaces. He said in a low voice, "I'm afraid that someone is destroying the small worlds in this strange place at an extremely fast speed. There are too many small worlds here. According to this old man's estimation, there should be hundreds of them. To be able to cause such violent tremors, I'm afraid that the speed at which this person destroys the small worlds is much faster than ours. Oh, could it be the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum? Let's go and take a look in the direction of the tremors." Do Hua said in a low voice. After saying that, Do Hua and Elder Gu tore through the world of flames and rushed toward the source of the tremors. In the world of the vast sea, the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum led the 4 true immortal Tao soldiers and flew across the sea. But soon, the tremors in the sea world caused the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum and the other 4 to stop. Who caused such a huge commotion? Dongfang Qinsheng asked in confusion. This aura is terrifying and unfamiliar. I actually didn't sense this aura from any of the experts who entered before us, Beichen Ruoli said coldly. Within the coffin of the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum, a pair of eyes filled with vicissitudes seemed to pierce through layers of the void to see the black wind that was constantly destroying space. After a moment of silence, he said, "Let's go. Follow me." With that, the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum tore through space with his right hand and shot off in a certain direction. The 4 true immortal Tao soldiers didn't dare to tarry and followed behind the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum. In a barren world overgrown with withered grass, Shurji's entire body was bathed in Buddhist light. He slowly walked through this barren world like a devout pilgrim. Suddenly, Shurji jerked his head up, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He clenched his right hand, and the Buddhist light condensed into a Buddhist monk's blade. He slashed at the sky, and a crack appeared in the surrounding space. Then he dove into the crack. At this moment, all the experts who were exploring other small worlds were attracted by the tremors and rushed towards the source of the tremors. This was a small world filled with icy cold rocks. In the sky above this small world, numerous black holes appeared. Then one figure after another rushed out from these black holes. The divine Lord Dohua, Elder Gu, the 4 lords of the battlefield, and over 10 heavenly immortal realm experts had all appeared here. Not long after these people appeared in this minor world, another black hole blasted open in the distance, and then 10 black coffins flashed out from within the black hole. It was the 10 corpse kings. Bang! The instant the 10 corpse kings appeared, space collapsed and blazing Buddhist light illuminated everything. It was a Buddhist monk's blade that was filled with golden light. Shurji slowly walked out from behind the Buddhist monk's blade. Only the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum is left. Dohua looked around and chuckled. Just as he finished speaking, the largest mountain in the underground of the stone world suddenly collapsed. A black hole appeared at the bottom of the mountain. The huge stone statue of the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum and the 4 perfected immortal Tao soldiers all rushed out. This should be the place that the black wind must pass through. Looks like everyone has the same idea as me. We want to see the truth of the black wind here. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum landed not far away from Shurji, but Dohua laughed heartily. Everyone who entered the depths of the underground is here. Why is the tremors still continuing? Could there be an even more powerful existence destroying the space of these small worlds? The Lord of Lunar asked with a frown. It should be. Now, we just want to see who is destroying the space. To be able to destroy space at such a speed and affect other spaces, I'm afraid it's not simple, Dohua said with anticipation. Rumble. As soon as Dohua Gang finished speaking, the space around this world of rocks began to collapse. It was like shattered glass shattering into pieces. It looked very strange. Then, a gust of black wind, mixed with terrifying black lightning, suddenly burrowed in through the countless cracks. Whoosh! 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 Everyone's gaze fell on the black wind. Then, everyone's face stiffened and there was complete silence, because through the black wind they saw 2 figures in the black wind. Everyone was familiar with one of them. Chapter 1835. Life is like a game, and life is like a game of chess. Is that Zhouwen? Dohua came back to his senses and murmured in a low voice. Not only Dohua, but the other experts present also recognized Zhouwen, one of the 2 people hidden in the black wind. All of them revealed looks of disbelief. Shurji and the master of the Divine Mausoleum looked at each other, and both of them were shocked. They had many guesses at the moment when the entire chess world was shaken, but they had never thought that the source of the shock was related to Zhouwen. How did Zhouwen get in? Shurji frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice. Previously, he and the Lord of the Divine Mausoleum had already decided not to let Zhouwen participate in this trip to the depths of the heavenly armor planet. This was because Zhouwen was too weak, and it was too dangerous for him to enter the depths of the heavenly armor planet. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum was silent for a moment, then said, "The Abyss Saint Dragon should have told Zhouwen about this place. Sanjie is the master of the Abyss Saint Dragon after all. I have already considered this result, but I never thought that this boy would be able to break through so many small worlds in succession. It's because of that black wind. That black wind is extremely terrifying. It shouldn't have been released by Zhouwen. Instead, it should have been created by that black-clothed man who was with Zhouwen." Shurji said in a deep voice. The Lord of the Divine Mausoleum sighed softly and said with some mixed feelings, "Perhaps. This boy is quite bold. He actually dares to enter this place." He Wushang revealed a trace of joy as he thought to himself. Not only He Wushang, but Wei Wuyin and the Master of Extreme Yin, who had a conflict with Zhouwen, also revealed looks of joy. Originally, they had planned to settle old scores with Zhouwen after exploring the depths of the heavenly armor planet. But now that Zhouwen had also entered the depths of the heavenly armor planet, It was undoubtedly a happy occasion for them. If they could seize the opportunity, they might be able to get rid of Zhuowen in one fell swoop. That would be the end of all troubles. However, the three of them were rather wary of the black-clothed man standing beside Zhuowen. Their thoughts were the same as Shiji's. That terrifying black wind was definitely released by that black-clothed man. Therefore, while dealing with Zhuowen, they had to secretly pay attention to that black-clothed man. This black wind might really be able to break through the strange place. Follow this wind. Do Hua's eyes flickered. After a moment of hesitation, he immediately gave chase. His right foot stepped on the air, and like a sharp arrow, he chased after the black wind that had broken open the stone world. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment Do Hua gave chase, the others also followed closely behind. They turned into streaks of light that were extremely fast. In an instant, the shattered rock world became incomparably quiet and devoid of any signs of life. Not long after the crowd left, another three figures silently swept into this shattered world of rock. The man with the devil mask looked up and said faintly, "Let's follow them." As he spoke, the three of them disappeared from this shattered world like ghosts. The Black River slowly flowed. Above the Black River, a small wooden bridge quietly stood. On the small wooden bridge, two figures surrounded by black chi sat on both sides of a chessboard, silently playing chess. One of them held a black piece and gently placed it on the chessboard. A clear and melodious sound rang out. He smiled faintly and said, "This chessboard is simply an endless cycle. No matter how these intruders struggle, it is still difficult for them to escape from this cycle of reincarnation. Life is like a game, and life is like a game of chess. The two of us are the fates of these people. Without our permission, the chess pieces can't die, and they can't have any freedom." The person holding the white chess piece smiled and slowly placed it on the board. Bang! The moment the white piece landed on the chessboard, the entire chessboard suddenly trembled and shook. Then the white piece that had just landed collapsed with a bang. The pupils of the two people in front of the chessboard shrank. They did not expect that the chess piece in the chessboard would actually explode. Bang! 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 The explosion of the white piece was like a chain reaction. Continuous sounds of explosions rang out. The chess pieces that had landed on the chessboard could not help but explode. "What's going on?" the person holding the black piece asked with a gloomy face. The person holding the white piece had a heavy gaze. He said, "Someone's breaking the chessboard with his own power. This speed is too fast. What kind of power does he need to do this?" The favorable situation of the chessboard was slowly reversed as the surrounding chess pieces exploded. As the number of chess pieces in the chessboard decreased, an aura that made one's heart palpitate came from within the chessboard. "Stop him!" The person holding the black piece had an extremely solemn expression. He picked up a black piece and placed it on the chessboard. The moment the black piece landed on the chessboard, an invisible ripple appeared on the surface of the chessboard. The fluctuation formed a ring-shaped ripple in the chessboard, just like ripples on the surface of water when a stone fell into it. The moment the black piece landed, the speed at which the chess pieces in the chessboard shattered slowed down. The person holding the white piece did not hesitate either. He picked up the white piece and placed it on the chessboard. The invisible fluctuation on the chessboard became even more intense. In a small world, the invisible ripple came from afar and landed on the black wind. It actually stopped the black wind from moving forward. What kind of power is this? It's actually stopping the black wind. The person in the black wind could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw that the black wind had actually stopped because of the invisible fluctuation. He had already experienced how strong the black wind was when it destroyed many small worlds. However, this invisible wave of energy was actually able to block the black wind. It really couldn't be underestimated. Hum, hum, hum. The mysterious eyeball hiding in Zhuan's collar was immediately displeased when it sensed that the black wind had been stopped. Afterward, a powerful bolt of black lightning shot out from its eyes. The moment the black lightning merged with the black wind, the lightning in the black wind immediately became violent. The whistling sound was like the roar of a wild beast. It immediately broke through the obstruction of the invisible fluctuation and continued to advance. Bang! On the chessboard, the chess piece of the person holding the black chess piece exploded the moment he placed it down. Then, a strange black bolt of lightning shot out and drilled into the person's right hand. Bang! The man's pupils shrank and he retreated dozens of steps, almost out of the range of the wooden bridge. Then he waved his sleeve, and endless black fog spread out, turning into a huge black mouth, which swallowed the black lightning in one gulp. Crackle! Unfortunately, the black lightning was too terrifying. The moment it was swallowed by the big black mouth, it immediately surged and spread in the big mouth. With a bang, the big black mouth collapsed, and the black lightning continued to rush toward the person with irresistible force. 7 kill cut! The person's eyes were extremely solemn. He grabbed with his right hand and took out a black machete from nowhere. Then he slashed out 7 times in a row. Each slash contained a strong killing power, and each slash was more terrifying than the last. When the 7 blades collided with the black lightning, the cunning and terrifying black lightning was finally shattered into pieces by the 7 blades. What kind of power is this? How can it be so difficult to deal with? The person holding the black piece muttered in shock while holding the machete. Just as the person holding the white piece was about to speak, the sounds of explosions suddenly came from the chessboard in front of him. They became more frequent and more terrifying. The speed at which the chess pieces exploded also became faster and faster, almost exceeding the expectations of the person holding the white piece. Boom! The moment the white piece in the center of the chessboard exploded, a terrifying storm rose above the chessboard and went straight to the dusky sky. Crack! This aura was too terrifying. Cracks began to spread from the center of the chessboard and eventually enveloped the entire chessboard. Then, under the sinister gazes of the 2 people, the chessboard suddenly shattered. The person holding the white piece looked extremely gloomy. Under this terrifying aura, he had no choice but to retreat from the range of the wooden bridge. Rumble! The moment the person holding the white piece retreated, a black storm swept out from the shattered chessboard. Then, one figure after another rushed out of the cracks caused by the black wind. Within the black wind, Zhuo lowered his head to look at the shattered chessboard under the wooden bridge. His eyes revealed a look of understanding. He knew that they had probably been in the world of the chessboard. In other words, they had entered the chessboard the moment they stepped into the hall. They had become chess pieces that constantly fought in the chessboard. Their fates were in the hands of the chessboard, and they could not control their own fates. The divine Master Dohua, the 4 masters of the battlefield, the 10 corpse kings, over a dozen heavenly immortal ancestors, the master of the divine tomb, and Shiji all rushed out from the cracks in the chessboard. After seeing the world outside the chessboard, they all revealed a look of understanding. Looks like the small worlds correspond to every intersection point on the chessboard. Only by destroying the intersection point at the center of the chessboard will the chessboard be broken. Dohua looked around, and then his gaze fell on the 2 figures that were shrouded in black mist below the wooden bridge. In the world outside the chessboard, apart from the endless black river, there was only the wooden bridge that crossed the black river. Apart from that, the surroundings were pitch-black mist. With Zhuowen's vision, he could naturally tell that the mist in the surroundings contained the power of a seal. The space here was enveloped by an extremely powerful seal. The black wind gradually died out. Zhuowen's gaze first fell on the 2 figures shrouded in black mist, and then he suddenly fixed his gaze on the other 3 figures. The leader of the 3 was a man wearing a devil mask. 2 figures stood beside the man. They were naturally the lowly Yen Tianwei and Tian Chong, who had changed his appearance. Zhuowen stared coldly at the man with the devil mask. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" In the silent space, Zhuowen's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, attracting everyone's attention. Their gazes moved back and forth between Zhuowen and the man with the devil mask. They were all guessing something. The man with the devil mask turned around and glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. He grinned. "Don't you already know who I am?" Chapter 1836. Black and white giant the masked man raised his eyebrows and glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. Then he shifted his gaze and slowly came to the side of the divine Lord Dohua. "You're really late," Dohua said with a frown as he looked at the masked man. He could sense that the relationship between the masked man and Zhuowen was not very pleasant. However, he did not care much about it. The reason why he invited the masked man to the primordial battlefield of the heavenly armor planet was mainly because he could persuade the prophet's family's divine daughter, Yen Tianwei, to join their camp. Do Hua could not predict what was hidden underground in the primordial battlefield. Moreover, he could not grasp the dangers underground. However, the divine daughter, Yen Tianwei, who had the divination's sacred talisman, was different. Although the divination's sacred talisman could not completely predict the future, it could at least predict some of the disasters and blessings in the process of entering the primordial battlefield. This kind of divination ability was of great help to Do Hua. The divine daughter, Yen Tianwei, was famous in the Central Plains for not giving face to anyone. Back then, Do Hua had gone to the prophet's family to invite Yen Tianwei, but was rejected. However, the masked man suddenly appeared in front of him and promised to persuade the divine daughter, Yen Tianwei. The condition was that he would be given 2 spots to enter the primordial battlefield. Do Hua naturally gladly accepted. As for the identity of the masked man, he naturally knew that he was Yang Yi, who had been the envoy of primordial chaos. Now is not the time to discuss this. Instead, we should ask the 2 in front where this place is, the masked man said indifferently. As soon as he said that, everyone withdrew their gazes and focused on the 2 figures shrouded in black fog on the other side of the wooden bridge. It seems that the 2 of you have been controlling this strange chess world. Now, if the 2 of you don't want to die, you'd better tell us where this place is and what's hidden in the depths of the primordial battlefield, Do Hua said coldly. Although the 2 figures shrouded in black fog were strange, their auras were only around the mid-stage of the true immortal realm. Either Do Hua or the Lord of the Divine Tomb could easily crush them. The 2 figures looked at each other and laughed out loud. The person holding the black chess piece laughed coldly. To tell you the truth, this is an underground maze. All of you will become delicacies for the 2 of us. What arrogance! One of the heavenly immortal realm experts snorted coldly, while his gaze was filled with disdain. They had an enormous advantage in numbers, and every single one of them was a peak expert of the Central Plains. So, what could a mere 2 people do to them? Hee. Whether or not I'm talking big is not something an ant like you can judge. The 2 figures laughed even more strangely. Then, they suddenly stretched out their left and right hands. Everyone looked over and saw that they were holding the black and white twins in their left and right hands. Ding! The black and white pieces suddenly collided with each other, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. This voice had a magical aura. The moment it rang out, everyone fell into a daze. Even Do Hua, a mid-stage true immortal expert, fell into a trance for a moment. The only ones who were clear-headed were probably the Lord of the Divine Tomb, the first mountain god beside Zhuowen, and the man with the ghost mask whose expression could not be seen. Whoosh! Then, the moment the black and white pieces collided, the 2 figures completely fused together, forming a strange black and white giant that was hundreds of meters tall. The fusion was completed in an instant. Just when everyone in the surroundings fell into a daze, the strange black and white giant grinned and faintly flashed to the front of the heavenly immortal realm expert who had refuted him earlier. The black and white giant's right hand suddenly clenched and directly grabbed the heavenly immortal realm expert. At this moment, the heavenly immortal realm expert had already woken up, and his eyes suddenly revealed a shocked expression. However, just as the shocked expression appeared on his face, it completely froze with a cracking sound. This was because the heavenly immortal realm expert's body was collapsing and shattering. It was as if he was made of porcelain, and countless dense cracks appeared on his body. When the heavenly immortal realm expert completely collapsed, the origin spirit in his dantian was directly sucked into the black and white giant's mouth and directly swallowed into its stomach. Whoosh! 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 When the heavenly immortal realm expert was instantly annihilated, the other heavenly immortal realm experts, not far behind, all gasped and retreated explosively. Wei Wuyin and He Wushang retreated even more swiftly, and their expressions were gloomy as they stared at the black and white giant that had a face of enjoyment. The origin spirit of a heavenly immortal is really delicious. The black and white giant smacked its lips, and its fierce gaze descended onto the other heavenly immortals, causing them to feel a chill. Zhuowen had also fallen into a daze from the sound from before, and it was even to the extent that the time he was in a daze was much longer than the other heavenly immortals. After all, his cultivation was the lowest here, and his resistance to the sound that could confuse heavenly immortals was naturally extremely low. However, fortunately, the first mountain god by his side woke Zhuowen up. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Zhuowen to wake up so quickly. When Zhuowen woke up and his gaze descended onto the heavenly immortal realm expert, whose origin spirit had already been swallowed by the black and white giant, he couldn't help but gasp, and his gaze towards the black and white giant was filled with fear. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that when the black and white giant was chewing on the origin spirit, the rest of the light fell on him without leaving a trace. Obviously, the black and white giant had a deep impression of Zhuowen, who had broken the chess world. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that there was a mark between the black and white giant's eyebrows. However, the mark between the black and white giant's eyebrows was different from the ones he had encountered before. The marks between the eyebrows of the previous people were blue, but the mark between the eyebrows of the black and white giant was actually purple, and it actually revealed a trace of a mysterious and strange aura. Stop him! Dou Hua's gaze was unsightly. He took a step forward with his right foot, and his right hand reached out into the void. With a flick of his finger, the power of countless stars in the sky instantly converged and finally transformed into an extremely dazzling meteor. Falling star finger. As Dou Hua's finger descended, the meteor tore through the void and suddenly fell towards the black and white giant. The black and white giant grinned, and his right hand formed a palm and raised upwards. Black and white chi surged out of his palm. This black and white chi transformed into the shape of a chessboard and blocked in front of him. Rumble! The meteor fell, and there was a terrifying explosion. Then, Dou Hua discovered that the falling star finger was actually unable to break the chessboard formed by the black and white chi. Hee. I really want to have a taste of the primordial spirit of a true immortal. The black and white giant looked at Dou Hua, and his eyes were filled with provocation. Dou Hua's gaze was cold, and he used the falling star finger again. However, this time, the falling star finger that Dou Hua used was much more powerful than before. The vigorous celestial core power gathered in the sky, and then countless meteors fell from the sky. Everyone, what are you still hesitating for? Help me capture this monster. Only then can we find out the exit of this so-called underground maze from him, Dou Hua shouted coldly. The 4 lords of the battlefield rushed out without hesitation, and they were respectively on the 4 sides of the black and white giant. At that moment, the meteor shower had already fallen, and it enveloped the black and white giant's entire body, turning into a meteor cage. At the same time, the 4 lords of the battlefield also launched their attacks. Among them, the Lord of Taiyin wielded a large saber filled with yin qi, and he slashed down with a chilling saber qi from across the sky. Meanwhile, the Lord of Taiyang wielded a long spear that was as hot as the sun. With a shake of his right hand, the tip of the long spear emitted a blinding light. Then the light turned into countless golden spear shadows, and they were like countless golden hidden weapons that scattered out. The Lord of the primordial ages' gaze was cold. He formed a seal with both hands, and instantly the void behind him split open into countless black holes. Then countless huge stone tablets descended from these black holes, and each tablet was as terrifying as a mountain. Meanwhile, the Lord of Taishu waved his sleeve, and the surrounding void distorted, forming a huge void beast. The beast was at least 10,000 feet long, and as soon as it appeared, it dove down according to the Lord of Taishu's command. The moment the 5 attacked, the dozen or so celestial immortal patriarchs also used their own immortal techniques to attack the black and white giant below. Bang, 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 bang. With so many attacks gathered on the black and white giant, the explosive power formed was absolutely unimaginable. Even the space around the black and white giant collapsed and distorted, turning into a vacuum zone. Zhuowen stared expressionlessly at the terrifying explosion below, and his heart trembled. The power of the explosion was too terrifying. He could imagine that if he was in the center of such an explosion, he would definitely die. Even if he had a perfect saint body, there was no possibility of survival. When the explosion slowly subsided, a bottomless pit appeared below. The pit was oval, and wisps of black smoke rose from the bottom of the pit. Around the pit, there were countless pieces of black and white flesh scattered. Obviously, in the explosion just now, the black and white giant had been blown into countless pieces. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Do Hua and the rest relaxed. However, their gazes quickly became gloomy because they discovered that the countless black and white pieces of flesh scattered in the pit were rapidly squirming. Very quickly, they once again condensed into the appearance of the black and white giant. You're not the only one who knows how to bully others with numbers. I know how to do it too. The black and white giant twisted its head. During the process of its neck twisting, it made a crackling sound which made everyone feel cold. Do Hua, the 4 lords of the battlefield, and more than a dozen celestial immortal patriarchs joined forces to attack, but they still couldn't kill the black and white giant. What kind of monster was this? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, after the black and white giant finished speaking, pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared in the endless black fog around this strange space. After that, figure after figure emerged from the black mist. There were men and women, old and young. The only thing they had in common was that all of them had scarlet eyes, and all of them had the mark of a blue beast's head between their brows. What made Zhuowen even more fearful was that there were many of these strange figures that he couldn't see through, and those that he could see through were basically earth immortals.